Chapter 331. Whoosh whoosh. When Yi Shanhu and the Tsang city guard saw the black token, they merged with their battle beasts without hesitation and unsheathed their swords. Yi Shanhu gritted his teeth and his expression turned cold. He shouted and led his men toward Yi Qingquang. Take them all down. There was only one black token in the Yi family. It was the highest token in the family. Seeing the token was like seeing the family leader. The person who held the token could order all the powerful warriors in the Yi family, except for the Grand Elder, to do anything. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan ordered them to kill Yi Qingquang, they would grit their teeth and do it. Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, and the Emperor Realm warriors behind them turned pale when they saw Yi Qinghan show the Night Emperor's token. They didn't dare to resist. Because the third rule stated that anyone who disobeyed the Night Emperor's order would be treated as a traitor and would be killed on the spot. Dozens of people rushed forward and tied up the three quickly. As for the Emperor Realm warrior, since Yi Qinghan didn't give the order, Yi Shanhu and the others didn't do anything. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a person suddenly flew over from the sky at high speed. He glided across the sky behind Yi Qinghan and landed on the battlefield. Facing Yi Shanhu and Yi Qingquang was an elder in gray. He was an Emperor Realm warrior from the Yi family, since he could fly in the sky. He looked at the people surrounding Yi Qingquang and the others. They were tied up and their faces were ashen. Furious, he shouted at Yi Shanhu. Yi Shanhu, how dare you? How dare you tie up the young master of the family? Hurry up and untie me. Greetings, Elder Yi Quan. But we can't just tie them up. When Yi Shanhu saw Nightwing, he felt even more bitter. Yi Quan was the guardian elder in charge of guarding Tsang City during this period of time. Obviously, he had rushed over after seeing the signal flare. Yi Quan was the elder in charge of the first branch. After being scolded by Night Spring, he lowered his body and winked at Night Spring, signaling him to look behind him. Yi Quan had flown over from behind Yi Qinghan. When he saw that Yi Qingquang was tied up, he was anxious and didn't pay much attention to the others. When he saw Yi Shanhu winking at him, he quickly snapped out of his daze and turned around. When he saw Yi Qinghan standing there coldly, his expression became complicated, and when he saw the Night Emperor token in Yi Qinghan's hand, his expression became even more complicated. After pondering for a moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting and said very politely, "So the young clan head is also here? How did Master Child Quang and young Master Xian offend the young clan head? Why did the young clan head use the Night Emperor token?" Yi Qingquang had just returned to the Yi family castle, so he didn't know how much Yi Qinghan was favored by the Yi family. But Nightwing knew very well. Just by looking at the Chilling Heart Pavilion, which was built with purple crystal coins. So he didn't dare to be impolite to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan understood the meaning behind Nightwing's words. Nightwing was asking him why he used the highest level Night Emperor token for such a small matter. He didn't have a good impression of Nightwing. Back in the Enchanted Garden, Nightwing had cursed him on behalf of Yi Jian. At the same time, he had felt Yi Jian's murderous intent. So now that Nightwing was mocking him, he naturally didn't give him a good attitude. He put the Night Emperor token into his unfettered ring and said, "Elder Nightwing, do I need to answer to you? Of course I will give the family an explanation, but not you. You don't need to give me an explanation. But you are both young masters of the family, so I don't think you need to be so ruthless. Can you give me some face and let this matter go? If outsiders see this, it won't be good for the family's reputation. Don't you think so?" Nightwing didn't show any dissatisfaction in the face of Yi Qinghan's impoliteness. Instead, he acted as a peacemaker, giving Yi Qinghan enough face. "Brother, let it go." Yi Qingyu saw that the situation was getting more and more complicated, so she said worriedly. However, Yi Qingyu didn't care. This was a small matter to her, but she knew that it was nothing to Yi Qinghan. "Well, young master, let it go. This matter started because of Wu Shuang and his sister. If it gets out of hand, Wu Shuang and Wu Bian won't know how to explain it to the family." Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan again. When he saw Yi Qinghan taking action, he thought that his sister's marriage was going to be settled today. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated. He was very worried that Yi Qinghan and his grandfather, Yi Tianqing, would be implicated. "Stand up. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yi Qingyu, telling her not to worry. He turned to look at Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian on the ground and said calmly, "As a disciple of the Yi family, you should have an unyielding fighting spirit and a will that is not afraid of any difficulties. You must have a domineering aura that even the heavens want to suppress you. And you must dare to pierce through the heavens. Today, I will help you and your sister to make the decision. In the future, I can't help you with everything. You can only rely on yourselves." He didn't care about the brother and sister whose faces were flushed and who were full of fighting spirit because of his words. Yi Qinghan glanced at Yi Qingquang, who was tied up by Yi Shanhu. He didn't want to suppress them with his power today. He didn't want to show off his power as the young master. He decided after careful consideration that he wanted to find out Yi Qingquang's background. Yi Qingquang was disabled by him. Now his strength had increased miraculously, and he had returned to the Yi family castle. He didn't know what happened during this period of time, but he instinctively felt a sense of danger from this strange incident. He knew very well how difficult it was for a cultivator whose dantian and meridians were destroyed to cultivate back to their original realm. However, Yi Qingquang did it now. Moreover, he had reached the powerful strength of a level 1 duke. He didn't have a treasure like his soul ring. How did he do it? Therefore, he made a move today. He didn't hold back at all. It could even be said that he attacked unreasonably. He wanted to find out Yi Qingquang's background. He wanted to find out why he could return to the Yi family castle, even though the clan knew that they didn't get along. Who exactly was helping him in the dark? He wanted to force these people out. He had never been afraid of fighting openly. However, he was very afraid of conspiracies and plots behind one's back. After all, there were far too many people he needed to protect now. Therefore, he opened his mouth and didn't respond to Yi Quan's plea. Instead, he waved his hand at Yi Shanhu and said, "Untie Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian. Bring Xiao Yan to the punishment hall. At the same time, inform the Xiao clan to come to the clan's punishment hall." Yi Shanhu acted as though he had been pardoned when he heard this. He hurriedly untied Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian. Yi Quan also sighed in relief. After all, if the guards really escorted Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian to the punishment hall, the face of the first branch would be completely ruined. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had not taken things too far. "Humph! Yi Qinghan, just you wait. We will meet at the punishment hall. Today's matter will not end." Yi Qingquang had completely lost his face today. Originally, he wanted to suppress Yi Qinggu and Yi Qinghan. In the end, he viciously stared at Yi Qinghan and left with Yi Qingxian and the emperor's stage bodyguards. Yi Qinghan ignored Yi Qingquang's vicious gaze and threat. He wanted to force Yi Qingquang to attack and expose his trump card. He turned his head to look at Yi Wubian and faintly said, "Let's go to the clan's punishment hall. I will help you dissolve this marriage." Chapter 332. For such a big matter, even the emergency signal flare was used. Of course, the Yi family castle received the news. The elders also received the report immediately and roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter. When everyone arrived at the punishment hall, the hall was already filled with the elders of the clan. Yi Rong was dead, and the deputy elder of the punishment hall was given to the elder of the war beast hall, Yi Tianqing, by Yi Tianlong. The head elder was still Yi Baihu, but if it wasn't a big matter, he wouldn't be disturbed. At this time, Tianqing was already sitting on the main seat. The second seat was occupied by the scholarly deputy elder of the war beast hall, Yi Qiangang. Beside him were more than 10 elders with real power. This matter wasn't big at first. It was just that Yi Qinggu beat up a young master of a small clan in Song City. However, Yi Qingquang's attack and Yi Qinghan's attack escalated the matter. It had become a direct collision between the older generation of the Yi family and the new generation's popular young master, Yi Qinghan. On one side, there was the number one power of the old clan, which was incomparably powerful in the open and in the dark. Moreover, Yi Jian was about to come out of his closed-door training, and it was very likely that he would rise again. On the other side, there was a new power. Although it didn't form a complicated entanglement of interests and relationships, because of the existence of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu, no one dared to look down on them. The first to arrive were Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian and Yi Quan. Yi Qingguang directly walked to the punishment hall of the clan. He faced the big drum at the gate, raised his fist and randomly smashed it, causing the entire Yi family castle to shake. After that, he angrily walked in with his people. Yi Qingguang greets Elder Tianqing, greets all the elders. I beg all the elders to help me and my cousin. I want to sue Miss Wu for committing violence in front of everyone, and even wanting to kill Xiaoyan. She also ignored the clan rules and looked down on the punishment hall. Please punish her severely. I also want to sue young clan leader Yi Qinghan for using his power to oppress others, harming his fellow clansmen, and humiliating the three of us. I beg the clan to strip him of his position as young clan leader. Although everyone present had received some news, they were still shocked by Yi Qingguang's words. He was shocked by Yi Qingguang's accusation and request. Yi Qinggu was going to kill someone? Furthermore, he had killed the young master of the Xiao family. And Yi Qingguang actually begged the torture chamber to punish Yi Qinggu for a serious crime? Asking the family to strip Yi Qinghan of his position as young clan head? Yi Tianqing looked a little old after a few years. His hair and beard had turned even whiter. He had always been known as an honest and just person in the family. Now that he had received an accusation, he naturally had to do things according to the rules. He nodded and coughed softly. Yi Qingguang, you have to take responsibility for what you said. This is not a small matter. It's of great importance. I'm asking you, do you insist on your accusation? I insist. Yi Qingguang nodded heavily without hesitation. Good. Where are the guards of the punishment hall? Go and invite young clan leader and Miss Wu over. Yi Tianqing's face was expressionless as he directly threw out a token. The word Yi and the word punishment were engraved on both sides, representing the supreme authority of the Yi clan's punishment hall. Even the elders and the castellans of small cities could be taken down. No need. We're coming. Before the guards left, Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice came from outside. Then Yi Qinghan walked in with Yi Qinggu, and the boundless siblings. Behind them, Yi Shanhu walked in with Xiaoyan, whose face was covered in blood. Greetings, elders. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands in greeting. Yi Qinggu greets elders. Although Yi Qingwu's position was special, she didn't have any position or power. She still had to follow the rules of the punishment hall. Yi Qingyu held Yi Qinghan's hand. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Similarly, she didn't have any position in the Yi family. However, the elders didn't dare to blame her. After all, her position in the Yi family was the most special. She was someone who was going to become a god. Night Mountain Tiger pays his respects to all the elders. Young clan leader, the person is here. I'll go back to my duty first. After bowing, Yi Shanhu immediately prepared to leave. He couldn't participate in this matter. Of course, he had to leave first. Elders of the Yi family, please help me. Yi Qinggu beat me up in public and wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for Child Kuang's timely arrival, my life would have been long gone. Our Xiao family has always been the most loyal partner of the Yi family. We've always followed the Yi family's lead. Miss Wu actually wanted to kill me in public today. This sob. Elders, please help me. Otherwise, I'd rather kill myself in the punishment hall. When Xiaoyan mentioned the punishment hall, he was already trembling in fear. However, a moment later, he began to howl and complain about Yi Qingwu's crimes. It was obvious that he received instructions from someone. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian greet elders. Actually, today's matter was caused by us siblings. It has nothing to do with young clan leader Miss Wu. If the family wants to punish us, Wushuang is willing to bear the punishment together with us. We won't complain about it. Yi Wushuang and Yi Wubian knelt down heavily. Yi Qinghan's words at Niulan Street just now had a huge impact on Yi Wushuang. He actually mustered his courage and voluntarily begged for forgiveness. Wushuang Wubian, you two bastards. What stupid thing did you do? You actually made young clan leader and master Child Kuang at odds? If you cause any trouble in the family, you won't be able to escape death. I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. As soon as Yi Wushuang finished speaking, an old man stood up beside him. His face was filled with anger as he scolded loudly. He was the elder of the Warbeast Academy, Yi Wushuang's grandfather, Elder Yi Tianqing. Elder Tianqing, don't be angry. They didn't do anything wrong. Instead, I admire their temperament and way of doing things. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with Yi Tianxing's scolding in the name of reprimand, but it was actually a protective scolding. He hurriedly took over and performed a two-man show. He didn't feel the slightest bit worried or afraid about the torture hall. Instead, he was very interested and excited to fight a vigorous lawsuit. All right, Tianxing, sit down first. Young clan leader and everyone else, please calm down. Yi Wushuang, since you said that this matter was caused by your siblings, and you were at the scene, tell us everything that happened. Remember, you must tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll punish you for lying. Tianqing spoke. He knew that Yi Tianxing and Yi Qinghan were performing a two-man show. Since he was in this position, he could not be partial to either side. Everything was based on the clan's rules. Otherwise, everyone would be dissatisfied. Hence, he stopped the two from acting. This is what happened. Today, my sister and I went to Nyolan Street to buy some demonic crystals for my sister's battle beast. We didn't expect to meet young Master Xiaoyan. Then, young clan leader brought us to the punishment hall. That's what happened. I swear I didn't change anything. Although Yi Wushuang wanted to help him and Yi Qinghan hide something, there were so many people at the scene. Of course, he could not distort the truth since there were so many people at the scene. Hence, he told them everything that happened. Idiot. Once everything was clear, Tianqing and all the elders looked at Yi Qinghuang. Their first thought was, idiot. Regardless of whether they belonged to the first branch, or the neutral elders, or the opposing elders, they all thought the same. Yi Qinghuang, you were the first to accuse us. What do you have to say? Tianqing did not say much. He did not ask the other elders to speak or make things difficult for Yi Qinghuang. Instead, he followed the procedure and asked about Yi Qinghuang first. The truth is obvious. Yi Qinggu beat up Xiaoyan in public and even wanted to kill him on the street. This is extremely bad. If we don't punish him severely, we won't be able to appease the public. However, Yi Qinghan used his power to suppress us and tied us up in public. The impact of this is even worse. Not only did he discredit the first branch, but he also showed the Yi family's internal strife to the world. He seriously damaged the reputation of the Yi family. If we don't get rid of such an immoral and incompetent young clan leader, how can we convince the public? Yi Qinghuang's words were filled with righteousness and righteousness. It was as if the Yi family did not punish the two of them. The entire first branch would not be convinced, and the whole continent would see the Yi family as a joke. They would mention Yi Qinghan's moral character, and swore to pull Yi Qinghan off his high horse. Otherwise, they would not let it go. Young clan leader, do you have anything to say? Before the elders could say anything, Tianqing sighed again. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and asked solemnly, I don't have anything to say. Yi Qinghan also sighed. He looked at Yi Qinghuang with some disappointment. He did not explain anything. Instead, he asked with great interest, I am very curious. Who allowed this idiot to return to the Yi family castle? Chapter 333. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, everyone present had a complicated expression on their faces. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghuang was an idiot, but there was no need for the young clan leader to say it out loud, right? It was obvious that Yi Qinghuang had been exposed to the sea breeze in the small city by the sea for a few years. Although he seemed to have matured a lot, his mentality had not improved at all. His stupidity was in his arrogance. Did he think that he could continue to be as arrogant as before after returning to the Yi family castle after his great increase in strength? Did he think that Yi Qinghan was still the seventh son of the Yi family from back then? Did he want to make a move without even knowing the strength of the enemy? What was he if not an idiot? Putting aside the fact that Yi Qinggu was the granddaughter of Yi Qingniu, many elders had secretly learned that Yi Qingyu would become a god in a few years' time. This news carried a lot of weight. So what if Yi Jian had broken through to the Saint Realm and left the back mountain? One Yi Qingyu alone was worth 10 Yi Jians. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had been bestowed the status of young clan leader by the elder ancestor, and it would never change. How dare you come here to make a fuss without even knowing this? The clan had secretly warned Yi Qinghuang not to provoke Yi Qinghan. Who would have thought that he would be so arrogant and start a fight within a few days of returning? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Cough, cough. Young clan leader, please watch your words. The unity of the clan is the most important. Tianqing looked a little helpless. He coughed lightly and gave Yi Qinghan a look, meaning to give him some face and not make things too difficult for him. After all, this was the clan's torture chamber. If they caused a ruckus here, the torture chamber would lose its prestige, and it would be difficult to manage the younger generation of the clan in the future. Yes, Qinghan was wrong. It was just a moment of inspiration. Please don't take it to heart. I'm ashamed. Tianqing had always treated Yi Qinghan quite well. Back then, he had even spoken up for him in the infatuation garden. Of course, Yi Qinghan had to give him face. He was very straightforward and directly admitted his mistake. Did everyone see that? Yi Qinghan actually insulted me in front of everyone in the disciplinary court. With such conduct and talent, how could he be a role model for the younger generation of the family? How would he lead the Yi family in the future? Yi Qinghuang boldly begged to convene an elder council to revoke Yi Qinghan's young clan patriarch status. Otherwise, I'll be the first to be dissatisfied. Yi Qinghuang saw Tianqing reprimanding Yi Qinghan, and he admitted his mistake in front of everyone. So he quickly cupped his hands and said indignantly. From the looks of it, he was prepared to use this matter to pull Yi Qinghan down from the position of young clan patriarch. In the small city, someone had planted a soul seed in him. With the help of that person, his strength had been forcefully raised. Moreover, he had used all the hidden forces of the first branch to return to the Yi family castle with great difficulty. This time, of course, he wanted to use all methods to take revenge. Therefore, he wanted to use today's matter to first pull Yi Qinghan down, collect some interest, and then slowly kill him. Yi Qinghuang's emotional accusation caused many people's faces to be filled with black lines, and the word idiot could be seen on their foreheads. However, this matter was not something that could be said openly. The elders of the first branch couldn't help but want to stop Yi Qinghuang's speech several times. However, they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would find out. He could only frown deeply. How could it be worse than the word worry? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt that life was as lonely as snow. He had originally thought that Yi Qinghuang would be a strong opponent. Now it seemed that the forces behind him had helped him. He had overestimated him. Such an idiot had become his opponent. He felt a faint sense of sadness. At this moment he thought of a famous saying from his previous life. He no longer paid attention to Yi Qinghuang, who was getting more and more excited. He looked through the door and softly murmured, no matter how awesome Chopin is, he can't play out my sadness. Idiot. Before Yi Qinghan could finish lamenting, a deep roar sounded outside the torture chamber. The two words that everyone had wanted to curse out were said unscrupulously by the person outside. For a moment, everyone was shocked. When Yi Qinghuang heard these two words, his expression became incomparably angry. Then he was stunned for a moment before he became ecstatic. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Father!" The elders rose from their seats and looked at the door of the torture chamber with complicated expressions. Although they had not heard this voice for a few years, it was still fresh in their memories. This voice was Yi Jian's voice. Of course, they were shocked that Yi Jian could appear here today. This was very significant. This meant that he had walked out of the condemnation cliff. This meant that he had successfully broken through to the Sage Realm. This meant that the Yi family had one more Sage Realm powerhouse. Greetings, elders. Greetings, young clan leader. Yi Jian greets everyone. A tall middle-aged man walked in from the door. His expression was calm, and his steps were steady. He had the temperament of an expert. 6 years of imprisonment did not change Yi Jian's appearance much. It was just that his face was a little pale. It was probably because he had not been able to see the sun for many years at the condemnation cliff. Big brother. You finally succeeded? Congratulations, big brother. You have finally taken this step. Pass down my order, prepare a celebratory feast. The first person to speak was the silent Yi Chong. He had seen Yi Jian some time ago and knew that he was only one step away from the Sage Realm. He did not expect him to achieve it so quickly. Congratulations, congratulations. The family has gained another Sage Realm powerhouse. We do need to celebrate. Yi Jian, I guess it won't be long before you become the third supreme elder of the Yi family. Tianqing also smiled. No matter what mistakes Yi Jian had made, it was the Yi family's blessing that he could enter the sage realm. Great news, great news. For a moment, all the elders left their seats and congratulated Yi Jian. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes when he saw Yi Jian. He was secretly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. When he saw Yi Jian come in, he did not say anything. Instead, he politely addressed him as young master. Although Yi Jian was his enemy, it was still a great thing for the Yi family that he had broken through to the sage realm. Therefore, he sincerely cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, first uncle, on breaking through to the sage realm. Hee, you are too polite. I just broke through by luck. If you work hard, this day will come sooner or later. Third brother, you have to work harder and take the last step. Celebratory feast. I think we should skip it. I am focusing on Dao now. Everything else is just dust." Yi Jian was praised and flattered by everyone, but his expression did not change at all. He still looked calm and gentle, like a master who had achieved Dao. Father, you have to help me. Yi Qinghan Yi Qingquang was like a king. Yi Jian had returned with great power. His expression immediately became extremely excited. After Yi Jian and the other elders finished exchanging greetings, he hurriedly interjected. He wanted to use the momentum of Yi Jian's return to settle this matter completely. Slap! The response was a loud slap. Yi Jian's expression did not change. He directly sealed Yi Qingquang's mouth with a slap. Then he gently retracted his hand and turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Young master, Qingquang has been spoiled by me. Don't mind him. Yi Quan, why don't you take this idiot back? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Chapter 334. Yi Jian's resounding slap stunned everyone. Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian were also stunned. Only when Yi Quan pulled Yi Qingquang and Xiao Yan out of the punishment hall did everyone wake up. Their expressions were complicated as they quietly pondered. What was Yi Jian doing? First uncle, there is no need to be like this. Qinghan is also at fault in this matter. Yi Qinghan smiled as he spoke. However, his eyes once again narrowed. He felt a trace of danger. It seemed that Yi Jian's strength had not only improved greatly during these few years at the Sin Cliff, but he had also broken through the Saint Realm and become a top expert on the continent. Moreover, his mind had become even more ruthless. It had become extremely dangerous. A hypocrite was often more difficult to deal with than a real villain. Yi Jian's strength had improved greatly, and he should have been in high spirits. However, he was as calm as water. It was likely that he was aware of the dispute between him and Yi Qingquang today. However, he did not take advantage of the situation to fly into a rage. Instead, he acted as though he was admitting defeat to Yi Qinghan and indirectly lowering his head. Yi Qinghan did not believe that Yi Jian would truly forget the hatred between the two of them and focus on the Tao. Therefore, he instinctively felt that Yi Jian was extremely dangerous today. Yi Jian naturally understood the entire situation. Last night, he had successfully broken through the final step and entered the Saint Realm. In the morning, he went to the back of the mountain to apologize. Yi Tianlong was very pleased and encouraged him to come back and rest first. He would reward him later. He returned to the courtyard of the West Garden that he had not seen for 6 years and met his 9 concubines. After 6 years of hunger and thirst, he had wanted to engage in group battles and drink morning tea together. Unexpectedly, he once again received a message from his subordinates. Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian went to the punishment hall to beat the drum and complain about their grievances. He did not come directly. Instead, he got someone to inquire about the entire matter before hurrying over. Although he was puzzled by the sudden increase in Yi Qingquang's strength, he was very pleased. However, when he heard Yi Qingquang's angry screams from afar in the torture chamber, he was extremely disappointed. They were all disciples who had fought hard, so why was the gap between them so big? Could it be that Yi Dao's gun could turn? After slapping his 2 idiotic sons in the face, Yi Jian smiled as he sized up the young man in front of him, who was so fierce that even he was jealous of him. The position of young clan head, which he had struggled for his entire life to no avail, was easily taken by this youth who had been regarded as trash by the clan back then. And it would never change? Young clan leader, why don't you give me some face today? I will go back and teach your two useless brothers a lesson, Yi Jian said gently. His face was filled with a kind smile, just like an amiable elder. His words were very artistic. Not only did he give Yi Qinghan a lot of face, but he also mentioned Yi Qinghan as his elder brother. He was implying that they were a family, so there was no need to be so extreme. As soon as Yi Jian opened his mouth, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan. After all, if Yi Qinghan wanted to make a scene, he could make a scene at the back of the mountain. Then Yi Qinghuang might have to go to the border town to enjoy the sea breeze again. Uncle, you must be joking. It's not a big deal. I was just fooling around with my two elder brothers. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed even more, and his face was full of smiles. He looked like a harmless and amiable youth. Well, that's good. Everyone, if you have time, come to my garden for a drink. I'll go back first. Yi Jian nodded his head in satisfaction. He nodded at the crowd and prepared to leave. Wait. At this time, Yi Qinghan spoke again, and the relaxed atmosphere became tense again. Young clan leader, do you have any other instructions? Yi Jian stopped and asked respectfully without any change in his expression. He knew the rules very well. Although he had reached the sage realm, as long as he was not given the position of Grand Elder, Yi Qinghan's position would always be higher than his. Cough. Cough. At this time, Yi Chang and Tianqing pretended to cough at the same time. Both of them gave Yi Qinghan a look. Their meaning was obvious. Since things had reached this stage, it was already very satisfactory. Little ancestor, can you stop fooling around? Well, there's one more thing. I want to ask for Uncle's opinion. Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not see the look in their eyes. He smiled and pointed at Yi Wubian beside him. He said, I want to ask the Elder Hall to hold a meeting to cancel the marriage between Yi Wubian and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's character is not very good. It's a pity that Wubian married him. Moreover, Xiao Yan is your nephew after all. I want to say hello to you. I don't mean to target you, but... Yes. Yi Jian nodded and waved his hand to stop Yi Qinghan's explanation. Instead, he said in a serious manner, young clan leader need not explain. I understand. There's no need to hold a meeting at the Elder Hall. This marriage is over. I will go and say hello to the Xiao clan. It's a small matter. If there's such a matter in the future, there's no need to make a fuss at the Elder Hall. You can just tell me. We are all family. There's nothing that can't be explained, right? Thank you first, uncle, for your help. Wubian, are you not going to thank me? Yi Qinghan laughed. The meaning in his eyes became even denser as he turned his head and spoke to Yi Wubian. Yi Wubian was still standing there in a daze. He didn't dare to believe that the marriage that he had been vexed over for a few years was cancelled just because of a few words from Yi Qinghan and Yi Jian. Yi Wushuang, who was beside him, woke up quickly. He hurriedly pulled Yi Wubian to kneel down and kowtow. Thank you, Elder Yi Jian, for your help. Wushuang and I will be forever grateful to you. Thank you, young clan leader. Yes, I won't say anything else. Yi Jian smiled warmly. He turned around and left. His footwork was still firm and powerful. His back view was very tall. The matter was over. The lawsuit, which was supposed to be a spectacular one, was easily resolved with a slap and a few words from Yi Jian after he appeared. There was no more drama to watch. All the elders left. Yi Qinghan didn't stay. After some polite greetings, he left with Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. After returning to the Cold Heart Pavilion, Yi Qinghan asked Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu to rest. After all, the two of them were very tired. He sat alone in the hall and looked at the rows of scenic trees outside the door in silence. Today's matter made him understand some things. However, it also gave rise to more doubts. It made him understand some hidden dangers. However, he discovered that even more dangers were quietly approaching. Young clan leader. At this moment, Cui Hua walked in with a few people. It was Yi Tianqing and Yi Wushuang. It wasn't that Yi Tianqing didn't want to cancel the marriage. It was that he didn't have the ability to do so. Today, Yi Qinghan had helped them greatly. It wasn't appropriate to say it in person just now. Now he had to pay a visit to thank him. Young clan leader, you have to be careful of Yi Jian. He's very dangerous. They expressed their gratitude, politeness, and small talk. Yi Tianxing left a message and left with his people. Yi Qinghan sent them off. Then he looked at the scenic trees outside the door and pondered. There was no need for Yi Tianxing to remind him. He knew that Yi Jian was very dangerous now. Very dangerous. Yi Jian was more dangerous than any enemy he had met before. Chapter 335. Yi Jian returned to his courtyard and declined Auntie Jiu's invitation to have tea with him. Instead, he went straight to the study. Yi Quan stood respectfully in the study, while Yi Qingquang and Yi Qingxian knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. They didn't say anything. It was obvious that they had been reminded by Yi Quan and had thought through some things. They were waiting for Yi Jian to reprimand them. Yi Jian didn't say anything. He sat down and waved his hand at Yi Quan, indicating for him to leave. After Nightwing left, he slowly picked up a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Understood. After a long while, Yi Jian put down the teacup and said indifferently. Yi Qingquang saw that Yi Jian had finally spoken. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said together with Yi Qingxian, I understand. I was foolish. It's good that you understand. Yi Jian smiled warmly and fixed his gaze on Yi Qingxian. Qingxian, go straight to the training room. You can come out when you reach the Duke realm. Yi Jian's smile was very gentle, and his tone was very calm. However, Yi Qingxian's face instantly turned purple. He had hoped that with his father's powerful return, he could once again become the rightful second young master, and wander around the 13th Street all day long. He didn't expect to be directly confined. The Duke realm. He was only a first-level marshal. This was forcing him to his death. With his cultivation speed, he probably wouldn't be able to come out in less than 10 years. 10 years. Could it be that he had to rely on masturbation to solve his physiological problems for 10 years? Father, Lord Father, can I cultivate outside? I promised to work hard. Yi Qingxian's face turned ashen when he thought about how he would have to masturbate every day for 10 years. After a long period of silence, he finally mustered up the courage to speak. You have two choices. Either you do as I said just now, or you do as I said. Why don't you pack your things now and go straight to a small city by the border? You can stay there for the rest of your life and never return to the Yi clan castle. You can choose between the two options. Yi Jian picked up his teacup and continued to speak without even looking at Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian was dumbfounded. This second condition was even more ruthless than the first. He had heard from Yi Qingquang that he was staying with a prostitute in a small border town. There were only about 10 of them, and they were all middle-aged women. If they were late, they would be out of stock. For a prodigal son like him who couldn't sleep without a beautiful woman, this was more terrifying than killing him. Therefore, he decisively chose the first option. Wasn't it just masturbating for 10 years? Could it be that he could break it? Buzz. As soon as Yi Qingxian left, Yi Jian immediately activated his Saint Realm and enveloped the entire room. At the same time, he examined with rapt attention and his expression turned serious. He asked coldly, Tell me, what happened to your body? Yi Qingquang's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. The explanation he gave to his family was that when his dantian was pierced by Yi Qinghan, Yi Jian spent a huge price to buy a large number of elixirs for him to protect his meridians. Then he coincidentally obtained a fire scale fruit, and the injuries in his meridians were completely healed. He had been training hard for the past few years to achieve such results. But he knew that many people in the family would doubt his words, not to mention fooling Yi Jian. Of course, he didn't intend to hide it from Yi Jian. Yi Qingquang kowtowed heavily on the ground and said with a trembling voice, Father, it's a soul seed. Someone planted a soul seed in my body, and then used a strange elixir to forcefully increase my strength. Pa! Idiot! Idiot! Stupid pig! Yi Jian could no longer maintain the gentle smile he had been maintaining. He slapped Yi Qingquang and sent him flying. He cursed 3 times and his face was as black as charcoal. God-slaying guard, you bastard! How dare you plant such a thing on my son? I'm not done with you. Yi Qingquang, did your brain turn into a pig's? Is this thing acceptable? You stupid pig! Why didn't I shoot you to the wall back then? The more Yi Jian spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he cursed and paced back and forth in the study. As if he wasn't appeased, he raised his leg and stomped on Yi Qingquang a few times. Father, please calm down. I was just eager for revenge. You don't know how much pain I've been in these few years. There were a few times when I wanted to just die. Yi Qingguang could only hold his head as Yi Jian kicked him. He didn't dare to dodge and spoke with a sobbing tone. Then why don't you just die? Do you want me to fulfill your wish now? Yi Jian was even angrier when he heard that. He kicked him a few times at lightning speed and scolded. You've been in pain? I've been in more pain than you. If you hadn't done that stupid thing to Yi Qinghan back then, would I have stayed at the condemnation cliff for 6 years? After scolding for a while, Yi Jian felt that scolding like this was beneath his dignity as a father. He stopped and grabbed Yi Qingguang with one hand. He released a trace of battle qi and started to check Yi Qingguang's body. After a while he heaved a sigh of relief and said with a gloomy face, God-slaying guard, at least you didn't go too far. If you used the soul elixir, Yi Qinghan, you wouldn't be able to live past 30. God-slaying guard? Isn't it Brother Chun? Yi Qingguang murmured in pain but didn't dare to ask. Instead, he searched his body and took out an envelope. He handed it to Yi Jian and said, the person who planted the soul seed in me said to give this to you. Yi Jian hesitated for a moment before he took the envelope and tore it open. He picked up the letter inside and read it carefully. However, the more he read, the darker his face became. In the end he grabbed the letter and smashed it on the study table. The huge energy turned the letter and the study table into dust. Wood shavings flew in the air, and the study room was shrouded by an extremely oppressive aura. In the future, you better stay here obediently. Don't provoke anyone in the family. If there's a next time, I'll kill you personally. Don't ever doubt my words. I'll do what I say. Get out. After a moment of silence, Yi Jian waved his hand weakly and got Yi Qingguang to leave. Then he faced the window alone with a complicated expression. He didn't move and stood there silently for a long time. Yi Jian was silent for a long time, but Yi Qinghan was silent for a while. Then he stood up, and his expression became cheerful. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why Yi Qingguang was able to break through his constitution and increase his strength. He also couldn't figure out what kind of schemes Yi Jian would use against him and the people he wanted to protect in the future. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. He decided to use a domineering attitude to welcome the upcoming open spears and hidden attacks. He decided to use absolute strength to break through all the schemes. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was just fleeting clouds. He went upstairs and explained a few things to Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. After that, his figure flashed and he entered the Chilling Heart Pavilion. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted to increase his strength. He wanted to let all the conspiracies go to hell. He had already refined the spirit skin. The profound mystery of spatial lock was waiting for him to understand. As long as he understood the profound mystery of spatial lock and refined the pure energy from the spirit skin in his meridians, he would be able to reach the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm. His strength at the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm would be comparable to the 1st level of the Saint Realm after merging with his battle beast. At that time, if Yi Jian wanted to play with him, he would be able to play with him without any fear. Chapter 336. After entering the carefree pavilion and exchanging a few words with Elder Lu, Yi Qinghan entered the training room and began his cultivation. Refining the spirit skin had given him a new type of knowledge regarding the profound mysteries of space. It was just that this knowledge had been completely copied. It was as if he had obtained a book that explained the profound mysteries of space in detail, but he had yet to read or understand it. What he needed to do now was to finish reading the book and understand its meaning. Then he would use the knowledge in the book to fight or assist him in battle. He sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. He immersed his mind into the profound mysteries of space in his mind and began to carefully comprehend it. Space is everywhere. Space is the most basic substance in this world. Once I comprehend the laws of space, where in the world can I not go? Anywhere. Space is made up of invisible substances, and every substance has its own soul and other forms of life. When you sincerely communicate with it, get close to it, understand it, and comprehend it, then it will get close to you, accept you, and be used by you. When these substances completely accept you, You can use them to change the order of substances in a space. Then, the trajectory of space in this space will be changed, and the substances used in the space will be frozen. This will then form the profound mysteries of space. Yi Qinghan had completely grasped the general theory of the profound mysteries of space after meditating for more than 10 days. But understanding the theory didn't mean that he had completely comprehended it. It was like understanding the structure of a car didn't mean that you could build one. In between, there was a process of trial and error. After meditating for another 2 days, Yi Qinghan went out of the carefree pavilion to check out the situation outside. He accompanied Yi Qingyu for an afternoon, and then brought Yi Qinggu back into the carefree pavilion. He and Yi Qinggu entered the training room. He had brought Yi Qinggu to the carefree pavilion a few times and cultivated for a period of time. The results were very obvious. After all, the vital energy here was the divine spirit energy of the God world. It was a grade higher than the heaven and earth vital energy of the flame dragon continent. Naturally, the cultivation speed here would be faster. Now that Yi Qinggu had reached the 3rd level of the Marquis realm, Yi Qinghan was prepared to let her cultivate until she went to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Anyone with his scent could enter the carefree pavilion. Yi Qinggu had intercourse with him countless times, so there was no problem. On the other hand, Yi Qingyu had not consummated their marriage, so she could not enter. Of course, Yi Qingyu had divine crystals in her body, so she could cultivate very quickly outside. There was no need for her to come in and cultivate. Phew, the smell here is so good. I feel so comfortable all over. Yi Qinggu came to the training room again. She was very excited. The atmosphere here made her feel like her body was soaking in a hot spring. It was very enjoyable. Ihi, work hard on your cultivation, little girl. Not everyone can come to this place. The cultivation speed here is 10 times faster than outside. Yi Qinghan watched Yi Qinggu stretch, revealing the graceful curves of her body. He could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This girl was becoming more and more alluring after being nourished by him. 10 times? No wonder my cultivation speed is so fast. That's right, little Han. Last time, you only told me that this was a secret treasure you obtained. You did not tell me in detail. This is a cave abode? Or a secret space? Is this place so big? Yi Qinggu became interested when she heard this. She had come to the carefree pavilion a few times, and she had always been in this training room. Every time she asked Yi Qinghan, he would only give a vague explanation. Now that Yi Qinghan had taken the initiative to talk about it, she naturally wanted to know more. Yi Qinghan's nose twitched in embarrassment. Because of Elder Lu's existence, he did not explain too much to Yi Qinggu. However, since Yi Qinggu had formally asked about it, and he had also told Yi Qingyu about Elder Lu's existence, it did not matter much if he told Yi Qinggu now. After thinking for a while, he cautiously said, "Don't tell anyone else about what I told you. Yes, don't even tell your grandfather for the time being. If it gets out, there will be a big mess." Yes. Yi Qinggu saw that Yi Qinghan was being so cautious and that this place was so magical. She was certainly not a fool and understood the principle that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Actually, we are now in my carefree ring. This is the carefree pavilion, the small divine pavilion at the top of the God-slaying mountain. That day, when I was at the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qinghan began to explain in detail to Yi Qinggu. He explained everything in detail. Wow! After listening for a long time, Yi Qinggu finally understood that they were now in Yi Qinghan's carefree ring. This ring was not a space ring, but a space divine tool. After pondering for a while, she suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, "Damn, little Han, you actually hid it from me for so long. Why didn't you bring me around the carefree pavilion? Wow! This is the legendary Immortal Palace." Yi Qinghan was about to explain, but he was pulled up by Yi Qinggu and walked towards the main door. He hurriedly laughed bitterly, pressed the mechanism of the main door, and began to wander around with Yi Qinggu. The carefree pavilion had a main hall, 2 side halls, 12 rooms, 3 training rooms, 1 utility room, a front yard and a backyard. Wow! It's so beautiful. I can't imagine that I've become the mistress of this immortal palace. I don't care anymore, little Han. From now on, I'll stay here for half a month. This place is too beautiful, too beautiful. Yi Qinggu exclaimed from time to time as she looked around. She revealed an intoxicated expression when she saw all kinds of beautiful decorations and patterns around her. Hee, of course you can. Xiao Wu, you've always been a goddess in my heart. A goddess naturally has to live in the immortal palace. Choose a room, and this room will belong to you in the future. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, his face full of smiles. He was very proud to be able to make his woman so happy. Okay. I want this room. Yi Qinggu chose a room. This room was a bedroom, and there was a jade bed that emitted a gentle light. There were all kinds of precious decorations inside, and it was too beautiful to behold. After walking around the room, Yi Qinggu suddenly saw two tightly closed doors in front of her. She asked curiously, "What are these 3 rooms for? Why are the doors closed? Can I go in and take a look?" This is Elder Lu's resting room that I told you about. Elder Lu is cultivating in seclusion, and I'll bring you to see him in the future. This is the room where I store my treasures, and all my treasures are in this small room. You can go in this room. Come, I'll show you my treasures. Yi Qinghan explained to Yi Qinggu, but he didn't say much about the 3rd room. That room was occupied by a coquettish and charming lady boss. He wasn't ready to tell them about the existence of Dark Moon yet, so he changed the topic and brought Yi Qinggu to tour around his treasure trove. They walked into the small room. There were countless small tables inside, and all kinds of different items were placed on the small tables. At the very front was a dazzling sword, followed by a long black saber. There were many other items behind them, and they were all the treasures that Yi Qinghan had collected. This room was equivalent to a spatial ring. If Yi Qinghan needed something, he only needed to sweep his thoughts into the room, and he could take it from there. Isn't this the sage arm guard that you obtained in the Divine City? Why didn't I see you using this thing? Oh right, have you asked Elder Lu? Is this thing a treasure or not? Yi Qinggu suddenly saw a familiar item. This was the Vulcan arm guard that Yi Qinghan had spent 10,000 points to exchange for after the mansion battle. Chapter 337. This is a treasure. But Elder Lu doesn't know why it's so precious. Yi Qinghan touched his nose, and took the Vulcan bracer from Yi Qingwu's hands. 10,000 points was a waste. Even Elder Lu, who was very knowledgeable in the divine world, didn't know the function of the Vulcan bracer. It must not be of much use. However, no matter what, Little Black felt that this was a good thing. Perhaps it would be useful in the future, so it was not certain. Without thinking too much, Yi Qinghan decided to wait for Little Black to finish digesting the black kirin fruit before asking it properly. Xiao He had swallowed a black kirin fruit that Lord Devour had given him after he returned from the Dark Castle. He was now slowly refining it. Yi Qinghan didn't disturb him unless it was time for a battle. After a battle, he would let him enter the beast space to continue cultivating. After a while, the two left the treasure pavilion. They wandered around for a while, and went to the training room to cultivate. Spatial matter control, spatial lock. Yi Qinghan began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. He wasn't in a hurry to comprehend the fluctuations of space. It wouldn't be too late to comprehend it after he had finished comprehending it. During this period, Yi Qinghan also tried to look at the sandy beach in the rainy rain. However, just like before, he almost fainted after looking at it. He didn't dare to think too much and focused on comprehending it. While Yi Qinghan was cultivating in the carefree pavilion, the Yi family castle was peaceful. Yi Jian's strong return didn't bring any turmoil to the Yi family. Yi Tianlong was also surprised that he didn't give Yi Jian the position of Grand Elder. The Fire Dragon continent wasn't as crazy as before. They had almost found all the godly swords. As for Tu Qianjuan's death, the Divine City kept it a secret. It didn't cause much of a commotion during the secret investigation. The only thing that could be mentioned was that during this period of time, the Elder Hall of the Yi family had started to get busy. They were making preparations for Yi Qinghan's marriage proposal to the Yu family. After all, marrying the Yu clan's holy maiden was a big deal. And the Yu clan was no longer the same as before. Yu Shishui had become a god, and the Yu clan's status had risen dramatically. Yu Qingqing was a disciple that Yu Shishui valued greatly, and her status was much higher than that of the other holy maidens. After a few rounds of Elder Hall meetings, countless orders were issued. The entire Yi family began to operate at high speed. The entire South House of Aries also began to get busy. For more than a month, Yi Qinghan didn't step out of the carefree pavilion, so he didn't have to worry about anything else. Cultivation was his top priority. Haha, I see. On this day, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed for a few days. He looked up to the sky and laughed for a long time, waking up Yi Qinggu, who was meditating in silence. What a wanton laugh. Little Han, you've successfully comprehended it? Yi Qinggu was startled for a moment, but then she stood up in pleasant surprise and walked towards Yi Qinghan. She was very excited to see her man continue to grow stronger and stronger. Hee, I've already mastered the profound mystery of spatial lock. Let me show you how powerful it is. Yi Qinghan's face was filled with excitement. He smiled wickedly as he watched Yi Qinggu walk over. Suddenly, a wisp of battle chi spread out from his body. It was like a formless shock wave, causing the space around him to tremble. Then he waved one hand, and the space in front of Yi Qinggu suddenly fluctuated slightly. Yi Qinggu, who was running, suddenly seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. Her leg that was raised in the air continued to be raised, and even the smile on her face froze. She stood there like a statue of a real person. However, this state only lasted for a short second. The space around Yi Qinggu rippled again, and returned to its original state. Yi Qinggu relied on the inertia to run forward. Yi Qinggu's footsteps were disorderly, and she almost fell. After staring blankly for a moment, her small mouth immediately curled up high, and she became angry. She flew over to Yi Qinghan and beat him, saying in a tender and angry voice, "Damn, little Han, you actually used me as an experiment. However, this profound mystery is really awesome. Just now, I felt that my body couldn't move at all, only my brain could still think. So strange. Of course this mystery is awesome. The space rule is a supreme rule, and your strength is low, so of course you can completely lock onto me. However, I haven't completely mastered it yet. Otherwise it wouldn't be a problem to lock onto you for a day or half a day." Yi Qinghan sighed regretfully. He had mastered this profound mystery of spatial lock, but to completely master it would still take some time. So terrifying. Yi Qinggu patted her chest and exclaimed. Being locked onto meant that she was a live target. She would be beaten for nothing. Then, she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Then wouldn't you be able to become a third-level emperor if you cultivated your battle aura? Wow. A 21-year-old third-level emperor. I'm afraid you're going to break the record again. No. I don't cultivate battle aura. I don't want to break through to third-level emperor in a short period of time. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said something that shocked Yi Qinggu. Why? Isn't it good to be strong? Yi Qinggu didn't understand and asked in surprise. It's not that it's not good to be strong. A complicated look appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes as he slowly explained. Think about it. If I broke through to the third stage of the martial emperor realm, once the news spreads, the entire continent will suspect that I obtained the treasure of the Tanuki beast. If I didn't obtain the treasure of the Tanuki beast, how could my strength increase so quickly? The people of the Divine City will definitely suspect that I killed Tu Qianjun. After all, I obtained the treasure from the civet beast's mouth, so I definitely have the strength to kill Tu Qianjun. Moreover, I have an irreconcilable grudge with Tu Qianjun, so I will become the #1 suspect. Then my life and the Yi family's life will be very difficult in the future. Oh, I see. Yi Qinggu nodded. She thought that Yi Qinghan was very thoughtful. He had comprehended the profound mystery of spatial law, and he had the carefree pavilion and the energy from the spirit skin. He could cultivate his battle aura anytime in a short period of time. Now was the time to hide his strength. I plan to cultivate my battle aura after comprehending the profound mystery of spatial wave. By then, I will be a Saint-tier elite. Combined with my body fusion battle technique, spatial lock, and spatial wave, I won't be afraid of the massacre god guards. So what if the people of the continent know that I killed Tu Qianjun? As for the Divine Master too, with his status, he probably won't attack a junior like me, right? Yi Qinghan began to formulate the next step of his cultivation plan. For the sake of Dark Moon, He had already made up his mind to cultivate diligently. When he was strong enough, he would go to the Divine City and have a peak battle with the Divine Master to remove Dark Moon's soul seed. Now that he wasn't strong enough, he could only keep a low profile and advance step by step. Little Han, congratulations on successfully comprehending the profound mystery. He continued to work hard. Someone is looking for you outside. Just as Yi Qinghan was pondering, Elder Lu's voice sounded in his mind. Yi Qinghan told Yi Qingyu to go to his room and call him if she needed anything. He asked Elder Lu to release a sliver of his divine sense outside. If someone probed or Yi Qingyu came in, he would be alerted to go out. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan turned to look at Yi Qinggu and said, "Well, Yi Qinggu, I'm going out for a while. Do you want to continue cultivating, or do you want to go out with me?" "Go ahead. I'll continue cultivating and try to break through to the Emperor tier as soon as possible." Yi Qinggu smiled gently and sat cross-legged. She had decided to cultivate diligently. After all, Yi Qingyu was getting stronger and stronger. She would become a god in a few years' time. Moreover, Yu Qingqing's cultivation method was very strange. She didn't want to be left behind by the two of them. This was obviously her jealousy. After giving Yi Qinggu a few words of encouragement, Yi Qinghan dashed out of the carefree pavilion and saw Yi Qingyu looking around in his room. When Yi Qingyu saw him suddenly appearing in the room, she was shocked. She exclaimed, "Brother, you know how to teleport? Have you become a god?" "Silly girl. Do you think that becoming a god is really about comprehending the heavenly Tao? I'll explain it to you in the future. What's the matter?" Yi Qinghan was annoyed and amused at the same time. He caressed Yi Qingyu's head and kissed her forehead intimately. "Brother, you have so many secrets. You've cultivated too much. Today is the day you're going to the Yu clan to propose marriage. Everyone in the clan is waiting for you outside. Hurry up and get ready to go." Yi Qingyu giggled, twisted her body and said shyly, Cultivation is really timeless. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. I'm going to take a bath. Wait for me. Let's go to the tranquil lake island and see that poisonous peach blossom." Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with a longing light. That peach blossom had disappeared in March. He missed it very much. Chapter 338. East of Ecstasy City, on Tranquil Lake Island. Yu Qingqing was calmly playing the zither by the lakeside. Facing the beautiful and tranquil lake, her pure face inadvertently revealed an intoxicating smile. Today, she was not wearing her usual peach-colored dress. Instead, she was wearing a white one. However, she still had a tacky peach blossom on her head, which made her look even more beautiful. At this time, she did not play the Breaking the Formation song, but a gentle and beautiful song. The melodious sound of the zither sounded faintly by the lake, gliding across the quiet lake, spreading far away, and then bouncing back, bringing with it a lingering sound. After the song was over, Yu Qingqing stood there quietly. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her snow-white dress to dance. Her beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. This smile could topple cities and countries. Clap, clap, clap. What a beautiful song. Girl, you're thinking of your lover. 3 claps came from behind her, followed by a teasing laugh. Oh, I'm not coming anymore. Clan leader, you're teasing Qingqing. Yu Qingqing was startled. She turned around and discovered that Yu Shishui was looking at her with a teasing smile on her face. She immediately blushed and became embarrassed. Which young man is not in love? Which young girl is not in love? What's there to be embarrassed about? Since the heavens had created men and women, it was to let them find their other halves, hold their hands, grow old together, and live together in this noisy world. Qingqing, Yi Qinghan is not bad. Cherish him. Yes, clan leader's words are very reasonable. Qingqing was fortunate enough to find her true love. I will definitely do my best to protect this relationship. Yu Qingqing nodded lightly, her eyes filled with determination. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked Yu Shishui, "Clan leader, have you ever loved someone before?" "Someone I've loved before?" Yu Shishui felt a bit disappointed when she was suddenly asked this question. The stubborn face of a black-robed elder floated into her mind. She said somewhat sorrowfully, "I did in the past, but I couldn't let go of the position of clan leader." He was also the clan leader's successor back then. So in the end, we had no choice but to part ways. Then you can redeem yourself now. Now that you have become a god, you can let go of many things. Of course, you can pursue your love and happiness. When she saw Yu Shishui's despondent expression, Yu Qingqing also felt sad. Yu Shishui had ruined her entire life of happiness and suffering for the sake of the Yu clan. It's different now. He's already the patriarch and has countless grandchildren. There are some things that you won't be able to have again once you miss them. Yu Shishui shook her head, her expression somewhat desolate. Patriarch, I still think that you have to fight for your own happiness. If you don't fight for it, you will regret it. Instead of spending the rest of my life in regret and sadness, I might as well. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but feel her heart ache as she gazed at Yu Shishui's beautiful face. She began to persuade Yu Shishui. I hope she will be brave enough to pursue her happiness. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a strange song from afar. She looked towards the quiet lake angrily, but when she looked, her face turned red. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato, so red that it even outshone the peach blossoms on her head. Hey, little sister over there. Listen to me today. I'm here to ask for your hand in marriage. The birds in the sky have formed a pair. I'm going to take little sister home. Countless small boats quickly rowed across the quiet lake. A delicate and handsome youth stood in front of the boat at the very front. He was dressed in a bright red robe, with a red crown on his head and red leather boots on his feet. There was even a large red flower pinned to his chest. At this moment, he was holding a large bouquet of red roses in his hands. He was singing a strange love song as he waved the roses in his hands and gazed in the direction of the lake. If this wasn't Yi Qinghan, who else could it be? Hee. The Yi clan's marriage proposal is quite unique. Qingqing, why don't you go dress up and welcome your little lover? Yu Shishui giggled as her entire body swayed. It took her some effort to suppress her laughter before she began to tease Yu Qingqing again. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan, who was dressed strangely and singing a strange love song, and giggled. Pfft. I'm not coming anymore, clan leader. I'm going back. How embarrassing. When she heard Yu Shishui's teasing, her face became even redder. She stamped her feet, lifted her dress, and ran away happily. Why did she run away? Was my love song too forceful? Did I scare little sister away? When Yi Qinghan saw that Yu Qingqing had actually turned around and ran away as soon as she saw him, he couldn't help but stop waving his hands. His body squirmed a little as he fiddled with his clothes. These clothes made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and it took him a while to get used to them. He turned around and said to Yi Chang and Tianqing behind him, You little brat, don't you know any other love songs? I'm getting goosebumps from your singing. It would be strange if your little wife didn't run away. Yi Chang, who was behind him, also felt a wave of discomfort as he glared at Yi Qinghan. Ahem. Young clan leader's love song has a special charm to it. Tianqing's face was also filled with black lines, and his face was slightly red as he spoke. Damn, it's all your fault. You forced me to dress like this, and I even had to sing a love song. This is the only song I know when it comes to marriage proposals. Do whatever you want. Yi Qinghan's face was also filled with black lines. When he had arrived at Enchanting City this morning, the Yi family's master of ceremonies had made him wear a large red robe, and had even explained many rules to him. He said that this was the Fire Dragon continent's marriage proposal etiquette, and that he absolutely could not be disrespectful. Tianqing and Yi Chang, as the vice elders of the Yi family's Hall of Battle and Hall of Torture, were naturally duty-bound to become the Yi family's representatives this time. They had brought countless treasures to the Yu family to ask for the saint's hand in marriage. In less than an hour, all the ships had reached the shore. Countless elders and disciples of the Yu family had already arrived, and started to welcome the Yi family's envoy. They had even specially organized a band to welcome them with gongs and drums. It was a very lively scene. Yi Qinghan's face was full of smiles. Under the arrangement of the two families' masters of ceremonies, he performed countless etiquettes, such as pouring water, sprinkling flowers, and serving tea. After a few hours, he had finally completed all the complicated etiquettes. He was so tired that he felt as if he had just fought a big battle with a large group of people. After all the etiquettes were done, it was almost time to eat. Although it was said to be a meal, Yi Qinghan actually didn't eat a single mouthful of rice. He had been holding a wine cup and taking turns to toast table after table. He was smiling nonstop, and cup after cup of strong liquor entered his stomach. He was smiling so much that his face was cramping, and his head was spinning. All right, for the sake of marrying my wife, I will endure. Yi Qinghan forcefully endured the urge to vomit and was in a bad mood. He was tossed around for more than 2 hours, but he originally thought that since the banquet was over, he could rest for a while and take an afternoon nap or something. In the end, in the afternoon, he was dragged to the Yu family's ancestral shrine, saying that he wanted to worship the ancestors. He had to burn incense and kowtow. After being busy for an entire afternoon, his head was already swollen. In the end, the banquet started, and he had to toast again. All right, I will endure. However, when Yi Qinghan pretended to be drunk and left early, preparing to sneak into the West Court and crawl into Yu Qingqing's boudoir to talk about his lovesickness, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of masked women, saying that they couldn't meet before marriage. He decided not to endure anymore as he cursed in his heart. Why couldn't he even see his wife? What kind of marriage was this? He couldn't endure anymore. There was no need to endure anymore. He didn't stand on ceremony anymore, and immediately merged with his beast. With a spiritual confusion, this group of masked women all fainted. Yi Qinghan took small steps and slowly walked into Yu Qingqing's boudoir. Looking sideways, the room was filled with the faint fragrance of peach blossoms. In front of a dressing table beside a big red bed, Yu Qingqing was sitting shyly in front of a bronze mirror, looking like a spring flower. Chapter 339. Xiao Xian, didn't you say you went to see the son-in-law? Why are you back so soon? When Yu Qingqing heard the footsteps, she thought that it was her personal maid coming in. After asking, she lowered her head shyly and murmured, "And it's better if I don't go and see. He is dressed so ugly today, and he even sang such an awful song. I wonder where he learned it from. Isn't he ashamed of his brother and sister's name?" Yi Qinghan snickered but didn't say anything. He only looked at Yu Qingqing's hair that was tied up in a high bun and her snow-white neck. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I reckon he must be drunk now and sleeping soundly. The elders are really too much. Why can't we meet before the wedding? Doesn't that mean there are still 3 months before I can see him? Sigh. Xiao Xian, let's not talk anymore. I'm tired and going to sleep. Help me undress. Yu Qingqing looked at the bronze mirror and caressed her black hair. She was sometimes happy and sometimes angry. Yi Qinghan almost cried out when he heard that. His nose felt hot and 2 streams of blood almost gushed out. He quickly wiped his mouth and walked over while trembling. He hesitated for a moment and stretched out his hands. He stepped over Yu Qingqing's shoulders and was about to undo the buttons on her chest. Yu Qingqing was obviously thinking of some embarrassing scenes at this moment. She actually closed her eyes and smiled. Sometimes she was shy, sometimes she was happy, and sometimes she was angry. Her expression was constantly changing. Yi Qinghan became even more excited. He slightly trembled as he undid the 2 buttons on Yu Qingqing's collar. He gently opened them, revealing a dazzling snow-white skin and a translucent and cute underwear. Under the underwear, 2 plump breasts were vividly visible, and at the very front of the breasts, 2 pink pearls were faintly discernible. It was very captivating. Gulp. Yi Qinghan looked down from above, and his head felt like it was struck by lightning. His little brother below was like a frightened child. He stood up straight and pressed against Yu Qingqing's waist. His throat moved up and down, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. His 2 hands involuntarily passed through Yu Qingqing's palace skirt and undergarments, and directly went inside, grasping 2 plump places. Oh! At this moment, Yu Qingqing was wondering if she should sneak out and have a rendezvous with her lover in the moonlight. Her waist was suddenly pressed against a hard object, and she was a little dazed. It wasn't until the 2 lumps of snow in front of her chest were grasped by 2 large hands, and the 2 sensitive spots at the top of the snow were being plucked by the 2 large hands, that she completely woke up. She involuntarily let out a cry, but she was like a frightened rabbit, suddenly bouncing up. Her beautiful face, which had lost all color, suddenly widened her eyes and looked over. Hee. Don't call me little Qingqing, it's me. Yi Qinghan withdrew his hands and rubbed them together as if he had not had enough. He smiled shamefully, but his eyes were still staring at Yu Qingqing's half-exposed snow-white chest. You. Yu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and then cried out in alarm. She hurriedly used one hand to cover her chest, and the other hand to clumsily fasten her robe. Her entire face and neck looked as if they were on fire, and they were dazzlingly red. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. What's that? Hee. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I've been missing you. I came over to see you, but you asked me to undress you. Hee, I didn't mean it. Yi Qinghan was like a thief who had been caught, and his face turned red as he said with some embarrassment. You still haven't gotten out. Yu Qingqing turned her face away and angrily stamped her feet. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan walking out, she stamped her feet again and shouted, "Come back! Eldest miss, should I go in or go out? You are making me very confused." Yi Qinghan spread out his hands, and his innocent expression made Yu Qingqing burst into laughter. "Qinghan, how did you come in? I remember that there were guards outside, and it was my clan's elder who was guarding against a pervert like you." Yu Qingqing smiled sweetly, and then rolled her eyes. Her happy and angry expression made Yi Qinghan stare blankly once again. "Little darling, I missed you." Yi Qinghan's eyes were deep as the ocean, and with a mushy word of love, he successfully removed Yu Qingqing's defense. He took a few steps forward, and wrapped his arms around Yu Qingqing's slender waist. With a very magnetic voice he said in a deep voice, "Don't even mention this simple short wall of your clan, and a few small guards. If I want to see you, even if you are at the peak of the northern plains, or the extreme of the southern seas, I will still risk my life to see you. In this lifetime, you will not be able to escape from my palm." Oh, as Yu Qingqing listened to Yi Qinghan's words of love, her eyes gradually became misty. Her eyes were half closed, and her red lips were slightly opened, making her look extremely alluring. When Yi Qinghan saw this, how could he let go of this good opportunity? He kissed her gently and greedily, sucking on her lovely lips, and tasting the fragrance in her mouth. For a moment, it was as if he had eaten the most delicious delicacy in the world. After a long time, their lips parted, and Yu Qingqing's body became soft. Her chest heaved up and down, and she closed her eyes as she leaned on Yi Qinghan's chest, as if she was still immersed in the wonderful taste from earlier. After a while, she recovered and said shyly, "I'm not coming anymore, you scoundrel, always coaxing me with words of love, and taking advantage of me. You are so bad. Why aren't you going back? If my clan's elder finds out, how am I going to face him? Then I want to go, little baby. 3 months later, I will come to marry you, and I will definitely make you the happiest woman in this world." Yi Qinghan, having seen her and tasted enough, was satisfied and left. He directly used form transposition, and flashed out of the northern courtyard. Then he sneakily returned to the pavilion that the Yu clan had arranged for him. After lying on the bed for a long time, he found that he still couldn't fall asleep. Obviously, he had been aroused by Yu Qingqing just now, and this fire couldn't be vented, and it was suffocating, tossing and turning. The night was long, and he couldn't sleep. He got up, scratched his head, and directly entered the training room of the free and unfettered pavilion. In the empty training room, only Yi Qingwu was sitting there alone. She sat cross-legged on the smooth floor, and her 2 slender and fair legs dazzled his eyes. Without saying much, he rushed over, directly grabbed Yi Qingwu by the waist, and rushed outside. Little Han, what are you doing? I am still cultivating." Yi Qingwu woke up with a start, and found that Yi Qinghan was rushing outside with her in his arms. She knew what he was going to do, and hurriedly began to beat him, shouting unwillingly, "Little Wu, don't move, there is a serious matter." Yi Qinghan suddenly looked at Yi Qingwu with a serious expression, and said very seriously, causing Yi Qingwu to be stunned. She asked very doubtfully, "What serious matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Today, I observed the celestial phenomena at night, and calculated the 5 elements. Combined with my recent cultivation experience, I finally successfully comprehended 3 moves. Invincible moves that can shock the heavens and the earth, and make ghosts and gods weep. Yi Qinghan laughed, his face full of lewdness. He licked his lips and said mysteriously, "If I don't master them, I will immediately cultivate with you. These 3 moves. You must not teach them to others. These 3 moves are called Old Man pushing the cart, Guanyin sitting on the lotus, singing Ape hugging the tree. You big bad guy." Although Yi Qinggu didn't know what Yi Qinghan was talking about, she knew it was definitely not something good, and hurriedly became angry, her body swaying nonstop. Yi Qinghan laughed, and directly flashed into the bedroom, threw Yi Qinggu onto the jade bed, and pounced on her. For a moment, the whole room was filled with spring. Chapter 340. After resting for a night on the tranquil lake island, the Yi family members were satisfied. Their faces were glowing as they reluctantly embarked on their journey back to Tsang City. Last night, the Yu family was very courteous and generous. They brought over a large number of red plaque women from the Moon House. Everyone had a share and enjoyed themselves crazily for a night. Didn't you see? Yi Tianqing was already an old man, but he didn't stop smiling along the way. His face seemed to have become more than 10 years younger, just like an old tree that was blooming. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, didn't receive any top-notch entertainment. Last night, he and Yi Qinggu had an intimate night, and he was a little sad about parting. He didn't say much and just stood quietly at the bow, watching the beautiful tranquil lake island disappear into the distance. The wedding was set. It would be held in 3 months. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was very resentful of the customs of the Fire Dragon continent. Why couldn't they see each other before the wedding? It was so stifling. As the fleet gradually went further away, a slim figure appeared in the green forest by the lake. She was dressed in pink and held a jade zither in her hand. Her face was full of sadness. Yu Qingcheng looked into the distance and spread her fingers on the zither. Suddenly, a sonorous song sounded and spread to the surroundings, reaching the distant tranquil lake. It was the song Yi Qinghan sang during the Summer Fire Festival, "Break the Formation." Hearing this familiar song, Yi Qinghan's eyes became wet. He raised his head high and looked at the pink figure by the lake. He silently said 4 words. "Wait for me, Qingcheng." After leaving the enchantment city, the Yi family's fleet didn't move slowly. They rushed all the way day and night, and used 10 days to rush back to Tsang City. Back in Tsang City, Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do, so he directly went back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion to cultivate. However, the whole Yi family was busy. The wedding date was set. It would be less than 3 months later. At that time, Yi Qinghan would marry Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu at the same time. One was the saintess of the Yu clan, the other was the eldest daughter of the Yi clan. And the last one was even more extraordinary, the one who was about to become the second deity of the Yi clan, Yi Qingyu. Yi Tianlong had already given the order that this wedding would be held with the highest standards. It had to be super grand, the first in history. They weren't afraid of spending money. The Yi family didn't lack money at the moment. What they wanted was grandeur and grandeur. Since the chief said that he was not short of money, then things were easy to do. He threw a large amount of purple crystal coins. The entire house of Aries was bustling with activity. The Yi family's castle was flooded with carriages and horses every day. Countless goods were transported into the castle. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was once again lavishly decorated. It was resplendent and luxurious. It was as luxurious as the Godly Lord Pavilion in the God City. The Yi family was extremely busy, but Yi Qinghan was very leisurely. Because it was a marriage proposal, Yi Qinghan didn't bring Yi Qingyu along. This time, he came back to accompany her for 2 days. After that, he began to cultivate in the carefree pavilion. Yi Qingyu didn't feel restless because of the approaching wedding. Instead, she was influenced by Yi Qinghan and became even more diligent in her cultivation. She decided to break through to the Saint Realm before the wedding and give Yi Qinghan a surprise. Freeze. In the training room, Yi Qinggu was chased to the bedroom by Yi Qinghan to cultivate, while he was cultivating alone. At this moment, the huge space was filled with countless fist-sized thorn birds. Yi Qinghan stood in the middle of the field, releasing his battle chi from time to time. He waved his hand and locked onto the thorn birds that were flying randomly in the air. These thorn birds were very small, half the size of a palm. Their attack power was very low, but their speed was very fast. They could almost reach the speed of an Emperor realm martial artist. This was what Yi Qinghan wanted the Yi family to buy for him. It was used to cultivate spatial locking. Freeze, freeze, freeze. After a period of stabilizing, Yi Qinghan's spatial locking profound mysteries had clearly made great progress. With a wave of his hand, countless thorn birds were frozen in midair. They didn't fly, nor did they fall. It was very strange. If people outside saw this, they would think that they had seen a ghost. He kept waving his hands, and the space around him shook. Thorn birds were constantly locked in the air, and they flew away in panic after being locked. Yi Qinghan was having a lot of fun. This scene reminded him of the six-pulse divine sword he had seen on TV in his previous life. However, if Duan Yu appeared in front of him, he would probably be killed in an instant. After cultivating for about 2 hours, Yi Qinghan felt a little tired. He stopped and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Using spatial locking not only consumed battle chi, but it also consumed a lot of mental energy. If he used it too much, he would feel extremely tired and drowsy. However, he didn't dare to sleep. He forced himself to focus and began cultivating. Elder Lu had told him that this was a good time to cultivate, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. After cultivating for a few hours, he slowly opened his eyes. He immediately felt refreshed. Spatial locking was close to the great success stage. All he needed now was more practice, and he would be able to completely master it. He was no longer in a hurry to comprehend it. Instead, he began to comprehend the fluctuations of space. He had comprehended the profound mysteries of spatial locking when he had been tortured by Elder Lu on the fallen God Mountain. He had combined it with the strange phenomenon that had descended when Yu Shishui had become a god. Even though he had touched the surface of it, and his mind had occasionally flashed with inspiration, allowing him to roughly determine the frequency, angle, and speed of an enemy's attacks, trying to comprehend it now was like groping around in the dark. He had no idea where to start. After thinking hard for a while, he realized that he still had no clue. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes a little embarrassed and rubbed his chin. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of a problem and exclaimed, "That's right. Even though I'm still at the first level of the Imperial Realm, my comprehension of the nomological laws has already reached the 3rd level. Why don't I try to comprehend the rain on the beach painting? Who knows, I might be able to comprehend something." Yi Qinghan cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and focused all his attention on his eyes. He began to look at the smooth wall on the left. Slowly, the smooth wall on the left began to glow with a gentle light. Yi Qinghan's vision began to blur. He had arrived in that illusory or real world again. This was a beach. The sea in the distance seemed calm, but there seemed to be huge waves crashing into the sky. It was surreal. However, torrential rain fell from the sky from time to time. Large raindrops fell rapidly from the sky, smashing heavily on the beach and forming circular holes in the sand. Pa pa pa. Yi Qinghan seemed to hear the sound of rain falling on the yellow sand. At this time his mind suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery in front of him disappeared again, and he saw a smooth wall again. My strength has improved, so I can see the painting a little more clearly now. But why don't I understand anything? And the waves? Why do they disappear after one moment? The rain also stops after one moment. It's so strange. Yi Qinghan shook his dizzy head and hung it down helplessly. The profound mystery painting left behind by the Soul Emperor was indeed incomparably profound. He was about to reach the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, but he still couldn't understand anything. Sighing, Yi Qinghan prepared to go out for a walk. At this time he suddenly froze. Then ecstasy appeared on his face. He shouted absent-mindedly, "Xiaohei, you're finally done cultivating? Come out quickly. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you so much." Chapter 341. Haha. Boss, I finally finished my training. I missed you so much too. Following that, a faint shadow leaked out from Yi Qinghan's chest. A cute little beast slowly condensed and finally took shape in the air. It transformed into a shadow and pounced into Yi Qinghan's bosom. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He immediately hugged Xiaohei's head and caressed it. After several months, Xiaohei's body hadn't changed at all. It was only a little bigger than a palm, but its fur had become darker and shinier. There was a faint light moving around it. The horn on its head had also grown longer and thicker. Its dark eyes were filled with affection and joy. Lord Devour had given Xiaohei 5 black Kirin fruits in the dark castle. On the way, Yi Qinghan had given Xiaohei 1. After that, Xiaohei had been in the battle space, digesting the spirit fruit that was many times better than the dragon crystal. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiaohei was digesting the spirit fruit and cultivating normally. That was why he didn't call him. Every time he finished a battle and cancelled the battle beast fusion, he would let him return to the battle beast space to continue cultivating. After several months, Xiaohei had finally finished cultivating and came out. How is it? Xiaohei, this black Kirin fruit tastes good, right? Yi Qinghan held Xiaohei up high and chuckled. Boss, this fruit is indeed a treasure. Its energy is many times more than the dragon crystal. I've only consumed the energy initially. There's still a lot of energy left in my body. I need to digest it slowly. Xiaohei's 2 small eyes rolled around, full of smiles. However, it seemed to think of something after hearing the news. It said with shame, Boss, this spirit fruit isn't like the dragon crystal. Its energy is released slowly. That's why it didn't overflow to you like last time when I refined the dragon crystal. Hee, Xiaohei, you don't need to say more. Isn't yours mine? If you're strong, then I'm strong. Plus, I got something good this time. Hee, I'm about to break through to the 3rd level Emperor realm. I just haven't refined the energy in my body yet. Seeing that Xiaohei was always thinking of him, Yi Qinghan stroked Xiaohei's head, feeling extremely proud in his heart. He was proud to have such a good beast and such a good brother. Wow, boss, you've become so powerful. You almost caught up to me. Gigi. Little Black blinked his eyes and cried out in surprise. He mischievously transmitted his voice. Of course, who's your boss? Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Suddenly he was stunned and asked in disbelief. What? Catch up to you? Your realm is higher than mine? Of course, don't you know who my boss is? Haha, boss, I'm ashamed. I've already broken through to the level of a holy beast. Don't be discouraged. Xiaohei jumped out of Yi Qinghan's hand, then turned into a shadow and flashed into the sky. Suddenly, countless Xiaohei appeared in the sky. They were actually afterimages. Their speed was frightening, scaring the thorn birds in the sky. Damn, this black Qilin fruit is too amazing. You've already reached the level of a holy beast after consuming less than half of your energy? I remember that you were only at the lower rank 8 a few months ago, right? Ignoring Xiaohei's teasing, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth wide and licked his lips in disbelief when he saw Xiaohei's flickering figure in the sky. Hee, actually, I haven't completely reached the level of a holy beast. Only my body and speed have reached it. My soul strength is still growing slowly. I think I need some time to digest the energy in my body before I can completely reach the lower rank of a holy beast. Xiaohei was obviously very satisfied with his current speed. He kept flashing in the sky, chasing a group of thorn birds until they had nowhere to go. Ah, good. Your strength has reached the level of a holy beast. When I cultivate my battle chi and reach the 3rd level of the Emperor realm one day, our body fusion technique will definitely be able to instantly kill a 1st level Saint realm expert. Xiaohei, don't you think we're too abnormal? Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. Xiaohei's strength had skyrocketed, which also meant that his strength had skyrocketed. How could he not be happy? Damn, boss, you have to understand that I'm a divine beast. Once I reach adulthood, I'll automatically step into the god realm. Instantly killing a Saint realm expert is just a piece of cake. Hearing Xiaohei's teasing words, Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It seemed like that was the case. Actually, it wasn't him who was abnormal, it was Xiaohei who was abnormal. He secretly made up his mind to train hard and strive to step into the god realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by his own war beast. Xiaohei's breakthrough and awakening brought Yi Qinghan infinite joy and passion. Thus, he cultivated even more desperately. Hence, after a few days, a strange scene appeared in the technique training room. Swoosh! A square table made of white jade, and a few long benches were placed beside the wall of the technique training room. The table was filled with all kinds of precious spirit fruits. Elder Lu sat at the side, leisurely drinking tea. Xiao He was sprawled on the table, munching on a white fruit. Yi Qinggu, on the other hand, was not sitting. Instead, she looked at the field with a worried expression. In the field, Yi Qinghan was dressed in black, which perfectly outlined his slender and sturdy body. He was running around in the spacious technique training room. Sometimes he would jump up, sometimes he would run down. Sometimes he would do difficult somersaults. Of course, he would also groan in pain from time to time. This was because a black metal rod kept appearing in the space behind him, ruthlessly smashing down on him and chasing after him. That's right, Yi Qinghan had been provoked by Xiao He. He was not satisfied with his current speed of understanding the profound mysteries, so he decided to continue using the stupidest method, getting beaten up. In the God-slaying mountain, he had been beaten up for more than half a year, but it had allowed him to understand a little of the profound mysteries of space. During this half a year of continuous beatings, he was constantly calculating the frequency, angle, and speed of Elder Lu's attacks. Moreover, he had successfully dodged a few of Elder Lu's attacks, which scared Elder Lu silly. Now he decided to continue to be beaten up. He wanted to understand the profound mysteries of space while being beaten up, and continue to grow in pain. Suddenly he was hit hard again. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and he continued to run forward like a bolt of lightning. Inwardly he thought that the saying, "When the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will surely torment his will and tire his muscles and bones," was indeed correct. He seemed to be the top genius of the continent, the top elite of the Earth rankings. But who would understand how he had cultivated to this point? "Little Han, can you still do it? If you can't, then rest for a while. Don't work so hard." Yi Qinggu was watching Yi Qinghan getting beaten up every day for the past few days. Today alone, Yi Qinghan had been beaten up hundreds of times. She felt extremely distressed. However, with old Lu beside her, she could not express her feelings. She could only bite her lips and feel anxious. "Hee little girl, don't be anxious. Sit down and eat some fruits." Elder Lu chuckled and waved at Yi Qinggu. He said gently, "Don't worry too much. Little Han has the soul ring, so he will recover in a moment. He will only feel some pain, but he is used to it. What you need to do is not to be anxious, but to encourage and support him, because this is the path he has chosen." Yi Qinggu said worriedly, but Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not hear her. He continued to roll up and down, looking battered and exhausted. In fact, he was able to narrowly avoid Elder Lu's final strike many times. The moment the metal rod touched his body, it would slide away, avoiding the most severe injuries. But it was obvious that he had not fully understood the space ripple. Otherwise, he would have been able to avoid the metal rod from touching his body. "Elder Lu, stop." Just as Yi Qinggu was about to say something, suddenly, Yi Qinghan stopped moving. He shouted loudly and let go of the metal rod on his back. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Yi Qinghan's sudden change startled the two humans and the beast. Elder Lu smiled inside. "Haha, little girl, I was right, wasn't I? Look, I've comprehended something." Chapter 342. It can't be? He had another epiphany? Then, doesn't that mean he has to comprehend the profound mysteries of space and cultivate his battle chi? Then he can break through to the sage realm? Heavens, a sage in his 20s, this. Yi Qinggu was shocked when she heard Elder Lu's words. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. "Silly lass, do you think comprehending the profound mysteries is child's play?" Elder Lu rolled his eyes when he saw the excited Yi Qinggu. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Actually, I realized that many people in the Flame Dragon continent have a wrong understanding of the laws of heaven and earth." Is that so? Can you explain it to me, Elder?" Yi Qingwu's interest was piqued. She had always looked up to this Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Now that he was talking about cultivation, she was naturally very excited. She calmed down and listened attentively. Many people in the continent think that comprehending the laws of heaven and earth is the same as comprehending the Tao. Actually, this is a wrong way of thinking. Elder Lu was very satisfied with Yi Qingwu's admiring gaze. He started to explain. "What is the heavenly Tao? Who can comprehend it? You people say that comprehending the Tao can make one a sage. Are all sages? Wrong. According to your explanation, not all sages are sages who have seen through the world and have attained the Tao? Are all sages good? Do they have no emotions and desires? According to your understanding, the world is at peace. The laws of heaven and earth are the laws of heaven and earth, not the heavenly Tao. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth will only make you stronger. At the same time, your desires may be stronger. There are billions of sky gods in the 6 continents of the divine world. According to your explanation, they are all gods, one realm higher than sages. Why don't they seek the Tao every day? Instead, they keep on killing? The increase in one's cultivation realm only represents one's strength, not their character. In this world, there is no such thing as good or evil. The strong rule. According to the legends, one can become a god immediately with the heavenly Tao. However, the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth had to be comprehended step by step, deduced step by step, and comprehended step by step. This was not something that could be achieved in one go. Yi Qinghan's space ripple is only at the beginner level. Even if he had an epiphany now, he would only be able to comprehend a sliver of it at most. He would still be a distance away from the minor mastery, let alone the major mastery. Do you understand now, lass? Elder Lu's long speech had enlightened Yi Qinggu, as if she had been enlightened. In an instant he understood many things. It turned out that the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth were not the legendary heavenly Tao, but a method to strengthen oneself through cultivation. At this moment, she was no longer in awe of the laws of heaven and earth. She was even more confident in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan's epiphany lasted for a day and a night. Over the past few days, he had been constantly being chased by Elder Lu. At every moment, he had been sensing the spatial frequencies and vibrations caused by Elder Lu's attacks in his mind. From there, he could determine the angle, speed, and strength of Elder Lu's attacks. At that moment, he thought of the raindrops falling on the beach in the painting of rain hitting the beach, and he felt a little enlightened. Of course, he immediately asked Elder Lu to stop. He started to deduce, calculate, and simulate in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he smiled contentedly. Although this cultivation was a little painful, the results were obvious. As for the pain in his body, he did not care. He had been in pain for so many years, and he was already used to it. Hello, Elder Lu. Xiao Wu, you are here too. Xiao He, you are still so fond of eating. He turned around and saw Elder Lu looking at him with a smile. Yi Qinggu was sitting at the side, playing with her cup in boredom. Xiao He was still holding a spirit fruit and eating it. Although Lord Jiu had instructed him not to eat these miscellaneous foods, Yi Qinghan did not stop Xiao He. After all, a life without hobbies and interests was not a happy one. Little Han, you are awake? How is it? Do you have a big surprise for us? Yi Qinggu suddenly heard Yi Qinghan's voice. She turned around and shouted happily, pouncing over. Oh, what do you mean by awake? There is no big surprise. I just had some enlightenment. Elder Lu, come and try. Let's see if you have improved. Yi Qinghan held Yi Qingwu's hand and smiled. Then he looked at Elder Lu with a face full of fighting spirit. Hee, be careful. Elder Lu laughed. With a wave of his hand, a black iron rod appeared in his hand. He swung it forward, and it disappeared in the air again. Yi Qinghan quickly put on a serious expression and pushed Yi Qinggu to the side. His lower body exerted strength, and battle aura surrounded him. His whole body was like a leopard as he dashed forward. Swish! While he was in midair, the space behind him suddenly fluctuated. A black iron rod suddenly appeared and ruthlessly smashed toward his back. Yi Qinghan did not panic. His face was calm, but a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he made a very strange move. He waved his left hand to the left, and his body made use of the counterforce of the battle aura to roll in the air. He narrowly dodged the iron rod. The iron rod brushed past his body, and only a small part of his robe was touched. Beautiful! Yi Qinggu, who was watching from the side, could not help but exclaim in a low voice, beautiful! However, Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not hear Yi Qingwu's words. His expression did not change. Just as his body was about to fall to the ground, he struck the ground with both hands. Battle aura surged behind his feet, and his body continued to drift forward. Swish! Elder Lu was still holding a cup of tea, and his other hand was constantly waving and controlling the iron rod. He relentlessly chased after Yi Qinghan. After an hour, Yi Qinghan finally called for a stop. He had expended too much energy, and he needed some time to recover. After an hour of battle, the results were gratifying. During this 1 hour, Yi Qinghan actually managed to dodge half of Elder Lu's attacks. Although he only managed to brush past Elder Lu's robe every time, Elder Lu gave Yi Qinghan a lot of affirmation. His perception was extremely high, and he could be said to be one of the best in the Flame Dragon dimension. Since there was an effect, and the effect was very obvious, Yi Qinghan became even more enthusiastic in his cultivation. In the following period of time, he basically had nothing to do. He was tortured by Elder Lu every day. Moreover, in order to pressure Yi Qinghan, Elder Lu increased his strength and speed, causing Yi Qinghan to suffer unspeakably. Apart from getting beaten up, Yi Qinghan tried to see through the rain pattern beach painting every day. Although it was the same every day, and he could only vaguely see through it for a short while, Yi Qinghan enjoyed it endlessly. He knew that this was a supreme treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor. If he could understand a little of it, his strength would improve greatly. After watching Yi Qinghan cultivate for a period of time, Yi Qinggu also got used to it, and she went to cultivate on her own. As for Xiaohei, he ate, slept, and played every day. His days were very comfortable. The painful yet fulfilling days began. Yi Qinghan forgot about time and everything else. He immersed himself in cultivating the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Unable to extricate himself, time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On this day, Yi Qinghan was still enjoying the pain of his body and the excitement of his mind. Suddenly, Elder Lu stopped and put away his metal rod. He smiled and said, "All right, that's all for now. You can go out now." "What's wrong?" Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped Elder Lu. He rubbed his head and asked in bewilderment. Elder Lu laughed and scolded him. "Haha, your brain must have gone silly from cultivating. You silly boy, it has already been more than 2 months. It's almost time for your wedding. If you don't go out now, your wife is going to run away with someone else." Chapter 343. Time passed so quickly. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. He smiled at Elder Lu and left the free and unfettered pavilion in a flash. As soon as he appeared in the room, he saw Yi Qingyu sitting on his bed with her head lowered. She was fiddling with her dress. Beneath her snow-white hair, her limpid eyes were twinkling incessantly. No one knew what she was thinking about, but she looked slightly shy from time to time. "Little Yu, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Yi Qinghan sat on the bed and hugged Yi Qingyu. He kissed her cheek and said affectionately, "No, nothing." Yi Qingyu became even more shy after being kissed by Yi Qinghan. She stood up and adjusted her dress in a fluster. She said in a fluster, "Elder brother, the wedding is in 5 days. You should hurry to the elders' hall. The elders are looking for you." "Oh yes, why don't you bring Qinggu out? Grandpa Greenbull is scolding us. He said that you don't care about etiquette and live together before the wedding." Yi Qinghan recalled Yi Qingyu's bulging eyes and his ferocious look. He couldn't help but rub his nose in embarrassment. He flashed into the free and unfettered pavilion and brought out Yi Qinggu, who was cultivating. Then, he walked out alone to the elders' hall to check on the situation. He walked out of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, walked past the east courtyard, and arrived at the west courtyard. He stood in front of the elders' hall. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 golden words, "Elders' Hall," on the door. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Back then, he had knelt here for an entire day and night. In the end, the door of the elders' hall was still tightly shut. When it opened, what he received was Yi Rong's mocking and angry scolding. "Young clan leader, you are here. Come in quickly." 2 elders walked out of the door and said amiably. Apparently, the elders in the Hall of Elders had discovered Yi Qinghan's arrival and came out to welcome him. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and walked in. The elders' hall was huge and imposing. It was the highest authority of the Yi family. Every day, there would be countless elders working there, handling all the matters of the south of the House of Aries. Young clan leader. More than a dozen elders were sitting in the hall. Yi Jian and Yi Chang were among them. When all the elders saw Yi Qinghan, they all stood up and greeted Yi Qinghan with a nod. Hello, first uncle, third uncle. Greetings, elders, there's no need to be too polite. Feel free to do as you wish. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He glanced at Yi Jian indifferently and said nothing. Then he walked to a black wooden chair and sat down. Qinghan, the wedding is in 5 days. Don't be busy with your cultivation these few days. Learn some etiquette from the master of ceremonies. Don't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. 5 days later, all the famous people in the House of Aries will be here. When the time comes, you have to behave yourself. Let the world see that the young clan leader of the Yi family is not only unparalleled in martial arts, but his literary talent and temperament are also unparalleled in the world. Yi Chong was the first to speak. This wedding was organized by him and Tian Qing. Of course, he had to give a good explanation. Learning this again, AI? Qinghan will do her best. Yi Qinghan's head started to swell when she heard this. She frowned and nodded. Don't frown. Actually, it has nothing to do with you. The procession to receive the bride has long set off, and the Yu clan has also sent a large group of people to escort them. I reckon that they are currently on the way back to Tsang City. You only need to go to the Glory Pavilion to welcome Yu Qingcheng 5 days later. Then bring your 3 little wives back to complete the wedding ceremony. After that, toast to the guests, and then go to the bridal chamber with peace of mind. Young clan leader's alluring dance has made countless geniuses of the war god manor shed tears every night. Yi Tianqing laughed mischievously and explained the process of the wedding. At the same time, he didn't forget to make fun of Yi Qinghan. At the same time, the elders at the side also started to make fun of him. For a moment, the sound of flattery and ridicule in the elder hall didn't stop. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After explaining everything, Yi Qinghan left the elder hall and returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Yi Qinggu had disappeared. After asking, he discovered that Yi Qinggu had actually returned to the Graceful Dance Pavilion. She said that Yi Qingyo had sent someone to call her back to prepare for the wedding, and that she was not allowed to run around. As he was about to marry 3 peerless beauties that were envied by the people of the continent, Yi Qinghan's heart couldn't calm down, and he didn't have the heart to cultivate. He was forced to go to the master of ceremonies to learn etiquette and etiquette all day long. After that, he would come back to spend time with Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu's wedding was approaching in the next 2 days. Although the Yi family's master of ceremonies wanted Yi Qingyu to live outside for a few days, and then move into the Cold Heart Pavilion during the wedding, Yi Qingyu refused. However, Yi Qingyu refused. Feeling helpless, the master of ceremonies hall could only send several old nannies to live in the Chilling Heart Pavilion to prepare for Yi Qingyu. On this night, the wind was gentle and the clouds were light. The full moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled. After Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu had dinner, the two of them walked to the open-air balcony and sat on the balcony to admire the moon. Of course, they were admiring the moon openly. As for what they were admiring, it was hard to say. However, from the increasingly shy expression on Yi Qingyu's face, it was easy to guess. Come, Xiaoyu, sit beside big brother. Yi Qinghan sat on the long deck chair and looked at Yi Qingyu's silver hair under the moonlight. She looked like a fairy and revealed a trace of a sacred aura. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but have a trace of desire in his eyes as he waved at her. I don't want to come. Big brother, you're always up to no good. Yi Qingyu's delicate nose twitched and her face turned slightly red. As the wedding approached, it seemed that she was becoming more and more shy. Okay, I promise I won't be up to no good today. Big brother is a gentleman. I will use my mouth and not my hands. Yi Qinghan chuckled and quickly said in a serious manner. And remember what you said. After hearing his promise, Yi Qingyu moved lightly and sat beside him. Unexpectedly, the moment she sat down, she was hugged by Yi Qinghan. Then, her 2 proud lips were directly covered by Yi Qinghan's big mouth. His tongue nimbly burrowed in and wandered around, constantly entangling with her sweet little tongue. Ugh! Big brother, are you a man of your words? Didn't you say that you will use your mouth and not your hands? Ah, you big baddie? Yi Qingyu asked. Yi Qinghan's masculine aura was so domineering that his whole body turned soft. After a long time he finally reacted and pouted coquettishly. Unexpectedly, she realized that Yi Qinghan's words just now were a trap. She couldn't help but be embarrassed and angry. She punched Yi Qinghan's shoulders. Hee, of course I only used my mouth. We're about to get married. Why are you still shy? Ugh, Xiaoyu, your tongue is so soft. Yi Qinghan was very well behaved. He hugged Yi Qingyu with both hands and did not make a move. Instead, he once again kissed her fragrant lips. In a pile of mud, the two sat hugging each other. Yi Qingyu leaned half of her body against Yi Qinghan. Her whole body was hot and her face was red like a flower. She lowered her head and continuously pinched Yi Qinghan's thigh. Yi Qinghan did not say anything and let Yi Qingyu massage him. He closed his eyes slightly and enjoyed the intoxicating moment. Big brother. After a long time, Yi Qingyu's soft cry woke him up. He looked down at Yi Qingyu in surprise. Unexpectedly, he found that she was blushing as if she was on fire. He couldn't help but feel restless and asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" "Big brother, tonight. You want me?" Yi Qingyu suddenly plucked up her courage and looked at Yi Qinghan with her eyes wide open. She said something that almost made his jaw drop to the ground. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a long time. Looking at Yi Qingyu's fiery gaze, he blinked his eyes and choked out a sentence after a long time. "What? This matter. This matter doesn't need to be rushed. Isn't the wedding in 2 days? Then what? I'm not in a rush. I can still hold it in." Are you in a rush? Chapter 344. Brother, what are you saying? What kind of shameful words are you saying? Hearing this, Yi Qingyu, who had mustered up a lot of courage to open her eyes wide, quickly retreated in defeat. She hurriedly lowered her head in panic, and her neck was bright red. After a long time, she once again mustered up the courage to say, "I want to give up my wedding to Sister Qingqing. I am not in a hurry. Let's not talk about it. It's so embarrassing." Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu, who was like a fairy that had walked out of the jungle, in his arms, and couldn't help but feel touched. This girl, she was always thinking about him, but she had never asked for anything from him. To be able to marry such a woman, he had no regrets. "Qingyu, from today onwards, I am no longer your brother, I am your man. You will forever be my most beloved woman, my most beloved wife, irreplaceable. I will cherish you for the rest of my life, forever." Yi Qinghan held Yi Qingyu by her waist and said this to Yi Qingyu in a very serious manner. Then he walked towards the door of the rooftop. "Ugh, brother, you will forever be my man. I will forever be your woman, your wife." Yi Qingyu raised her head in a daze and looked at Yi Qinghan's knife-like face. A clear tear flowed from the corner of her eye. She had waited for this day for too long. Too long. Carrying Yi Qingyu, he slowly walked into his room and gently placed her on the bed. Yi Qinghan didn't rush to pounce on her. Instead, he gently hugged her, kissed her, and caressed her, calmed her heart, and made her body slowly heat up. "Ugh, brother, take me. I want to be your wife." Yi Qingyu's eyes were slightly closed and occasionally, a trace of blurriness flashed through her eyes. Her two delicate lips opened and closed, and her cheeks were rosy and white, very attractive. "Qingyu, my little wife, I'm coming." Seeing that the time was right, Yi Qinghan leaned forward and kissed them all the way down. However, his hands were not idle as he swiftly untied their robes. For a moment, the temperature in the room suddenly rose, and the atmosphere became charming. It was just that, after Yi Qinghan flirted for half an hour, raising their lust to the peak and slowly entering, a very strange thing happened. Yi Qingyu cried out in pain. As she hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, her body suddenly emitted a faint holy light. The light was very soft, very weak, and it disappeared in a flash. As a result, the two of them, who were in the middle of their passion, didn't notice that there was a sudden gust of wind outside the window. The qi of heaven and earth in the room suddenly became abnormally dense. It was even denser than when Yi Qinghan first entered the state of soul silence on the tranquil lake island. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know what was happening. Yi Qingyu's seemingly delicate body was actually exquisite after taking off her robe. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Yi Qingwu's, it was still enough to make him feel ecstatic. Moreover, Yi Qingyu's skin was abnormally smooth like jade, making him unable to let go. In addition to her abnormally shy and hesitant expression, Yi Qinghan completely fell into a state of madness. At first, he was still very caring for Yi Qingyu. It was a gentle twitch, but in the end it became turbulent, and he couldn't control himself. Endless spring, a night of ecstasy. The next morning, Yi Qinghan woke up early. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was lying on his body like a lazy kitten, he smiled. However, a moment later, his smile suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why is there another surge of pure energy in my body? Also, why do I feel that the scenery around me is so clear? So thorough?" Yi Qinghan looked around in amazement. He found that his vision was much better than yesterday. He could actually see the flowers blooming on the landscape trees in the backyard through the window, and the dew on them. Moreover, his hearing was also much more sensitive. He could even hear Cui Hua's low moans and gasps in the room downstairs. "What's wrong, brother?" Yi Qinghan's exclamation woke Yi Qingyu up. She looked at Yi Qinghan in a drunken daze and asked in a daze. However, after a moment, her eyes suddenly widened, and she also exclaimed, "Brother, I've broken through to the Saint Realm." Yi Qinghan was even more shocked. He turned his head in confusion, and only after Yi Qingyu confirmed again did he ponder. After a night of sex, both of them actually had a breakthrough? Although Yi Qinghan only had an additional mass of energy in his body, and his 5 senses had suddenly become much more sensitive, he didn't notice any other strange things. Yi Qingyu had already reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, and she was only 1 step away from the Saint Realm. However, this matter was still too strange. She didn't need to cultivate, but she actually had such a breakthrough after having sex once? What would happen if they had sex every day in the future? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu seemed to be in deep thought at the same time. They widened their eyes and said at the same time, "Jade Spirit Constitution?" The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. This matter, other than the Jade Spirit Constitution, there was no other explanation. 6 years ago, Yi Qingyu forcefully sacrificed herself in the Garden of Enchantment, which destroyed her Jade Spirit Constitution. Now, it seemed that it wasn't completely destroyed. Instead, it gave the two a hint of surprise. After a night of entanglement, Yi Qingyu had just become a married woman, so Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go out. He rejected the Master of Ceremonies Hall's request for him to learn etiquette, and stayed with her the whole day. He cooked a big pot of Phoenix black chicken soup for her, fed her mouthful by mouthful, and chatted with her in the room for the whole day. He only hugged her, and fell asleep in the middle of the night. The next day, when dawn broke, Yi Qinghan was awakened by the noise outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion. He didn't dare to sleep anymore, and he hurried Yi Qingyu to wake up. The two of them dressed neatly and walked down to the 2nd floor. The main hall was already filled with people. Today was the wedding day, and countless MCs were already busy. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was hung with red cloth, big red flowers, and a big happiness character. Countless maids came and went, and it was very lively. "Aya, my young master, why did you wake up so late? Where are you? Hurry up and help young master and young lady Qingyu change their clothes and dress up. We are going to pick up the bride later. Hurry up, hurry up." The moment they reached the ground floor, an old MC who was leading the MC hurriedly shouted. At the same time, countless maids surrounded the two of them, and brought them to the dressing room on the 1st floor. More than 2 hours went by in a flurry of work and torment. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to lose his temper, it was finally done. Yi Qinghan wanted to cry, laugh, and be angry at the same time. His attire today made him blush with shame. It was many times more complicated than when he had gone to the Yu clan to propose. Thinking that today was his big day, he could only force a smile and walk out of the hall. He followed Yi Tianqing and Yi Chang, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When Yi Qinghan hurriedly arrived, the main gate of the Yi family castle was already filled with countless people. Yi Tianlong, who hadn't seen him for several months, was standing at the gate with Yi Baihu and Yi Qingmiu, welcoming the guests. Today was the wedding of the young master of the Yi family. Almost all the clans in the House of Aries, big and small, had come to celebrate. They all brought valuable gifts and came to congratulate him. Little Han, not bad, not bad. You look quite spirited. Come with me to welcome the guests." Yi Tianlong had specially put on a new set of clothes today, and looked very spirited. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had come, he grinned. Hee hee, little brat, if you dare to bully my precious granddaughter in the future, I will skin you alive. Yi Qingyo was also full of smiles and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder, very satisfied. Congratulations, little Han. Yi Baihu walked over and nodded slightly. He had wanted to say a few words of congratulations. However, halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the northern sky in horror. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyo both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Their gazes were fixed on the northern sky at the same time, and their expressions suddenly became extremely grave. Something big has happened, little Han. Yi Qinghan was originally very curious as to why the few of them were so nervous. At this moment, he suddenly received a voice transmission from Elder Lu, and he hurriedly looked towards the northern sky in horror. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the northern sky. It sounded like thunder in the middle of the night, and everyone in the Yi family castle was scared out of their wits. Immediately after, a dazzling light shone, and the clear sky looked as if it had been cut open, revealing a huge black hole. It was pitch black and seemed bottomless, as if a ferocious beast had opened its gaping mouth. What? Flame dragon plane, here we come. Waha, material plane. I can actually descend upon a material plane again? Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the men in the flame dragon plane. Rape and kill all the women. Long live the Blood King, kill. Countless roars came from within the black hole, reverberating throughout the land. Immediately after, a tall man with 2 horns on his head and a strange tattoo on his face pushed open the black hole and walked out. He stood coldly in the air, his 2 horns glowing with a cold light, and his black robes fluttering even though there was no wind. It was as if a demon had descended upon the world. Then another 2 hands pushed open the black hole, and another tall man with the same pair of horns and the same strange tattoo on his face crawled out. 300 men in black kept crawling out of the black hole. All of them were tall and had cold expressions, and they had cruel smiles on their faces. They looked down coldly, like wolves coldly sizing up a pen of sheep. Swish! Just as Yi Qinghan and the others were stunned, not knowing what was happening, and were staring blankly at the northern sky, a man suddenly appeared beside them out of thin air. It gave them a fright. When they took a look, they realized it was their ancestor, White-Brow Yi Ruoshui. Disciples of the Yi family, listen up. The marriage is cancelled, and the entire clan is to prepare for war. Issue a clan order, gather all disciples in Song City, and defend the Yi family castle. So many experts from other planes actually descended upon the Flame Dragon continent? This time, the situation is serious. Don't run around and wait for my orders. I will go and investigate. Yi Ruoshui's expression was extremely solemn. His 2 white eyebrows no longer drooped, but stood up like 2 sharp swords, emitting a cold intent. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Experts from other planes? Everyone looked at each other, and their faces turned pale, and their bodies tensed up. This matter had gone too far. CK their grandpa. Just when everyone turned their gaze to the north again, preparing to pay attention to the strange scene, Yi Qinghan, who was at the side, suddenly tore the big red robe on his body, leaving only the warrior robe underneath. His expression was abnormally agitated, and with a loud roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out of the Yi family. Yu Qingqing is in danger. I will go and get her. You guys prepare for war. Chapter 345. Bastard. Qingyo, hurry up and follow this little bastard to bring Yu Qingqing back. The rest of you, follow me to the Elders' Hall and issue a clan order to gather all the disciples of the Yi family, and rush to the Yi family castle as quickly as possible. Raise the alert level of Song City to the highest level and seal the city gates. Hurry. Seeing Yi Qinghan run out like lightning, Yi Tianlong wanted to chase after him. However, he immediately remembered that he was the clan leader. Under such a serious situation, how could he not stay at the Yi family? He hurriedly roared at Yi Qinghan, and began to issue orders one after another. Yi Qinghan glanced towards the north and didn't say anything. His battle aura surged and he didn't fly. Instead, he quickly ran out like Yi Qinghan, chasing after Yi Qinghan. With Yi Tianlong's roar, all the elders of the Yi family came to their senses and began to divide the work. The entire Yi family castle became busy, so all the disciples prepared for battle. Countless people rushed out of the Yi family castle and headed towards the various small cities of the Yi family. At the same time, the 4 gates of Tsang City were closed. The guards of Tsang City began to enforce martial law on the 13 streets of Tsang City. The entire city was immediately enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to fly, nor did he use form transposition. Instead, he quickly followed the corner of the street and ran out of the northern gate of Tsang City. He then ran along the side of the pipeline. Not long after leaving Tsang City, Yi Qinghan saw Yi Qinghan running like a mad leopard. He hurriedly sped up and chased after Yi Qinghan. At the same time he growled, "Bastard, wait for me." Grandpa Qingniu, why are you following me? Go back quickly. You should be guarding the Yi family castle right now." At this moment, Yi Qinghan was anxiously running while secretly cursing those strange monsters in the northern sky. They didn't come late or early, they actually came at the time of his wedding. However, when he heard someone rushing over from behind, he hurriedly turned around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you die, will my precious granddaughter become a widow? Don't worry too much, those experts from the other planes haven't finished descending yet. If we're fast enough, we'll be able to bring you Qingqing back. Moreover, they're a little far from Tsang City. They should be in the northeast of Tsang City, between Tsang City and Floating Snow City. Sigh, I wonder what's going to happen later." Yi Qingniu caught up and glared angrily at Yi Qinghan, as if blaming him for not cherishing his own life. "Alright, let's go. We need to bring Qingqing back as soon as possible." Yi Qinghan did not say anything else. Instead, he quickly moved forward along the pipeline. In the northern sky, the black hole that looked like the gaping mouth of a giant beast was still pouring out of it. Outside the black hole, there were now countless horned men standing in an orderly fashion. All of them stood in the air, their expressions cold, as if demons had descended. An extremely oppressive aura enveloped the entire house of Ares. The Yu clan was alarmed. Yu Shishui walked out of the Joyful Heart Pavilion, her beautiful face filled with shock. She stared at the sky for a long time before her figure flickered and reappeared in the Yu clan's Hall of Elders. After quickly issuing a few orders, she disappeared from Tranquil Lake Island. The Shui clan was alarmed. After all, the experts that had descended this time were right between Floating Snow City and Tsang City. The Shui clan's ancestor walked out of the cave that he cultivated in for many years, then sent out a few voice transmissions before disappearing halfway up the mountain. Dragon City was alarmed. Long Bufu stood in the city lord's residence and was just about to go to the secret room to ask the 3 war gods about the situation. To his surprise, the 3 war gods suddenly appeared beside him, gave him a few stern instructions, then flew away. The Feng clan and the Hua clan were both alarmed. They immediately sealed off their respective cities and prepared for battle. The entire divine battle manor was alarmed by such a phenomenon. Those with low cultivation bases could not see or hear clearly, but they could all sense the extremely oppressive, cold, and savage aura coming from that part of the sky. The hundreds of cities in the House of Ares immediately went into lockdown, either in preparation or in anticipation of what was about to happen. The demon god residents and the barbarian god residents weren't alarmed as they were too far away. Only a few people sensed something, but it didn't cause a huge panic. However, the demon god mountain that had been peaceful for a long time was once again broken by a few surprised exclamations. Instead, a few golden-skinned and abnormally tall barbarians walked out of the barbarian god valley. They were slightly astonished, and then disappeared from the barbarian god valley. The people of the hidden island didn't sense it either. However, at the northernmost part of the island, an old man wearing a straw raincoat slightly trembled as he held onto his fishing rod. He then slowly put away his fishing rod and walked towards the center of the island. God City. The massacring god guard was originally scolding his subordinates for being useless. They actually couldn't lock onto Tu Qianjuan's murderer even after such a long time. However, at this moment he was slightly startled. He didn't have time to say anything and directly rushed out. At the corner of the street, he met the other 3 great divine guards who were rushing over. Together, they ran towards the God Lord Pavilion. As soon as they entered the God Lord Pavilion, they saw a bald man with a strange tattoo in the courtyard with his back facing them. He was looking at the sky in silence. The few of them quickly knelt down and asked in a trembling voice, "Greetings, Lord God." "Lord God, what happened?" The Lord God didn't speak, but continued to look at the sky quietly. After a long time he sighed and turned his head to say, "Blood King, you're really generous. You teleported 2 god generals, more than 10 heaven gods, and nearly 1,000 peak martial saints. How generous. I'm afraid the amount of godstones consumed could buy half of the Blood King city." 2 god generals? More than 10 heaven gods? Nearly 1,000 peak martial saints? This. Lord God, didn't you say that teleporting people from the divine world to the material plane requires a large amount of godstones? The higher the level, the greater the consumption. Now what happened? Also, didn't you say that without your permission, no one from the divine world can be teleported to the flame dragon plane? The massacre god guards were shocked and their mouths were agape. After a long time, they asked in confusion, "Idiot, didn't you hear me say it's generous?" Humph. The Blood King is so capable that he isn't afraid of the divine world's law enforcement team finding out that he colluded with the ethereal sovereign's subordinates who were in charge of the teleportation formation to secretly teleport people to the material plane. He actually dared to go against the heavens for this divine sword. Humph. As long as I don't die, I'll definitely go to the divine world and wreak havoc in the ethereal city. The Lord God's face was cold. His black and red eyes shone with demonic radiance and his aura was as cold as ice. Then Lord God, what should we do? Sensing the Lord God's suppressed anger, the massacre god guards didn't dare to ask further. Recall all the people and soul slaves from the God City. Seal the God City and activate the 7-star absolute kill shield. I don't believe that these 2 god generals would dare to go against the law set by the 8 sovereigns of the divine world and attack the God City. It's all because of you fools. You didn't find the divine sword and instead caused trouble. The Lord God Massacre's face turned colder. Then, are we not going to care about the people from the Flame Dragon continent? The Massacre God Guard waved his hand and asked the other 3 god guards to carry out the Lord God's orders. However, the moment he spoke, he knew that something had happened. Bam! Indeed, the Lord God Massacre waved his hand and sent him flying. He roared furiously. I can't even protect myself. Why should I care about others? Why should I care? Kill everyone from the Flame Dragon continent? Why should I care? Those are 2 god generals. Moreover, it's not my turn to care. If that old thing from the Dark Castle doesn't care, the Flame Dragon continent will definitely be destroyed. Chapter 346. Why haven't I seen anyone yet? Yi Qinghan was anxious as he ran. He had been running for more than an hour, but he still hadn't seen the wedding procession. Don't be anxious. The Yi family has sent so many people, and the Yu family has also sent an elder to escort them. Moreover, the alien race in the sky hasn't made a move yet, right? Although Yi Qingniu was also very anxious, he still comforted him. From time to time, he would look towards the north with a hint of worry in his eyes. The 2 of them stopped talking and continued running. Elder Lu, what kind of monsters are in the sky? When Yi Qingniu mentioned the alien race, Yi Qinghan recalled that Elder Lu had transmitted a message to him when he was at the entrance of the Yi family's castle, informing him that something had happened. Moreover, Elder Lu was also someone from the divine world, so he must be very knowledgeable. Hence, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. They are a type of divine race in the divine world. They are a type of indigenous people of the divine world. The Golden Horn Devil race. However, they call themselves the Golden Horn Devil race. Elder Lu sighed faintly and transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. The Golden Horn Devil race? Are they very powerful? Stop talking nonsense. I can already feel how powerful they are. Yi Qinghan transmitted a message as he ran. They can be considered a very powerful race in the divine world. Their race occupies a prefecture on the Misty Continent, the Golden Horn Prefecture. The prefecture of the divine world is not something that your small house of Aries can compare to. the Golden Horn Prefecture is about the size of 100 flame dragon plains. Elder Lu explained. F***CK 100. Yi Qinghan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He hurriedly steadied himself and continued to run forward. Deep down he was extremely shocked. A prefecture was actually as big as 100 flame dragon plains? How big was the misty continent? How big was the divine world? Hee, the realm of the gods is so huge that you will be scared to death. There are 6 continents in the realm of the gods that are the same size as the misty continent. In addition, there are 3 continent-sized Star Sea. And there is also the Sacred Soul Island. There are 8 major powers. Boundless. Elder Lu seemed to have guessed what was on Yi Qinghan's mind, and revealed a bit of the situation to him. After that, he transmitted a solemn voice message to Yi Qinghan. You will know these things when you go to the realm of the gods in the future. It is still too early to talk about these things. You should think about how to survive this calamity. Save my life. Yi Qinghan was still immersed in the vastness of the divine world. When he heard Elder Lu's words, he was shocked. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Could it be that these experts are extremely powerful? Elder Lu, you're a peak heavenly god, yet you can't deal with him? Although Yi Qinghan was shocked that countless experts from other planes had suddenly descended on the Fire Dragon continent, he didn't feel particularly afraid. This was because the Yi family had Yi Ruoshui. More importantly, Elder Lu was a peak heavenly god. He didn't expect Elder Lu to say such a thing. Naturally, he was terrified. Nonsense. Do you think that a peak heavenly god is invincible? Perhaps I'm a top figure in the Fire Dragon continent, but in the divine world, I'm nothing. There are at least 2 god generals who have descended this time. They can kill me in a few moves. Moreover, there are a few peak heavenly gods there. This time, it might be a calamity for the Fire Dragon continent. Elder Lu's words were extremely solemn and cold. A calamity for the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan abruptly stopped in his tracks, his complexion turning incomparably pale, causing Yi Qingniu to jump in fright. 2 god generals? And a few peak heavenly gods? Nearly 1,000 martial sages? Ha! Fire Dragon plane, here we come. Waha, a material plane. I can actually descend upon a material plane again? Kill. Kill all the men in the Fire Dragon plane. Rape and kill all the women. Long live the Blood King, kill. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the words those foreign tribes had shouted before they descended. He couldn't help but shiver. He hadn't expected the situation to far exceed his imagination. It was actually this serious, so serious that the Fire Dragon continent might very well experience a world-ending catastrophe. Could it be that this would be the second calamity? Or the destruction of the Fire Dragon continent? What's wrong, little Han? Yi Qingniu asked worriedly when he saw that Yi Qinghan had suddenly stopped and his face had turned extremely pale. Nothing, I'm just a little worried. Let's go. We'll pick up Qingqing and rush back to the Yi family castle immediately. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and didn't explain too much. After all, if this matter were to spread, the Fire Dragon continent would immediately descend into chaos. Elder Lu, why did these experts come to the Fire Dragon continent? Are they really going to massacre the Fire Dragon continent? Do you have any good solutions? Yi Qinghan's complexion returned to normal, but his heartbeat had obviously sped up. He grumbled inwardly and continued to run. He transmitted his voice anxiously. Sigh. It's all because of the divine sword in the Carefree Pavilion. The matter of the divine sword might have been exposed. As for what will happen in the future, I can't say for sure. Let's take one step at a time. You should go and pick up Qingqing first. Elder Lu sighed deeply. Then he thought of something and transmitted his voice again. Take off the Carefree ring secretly. Don't expose it. It'll be troublesome if they find out. Although Yi Qinghan had many questions, he didn't ask much. He secretly took off the Carefree ring and the Soul ring and put them in his bosom. When he had time in the future, he would tie them with a rope and wear them close to his chest. He didn't say anything else and started to rush at full speed. The most important thing now was to pick up Qingqing. Other matters could be discussed after returning to the Yi family castle. In the northern sky, more and more foreign tribes gathered. However, because the hole could only be drilled out one by one, time was a little slow. But after more than an hour, all the foreign tribes finally drilled out. As the last one walked out, a black-robed man who was obviously much taller than all the other outsiders, the dark hole slowly closed up, as if a huge beast had closed its mouth. The sky became clear again, but it was obvious that the sky was a little dark. The last man to come out had 2 silver horns on his head. In the entire sky, only 2 people had silver horns. Obviously, the last man to come out had a much higher status. The moment he came out, all the foreign tribes knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Greetings, my lord." Nearly 1,000 experts with majestic auras knelt down in front of one person in the sky. The scene was extremely shocking, but the silver-horn man didn't seem to be enjoying it. Instead, he frowned and raised his hand to stroke his hair. He said faintly, "The aura of this material plane is really unpleasant. It's so annoying. Father is too much. Can't he train in the immortal realm? Jin Kuan, have you investigated the situation?" "Lord Jin Qi, I released my divine sense just now and found out most of the situation. There are 3 races in this plane, and each race has a few heavenly gods and a few low-tier divine beasts. The lord of this plane is a peak heavenly god. I reckon that we will be able to successfully complete this mission." A silver-horn man in front of the 1,000 people stood up, bowed and said proudly. The silver-horn man, Jin Lin, very elegantly flipped his hair. He smiled sinisterly and said faintly, "This material plane is not bad. There are a few talents here. All right. Everyone listen to my orders. Split into a few groups. Each group of heavenly gods will lead a group of saint-level martial artists, and go to each race to find the divine sword. If anyone obstructs us, kill without mercy. Jin Kuan, let's go meet the lord of this plane. How can we not greet him when we come to his territory? Kaka. Children, let's go." Chapter 347. Jin Qi brought Jin Kuan and flew towards the divine city, while the rest of the Golden Horn holy tribesmen were divided into 4 groups. Each group had a peak heavenly god leading several heavenly gods and hundreds of martial saints, flying towards the demon god estate, barbarian god estate, and hidden island respectively. As for the remaining people, they all looked at the peak heavenly god Golden Horn celestial race leader, waiting for his instructions. "Lord Golden Bull, where should we start our search in the human territory?" A Golden Horn holy tribesman with a spider tattoo on his face asked. The House of Aries had so many cities, there had to be a place to start. "Yes. Jin sure has brought people to the south. We will start from the largest city in the north. We will occupy all the human cities and search step by step. From the north to the south, we will meet with Jin Shur in the big city in the south. Let's go, children, kill and snatch women, Kaka." After saying that, Golden Bull took the lead and flew towards the north. Several heavenly gods followed closely behind him. Behind them was a group of martial saints who flew forward in a grandiose manner. However, the Golden Horn warrior with the spider tattoo stopped abruptly. He pulled the hand of a Golden Horn warrior beside him, and yelled at the troop in front of him with a lustful smile. "Brothers, you go first. Golden Pig and I are going to rob a woman. Follow us right now." Hearing this, the sage-level experts laughed and left, ignoring the spider-tattooed clansman. The man with a ferocious pig tattoo on his face said in surprise, "Golden Spider, where is the woman? Don't mess around. It will be bad if Lord blames you." "Kaka, Golden Pig, what are you afraid of? Follow us immediately after snatching it." "Kaka, when we arrived just now, I saw a wedding procession. The bride glanced in our direction, and I happened to see it. TSK, what a rare beauty. Are you going or not? If not, I will enjoy it alone." The man called Golden Spider laughed lasciviously, looking extremely terrifying. "Go, what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Golden Pig's eyes shone with lustful light as he hurriedly urged. "Kaka, in the immortal realm, we sage-level experts are at the bottom of the food chain. In this material plane, we have to be well-behaved and enjoy ourselves. Let's go." The Golden Spider laughed wildly, and took the lead to fly towards the south. Yu Qingqing was very scared. Half an hour ago, when the sky in the north changed, she opened the window cloth of the sedan and looked into the sky curiously. But when she saw that pair of lustful eyes full of naked desire, She began to be afraid. She was so afraid that her whole body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't even realize that the few bright peach blossoms on her head had fallen to the ground. She was not afraid of death. She was confident that she could end her life and die bravely before anyone or any monster wanted to violate her. But she was afraid. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Yi Qinghan one last time before she died. The palanquin sped forward. His own family's grand elder, Yu Ji, and the Yi family were escorting him along with more than 20 Emperor realm experts. But she was still afraid. She understood that if that person in the sky targeted her, not only would Yu Ji and these elders not be able to save her, they would instead die together. This was not her deduction, but a woman's intuition. Sometimes a woman's intuition was very scary. Qingqing, don't be afraid. With me here, nothing will happen. Also, the Yi family must have received the news. They will definitely send people to receive us. They might already be on the way. Yu Ji could feel Yu Qingqing's trembling through the curtain. She had also seen that pair of extremely evil and lustful eyes just now. She was also very afraid. But she could only pretend that nothing had happened and comfort Yu Qingqing. She didn't dare to fly to the Yi family alone with Yu Qingqing. That would be more obvious and dangerous. So she could only urge everyone to speed up. "Aunt, I'm not afraid. I'm just..." Yu Qingqing pretended to be calm. She picked up the peach blossom on the ground and put it on. However, the fear in her heart grew stronger and stronger. The hand holding the peach blossom trembled a few times, and the peach blossom couldn't be inserted into her hair. "Sigh, you have to believe me, child." Yu Ji sighed slightly and prepared to comfort her. But she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her expression changed, and she suddenly looked at the sky behind her. At the same time, her battle aura surged, and she shouted with a trembling voice, "Stop, everyone prepare for battle. Yi Fu Yu Xiang'er, take Qingqing and run. The rest of you follow me and fight." Whoosh! The hundreds of guards in the bridal escort team tore off their red robes at the same time. Their battle aura surged, and their armor and blades were on their bodies. They looked coldly at the two black figures flying over from the northern sky. "Go!" An Emperor realm elder of the Yu family rushed into the bridal sedan and grabbed Yu Qingqing. Together with Yi Fu, the elder with the highest cultivation realm in the Yi family, they rushed towards the south. They didn't care if they looked disheveled at all. "Aunt!" Yu Qingqing's beautiful face turned pale. She turned her head and roared at Yu Ji. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They gushed out and left 2 deep tear stains on the makeup on her face. "Go, or else, we won't be able to die in peace." Yu Ji turned to look at Yu Qingqing. Her dazed expression was replaced by a trace of determination. She roared angrily and waved her left hand. She flew into the sky and charged towards the black man. At the same time, she roared hysterically, "All martial practitioners below the Emperor realm, run for your lives. Those above the Emperor realm, follow me into the sky. We will fight these 2 foreign races, to the death and protect the Saintess." Fight to the death and protect the Saintess. The Yu family and Yi family's Emperor realm experts all roared angrily. They flew into the sky and charged towards the 2 men in black. Everyone's faces were filled with the determination to die. They were doing this to give their Saintess and their young family head's wife a way out. They decided to use their own corpses to buy time for Yu Qingqing to escape. Hee, these puny humans are overestimating themselves. Kill all the golden pigmen. You can have all the women you like. Come kill them all. When Golden Spider saw that these puny material realm martial practitioners didn't run and actually dared to fight them, he laughed wildly. A trace of cruelty flashed through his eyes. His body emitted black flames as he pounced towards Yu Ji and the others. Grandaunt. Yu Qingqing's body kept struggling and she kept turning her head. When she saw Yu Ji and the others pouncing towards the men in black, she wailed loudly. Her wails were heart-wrenching and her lungs were torn apart. Yu Xiang, the Yu family's Emperor realm expert who brought Yu Qingqing, also had tears on her face. However, she didn't act like Yu Qingqing. Instead, she used her hand to wipe her tears. Then, she used her hand to hit the back of Yu Qingqing's head, knocking her out. She nodded at Yi Fu beside her, and the 2 of them flew towards the south with all their might. Yu family martial practitioners, collective soul attack. The foreign races in front. Yi family's martial practitioners, prepare for a sneak attack. Yu Ji glanced at Yu Qingqing and the others who were far away and gave the order to the Yu family and Yi family's experts behind her. At the same time, a five-colored light flashed through her eyes. Her eyes shot out two dazzling rays of light that shot towards the golden horn god race in front of her. This was the Yu family's soul attack, and also her strongest attack. At the same time, the eyes of the Yu family's Emperor Realm experts behind her lit up. Countless golden rays of light shot towards the golden horn god race in front of them. The Yi family's Emperor Realm experts merged with their battle beasts and held all kinds of weapons in their hands. They went around the Yu family's woman and pounced towards the first golden horn god race in front of them. Chapter 348. Yu Ji's tactic was simple. She and the Yu family's Emperor Realm experts activated the Yu family's mental attack together to trap the golden horn god in front of them in an illusion. Even if, as long as they were trapped in the illusion for 1 second, the 10 Yi family experts would be able to succeed in their sneak attack. As long as they could kill one golden horn god, then they would have the hope to obtain the final victory. Even if it was a bitter victory. Countless rays of golden light shot towards the golden horn god race expert. At the same time, nearly 10 experts of the Yi clan dashed towards the golden horn god race expert with cold faces. Night battle in all directions kill. The Yi family elders circulated their battle chi to the strongest state. Their bodies moved like lightning as they charged forward with sabers, spears, axes, and swords in their hands. However, they didn't make a move. Instead, when the countless light beams from the Yu family shot towards the golden horn god's eyes, they shouted in unison. Rumbling saber waves emerged from their weapons. Their speed increased again as they got close to the golden horn god and slashed down. Swish. Countless golden light beams shot into the golden horn god's eyes and instantly disappeared. The Yi family experts that were pouncing over were all surprised to find that the golden horn god's eyes suddenly dimmed as he became absent-minded. At the same time, the black flames on the surface of his body suddenly shrank. Good chance. Everyone was overjoyed. If they didn't see such a good chance, they wouldn't be worthy of being the elders of the Yi family. Kaka, you've been tricked. Golden flame split the sky. However, when their weapons were about to slash the golden horn god's body, the corner of the golden horn god's mouth suddenly cracked and he laughed. His eyes emitted a fiery glow that was filled with ruthlessness. The spider tattoo on his face seemed to have come alive at this moment. It actually twisted and looked extremely ferocious. He smiled cruelly and revealed a trace of mockery in his eyes. The black flames on the surface of his body suddenly surged. He waved his hands, and the flames on the surface of his body exploded and expanded with the wind. It immediately enveloped the 10 Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family. Chi. The black flames surged and touched the weapons in the hands of the Yi family experts. Unexpectedly, the weapons in their hands completely melted into molten iron at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of flame was this? The elders of the Yi family widened their eyes in horror. They couldn't believe that the weapons in their hands had turned into molten iron in an instant. As elders of the Yi family, the weapons on their bodies were all high-grade treasured weapons. Yet under the black flames, they directly melted? However, before they could figure out what was going on, they were engulfed by the surging black flames. In an instant, nearly 10 Yi family experts didn't even have the time to scream before they were all turned into ashes by the black flames. This, Yu Ji and the Yu family woman watched as the dozen or so Yi family elders who had been talking and laughing with them just a moment ago turned into ashes one after another. Their beautiful faces turned pale as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock, fear, despair, all sorts of expressions flashed across their limpid eyes. Kaka, we, the great golden horn god clan, are invincible. Women, you can either surrender or play with my brother. Or die. The golden spider laughed wildly, causing the spider tattoo on his face to twist. He looked like a ferocious ghost that had crawled out of hell. The women of the Yu family will never surrender. Children, for the Yu family, for the saintess, I order you to die. Yu Ji let out a desolate smile as her expression slowly calmed down. She cast a deep glance in the direction of Tranquil Lake Island with great nostalgia, before casting a glance in the south where Yu Qingqing had fled. She revealed a satisfied smile as she transmitted her voice to the Yu clan elder in the sky. We all surrender. Lord, please spare us. As long as you don't kill us, we can do whatever you want. When the Yu family elders heard Yu Ji's transmission, they looked at each other and saw a trace of cruel laughter in each other's eyes. Then they withdrew their battle auras and put away the weapons in their hands. They giggled and looked at the two members of the Golden Horn God clan with seductive expressions. Although the Yu family elders were already dozens of years old, under the special care of the Yu family, they all looked like young girls in their 20s. Moreover, all of them were proficient in top-notch seduction techniques. Once they were used, it was as if hundreds of flowers had bloomed. Kaka, the women of this material plane are really not bad. Golden Spider, quickly chase after that woman and capture her for us to enjoy together. Kaka, the women of this material plane are really good. Choosing to surrender to the great Golden Horn God clan is the best choice. When the golden pig behind the golden spider saw this, he revealed an extremely lascivious smile. He waved his hand at the golden spider and pounced towards the Yu family ladies. Lord, you are so strong. Lord, you are so mighty. When the women of the Yu clan saw the golden pig pouncing over, they all threw away the weapons in their hands and twisted their plump bodies. With a flirtatious smile, they moved closer to the golden pig and took the initiative to hug and stroke his body. Kaka, really interesting. Wait for my golden pig. The golden spider licked his lips and didn't think too much about it. After all, the group of women had just shot out golden light beams. This kind of spiritual attack was nothing to the Golden Horn God clan, whose souls were extremely strong. Thinking of the beautiful woman who had just cried her heart out, he suppressed his lust and chased towards the south. When Yu Ji saw that the golden spider didn't come closer, her face slightly darkened. After pondering for a while, she suddenly smiled and her whole face suddenly glowed with a gentle light. Then, she flew towards the golden spider at high speed. She originally looked like a charming middle-aged woman, but at this moment, she seemed to be 10 years younger. Her whole body was rippling with a special aura and natural charm. She laughed delicately and said, Lord, I have something to tell you. The golden spider turned his head around and saw Yu Ji flying toward him at lightning speed with a different kind of seductive expression on her face. He was slightly taken aback, but his expression suddenly changed. The black flames on his body exploded as he retreated hastily and shouted, Stop! Golden pig, be careful. Haha, it's too late. Yu Ji once again smiled miserably. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. On her white and tender face, it was actually a different kind of flirtatious. Her eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Her body also began to emit a dazzling light. She grinned and shouted, You family's women, be brave and die. You family's women will never yield. Following Yu Ji's shout, the women beside the golden pig all smiled miserably and shouted. At the same time, their bodies suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Their plump bodies all emitted a dazzling light, and finally, they all turned into dazzling fireworks. Bang! 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 More than a dozen fireworks suddenly bloomed, illuminating the nearby mountains and rivers for hundreds of miles. The violent explosion resounded throughout the heaven and earth, and didn't stop for a long time. The violent shock wave raised the flowers and trees within a radius of 10 miles to the ground. Countless smoke and dust enveloped the entire sky, dyeing it dark gray. No! Yu Qingcheng, who was lying in Yu Xianger's embrace, was startled awake by the explosion. She suddenly turned her head, just in time to see the sky behind her blossoming with a dozen or so brilliant fireworks. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the corner of her mouth. She struggled and twisted, both hands grabbing her hair, making her beautiful hair incomparably messy. She closed her eyes and screamed towards the sky. Her voice was extremely painful, as though her organs were being torn apart. Qingcheng. No. Just after Yu Qingcheng screamed, an even more earth-shaking roar resounded several dozen miles to the south. The roar was filled with panic, fear, and boundless rage. Immediately after, two figures rose up from the southern sky like lightning. The two figures streaked across the sky, rushing straight towards this direction with all their might. They were unscrupulous, rushing madly over without a care for anything. Chapter 349. Gagaga. The golden spider was furious. He stared at the mangled and bloody golden pig in front of him. The spider tattoo on his face twisted rapidly, and his eyes were filled with an incomparably violent rage. The great golden horn holy tribe was plotted against by a group of mortals from the material plane? These lowly mortals dared to kill his brothers? I will kill all of you, Gagaga. The golden spider's body was engulfed in black flames. He clenched his fists so hard that his black veins popped out. He ignored the dark green blood that was still flowing out of his body. His eyes were dark green as he looked around angrily. He wanted to kill everyone to vent his anger. However, when he looked around angrily, he found that all the women of the Yu family had self-detonated. The lower-level guards below had already fled, and were nowhere to be found. The only thing he could see was the beautiful woman who had shouted no, and the two humans beside her. Ah, it's all your fault, you hateful woman. Otherwise, how could my brothers have died? I will tear you apart. No. Two more came. The golden spider revealed a cruel smile. The black flames around his body surged, and his speed increased by several times. He pounced towards Yu Qingqing and the others. Yi Qinghan heard a series of earth-shattering explosions, followed by Yu Qingcheng's heartbroken scream. His heart was broken and his eyes were bloodshot. He ignored everything and flew towards Yu Qingcheng. Yi Qingniu, who was beside him, smiled helplessly and flew towards Yu Qingcheng. Little Han, don't be agitated. Yu Qingcheng is fine. Elder Lu sensed that something was wrong and quickly released his divine sense. After confirming that Yu Qingcheng was fine, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan, telling him not to be rash. Elder Lu, a member of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe, is rushing towards Qingqing and the others. If it doesn't work, help me kill him. Yi Qinghan was relieved. However, he saw a member of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe behind Yu Qingqing and the others, emitting black flames and rushing towards them. Yi Qinghan hurriedly increased his speed and transmitted a message to Elder Lu. I will not attack. Unless you are about to die, I will not make a move. Ask your elders to hold them off, and leave quickly. Elder Lu sighed faintly, and said something that left Yi Qinghan flabbergasted. What? Why didn't you do anything? Have you forgotten that I still have 2 chances for you to attack? Have you forgotten that I am the young master of the free and unfettered pavilion? Yi Qinghan was anxious. The aura of the Golden Horn God race was so terrifying. How could Yi Qinghan withstand it? If Yi Qingniu died, how was he going to explain this to Yi Qinggu and his clan? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. His voice became somewhat hysterical. Elder Lu, you must do it. I order you to do it. I beg you to help me. If you don't help me, I'll die. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his furious voice transmission, Elder Lu flew into a rage and scolded. Idiot! You bastard! Why are you so muddle-headed when it comes to your woman? That group of Golden Horn God race members have not gone far. If I were to make a move and cause the heaven and earth essence chi to vibrate, they would definitely notice me. At that time, they would be lured here. You expect me to deal with a peak heavenly god and a few heavenly gods? At that time, not only will we all die, but your Yi family castle and the entire Song City will also be implicated. At that time, the entire Song City will be flooded with rivers of blood. Is this what you want to see? You bastard! You are infuriating me. Ah. Then what should we do? Yi Qinghan panicked. He was panicking like never before. Even when he was on the verge of death several times in the past, he didn't panic as he was alone. But now there were too many people he had to take care of and protect. What are you panicking for? Calm down, hurry up and save Qingqing. You guys need to hurry up. When the time comes, I will guide you on what to do. If you really can't do it, I will exhaust my godly energy and see if there is a chance to launch a sneak attack. Elder Lu finally calmed down after cursing. Qingqing, don't be afraid. Your man is here. Although Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan were slightly slower than the Golden Horn Holy Tribe, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinghan had run for a while. Thus Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan arrived first. Cold, cold, cold. Sop sop sop. When Yu Qingqing heard Yi Qinghan's roar, she became agitated and cried even harder. At this moment, seeing Yi Qinghan's familiar face rapidly approaching, he hurriedly screamed. However, as he screamed, his screams turned into loud wails as he sobbed uncontrollably. Mr. Han, young clan leader, supreme elder, Yu Xiang and Yi Fu were shocked by the approaching Golden Horn Holy Tribe and were extremely worried. When he heard Yi Qinghan's roar and saw Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingniu running away, he hurriedly cried out in surprise. At the same time, he sped up to meet up with them. Qingcheng, don't cry, don't cry. Your man is here. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yi Qinghan threw himself at Yu Qingcheng and hugged her. Yu Qingcheng, who was crying in a muddled state, felt her heart ache. She quickly steadied herself and hugged Yu Qingcheng tightly, caressing her face and comforting her. Yi Qinghan's battle chi surged. He activated his sacred domain and enveloped them. Then he walked past them and looked at the Golden Horn Holy Tribe that was crazily charging at them like demons. Han, I finally see you. Sob Han. Grandaunt is dead. My aunts are all dead. The elders of the Yi family are all dead. I'm so scared. I'm in so much pain. They died to save me. Yu Qingcheng once again hugged this familiar body. Feeling the familiar breath of this man, she felt a bit more at ease. However, the words that came out of her mouth were even more emotional. Her sobbing voice would break anyone's heart. Qingcheng, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. I know what you're saying. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge them. I'll do everything in my power to avenge them. Yi Qinghan hugged Yu Qingcheng and felt her soft body trembling unceasingly. When he thought of the dozens of splendid fireworks in the sky just now, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. The Golden Horn Holy Tribe had touched the reverse scale in his heart. Avenge your mother. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, he heard Yi Qinghan curse and saw Yi Qinghan's incomparably furious face. Yi Qingniu's eyes bulged and his entire face contorted as he bellowed angrily. How dare you? Bastard! Why aren't you running away with your woman? What kind of *T are you babbling about? If you don't leave now, we'll all die. Go, I'll drag this monster out. Yi Fu, use your life to protect them. Go. After saying that, Yi Qinghan's aura suddenly burst forth. His entire body emitted a horrifying aura. A huge Kuei-Ox phantom suddenly appeared behind him. His body stood straight proudly as he took steady steps in the air. Without looking back, he pounced towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. Young patriarch, let's go. Avenge me in the future. Yi Fu wiped his tears and pushed Yi Qinghan away. Then he followed Yi Qinghan's footsteps and charged forward. Young miss, you must be happy. Yu Xiang didn't cry. Instead, she smiled sweetly and looked deeply at Yu Qingcheng. Then she followed Yi Fu's footsteps. In the distance, the huge black silhouette was getting closer and closer. With a loud roar and berserk rage, it pounced towards them. Qingcheng, are you afraid of death? Yi Qinghan looked at the huge silhouettes of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. His expression calmed down as he gently wiped the tears from Yu Qingcheng's eyes. I'm afraid. Yu Qingcheng was influenced by Yi Qinghan's aura. She slowly became docile. Her lips twitched as she shook her head. A trace of satisfaction appeared in her eyes as she said faintly, but as long as I'm with you, what's there to be afraid of? Haha, this is my Yi Qinghan's woman. Come, let's go meet that monster. Let him have a taste of this young master's domineering aura. Yi Qinghan let out a wild laugh. His entire body emitted an aura that looked down on the world. Then he followed the group and charged forward. Chapter 350. Kaka, how many more are here to die? Today, I will send all of you to the next world, so that my brother's soul can rest in peace. When Golden Spider saw that these people had suddenly stopped running and were instead pouncing towards him, his mouth curled into a mocking smile. A mid-level martial saint wanted to fight him? He wasn't afraid of even a peak martial saint, let alone a mid-level martial saint. Golden Horn Holy Race was a race of gods, much stronger than these mortals. Bastard! What are you doing here? You idiot, get out of my way. Are you trying to kill me? Or do you want Xiao Wu and Xiao Yi to be widows? Get out of my way. Yi Qingniu wanted to charge at the Golden Horn Holy Race, but he saw Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng following him. He immediately turned around and scolded. Hee, Grandpa Green Cow, don't be angry. No one in the Yi family is afraid of death. Plus, it's not certain who will die. Yi Fu and Elder Yu, you two watch the battle with Qingcheng. It's useless for you to participate in a battle of this level. Watch how Grandpa Green Cow and I kill the demon. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and handed Yu Qingcheng over to Yu Xiang'er. Then, he wiped his chest with his left hand and a black long blade appeared in his hand. At the same time, he merged with his battle beast and waved the long blade, staring coldly at the approaching Golden Horn Holy Race. Bastard! Yi Qingyo was so angry that his beard was about to fly off. However, he knew that Yi Qinghan was stubborn. Yi Qinghan had dared to ask for death in front of the enchanted garden, and dared to run alone in the god-slaying mountain. Moreover, he had always suspected that Yi Qinghan still had a trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have walked out of the cave in the barbaric mountains so easily. Therefore he didn't stop him and said angrily, "What level? What level are you at? Tell them not to participate? Do you think you have the strength to participate? Even I don't have the confidence. Do you?" Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't confident. He hadn't even cultivated his battle aura yet. Although he had reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, he wasn't confident at all. However, his own strength was only at the 1st level of the Emperor realm. Together with Xiao Hei's fusion, he was at the peak of the Emperor realm, facing the peak of the saint-level Golden Horn God race. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was not confident, but Elder Lu was. He thought hard for a long time and came up with the worst solution. If he really had no other choice, he could only ask Elder Lu for help to quickly destroy this monster. If the commotion caused was too big, it would be discovered by the Golden Horn God clan in the north. In order to avoid implicating the Yi family and Song City, he could only escape to another place alone. At worst, he could make the world his home and fight alone. In his heart, he was looking forward to it at all times. 2 helpers, Yi Ruoshui and Lord Devour. If Yi Ruoshui knew about the current situation, she would definitely teleport out to help. As for Lord Devour, he wasn't so sure. No matter what, Lord Devour had said that even if he was about to die, he wouldn't take action. He would only save Xiao Hei before he died. Normally, big shots wouldn't take back their words. Therefore, he didn't dare to have too much hope. Kaka, turn all of you into ashes. Golden flame sky splitting. The Golden Horn God race expert arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Without any nonsense, he used the ultimate move that killed the elders of the Yi family. The black flames on his body surged and engulfed the area of 1 mile around them. What a powerful flame. Hide behind me and protect yourselves. This battle chi consumption is too high. It won't be long before the Saint Realm is broken. Kuei sky splitting. Yi Qingyo's expression changed. He felt that the Saint Realm was surrounded by an extremely hot flame. In an instant, his battle chi was being consumed like water. He hurriedly shrunk the Saint Realm so that it could only protect a few people. Then, the tall Kuei phantom above his head turned into a mad bull under his command. It passed through the black flames and charged towards the golden spider. Kaka, the fundamental mystery of the law of destruction? You dare to show off such a small trick in front of me? Don't you know that the great Golden Horn God race is best at the law of destruction and the law of fire? Today, I'll show you the real mystery of destruction. Seeing the black kuei formed by Yi Qingyo's battle chi, the golden spider revealed a disdainful smile. With a maniacal laugh, his hands continuously formed hand seals. The black flames in front of him suddenly condensed into countless strange beasts that pounced towards the kuei. Before the kuei could reach the golden spider, it was instantly surrounded by countless beasts. They continuously bit and tore at it. Gradually, it faded and finally disappeared. It's over. Yi Qingyo saw the golden spider's black flames radiate countless beasts. Moreover, each of these beasts was stronger, more agile, and more imposing than his kuei. Suddenly, his expression turned ashen. The law of destruction that he was most proud of was nothing in front of the Golden Horn God race. What was the point of fighting? With a bitter expression, his battle chi surged out and seeped into the green sacred domain, stabilizing it so that it wouldn't be destroyed by the black flames. Then he turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "Brat, if you don't show your trump card, we're all finished." "Alright, let me try." Yi Qinghan's expression was also very pale. He knew that the Golden Horn God race was strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. Leaping out, he directly teleported in front of Yi Qingniu, getting closer to the Golden Horn God race. Soul Chaos, Space Lock, World Annihilation / Without hesitation, Yi Qinghan immediately released his body fusion technique. A bewitching purple light shone and directly enveloped the Golden Horn God race in front of him. At the same time, his battle chi fluctuated, and he waved it forward, locking the space around the Golden Spider. Finally, the Slaughter God Saber released a wave of saber energy, and a fire dragon left his body and attacked the Golden Spider with lightning speed. What's that? The Golden Spider was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden teleportation. Teleportation? It doesn't seem like it. This person's strength is so low, how can he teleport? What is this purple light? Why is there a movement in the space? Damn, this fire dragon is so fierce. The Golden Spider was surprised by Yi Qinghan's series of strange attacks, but he didn't expect to see an extremely fierce fire dragon pouncing on him. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. His body once again shone with intense flames, desperately protecting his body. Bang! The huge fire dragon collided with the black flames, emitting a dazzling light. It also caused the black flames that enveloped the Golden Spider and the others to tremble and instantly dissipate. Young Patriarch is so fierce? Yi Fu and Yu Xiang looked at each other in shock, while Yu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a trace of intoxication. Little Han, quickly take the others and run, one-legged bull transformation. However, before their expressions of happiness could blossom on their faces, Yi Qingniu roared and the illusion of a kuei condensed once more above his head. He suddenly charged forward and used his ultimate technique to save his life once more. It was the technique he had used to deal with the demons at the foot of Fallen God Mountain, the kuei transformation. Without hesitation, Yi Qinghan immediately teleported next to Yu Qingqing, but he didn't escape. Instead, he protected the three of them and transmitted his voice at the same time. Elder Lu, if you don't act now, I'm going to die. After the explosion, the black flames on the surface of the tall Golden Horn Divine Race member's body disappeared. His robe was tattered and blood could be seen faintly. The spider tattoo on his face twisted rapidly. With a furious roar, the two black curved horns on his head suddenly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, they became dozens of meters long and a few meters thick. The Golden Horn God shook his head, and a cruel smile appeared in his eyes. He bent his body, and with the two huge horns glowing with a dim light, he fiercely rammed towards Yi Qingniu's Kueox Phantom. Kaka! Run, no one will escape today. Lowly mortal, you actually injured the great divine race. I'll let you have a taste of my Golden Horn Divine Race's ultimate move, Golden Horn God Destruction. Chapter 351. Bang! The two huge horns, which carried a biting cold aura and a tyrannical, murderous intent, suddenly collided with Yi Qingniu's ultimate life-saving technique, the kuei, which was emitting black waves of energy. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, followed by another intense explosion. A dazzling light lit up, and a huge shockwave scraped the ground a few inches deep. Impossible! Little Han, run! Yi Qingniu vomited a mouthful of blood, and his bulging eyes were filled with despair. His body quickly withered and fell down powerlessly. His two hands waved wildly at Yi Qinghan, urging him to run for his life. Yi Fu, who was beside Yi Qinghan, quickly flew over to catch him. After the explosion, the huge Kuei-Ox turned into nothingness, while that Golden Horn God race clansman seemed to be completely fine. His body trembled slightly, and he shook his head. Waving his two huge black horns, he continued to crazily charge at Yi Qinghan and the others. Clearly, he hated Yu Qingqing, the culprit who caused the tragic death of his brother. F***ck so fierce. Yi Qinghan's face turned ashen. Yi Qingniu's life-saving ultimate move, the Kuei-Ox Beheader, was terrifyingly powerful back at the God-slaying mountain. How could it be so easily broken by the Golden Horn Celestial race? Although the Golden Horn God race was proficient in the Law of Destruction, and could restrain the Blue Night Bull's Law of Destruction, however, one had to admit that this ultimate move of the Golden Horn God clan was very powerful. Golden Horn God slaying. It seemed like their golden horns had some special uses. There was nowhere to run. Yi Qingniu had been easily defeated, and he was of no use at all. Just now he had used his strongest moves consecutively, But he had only managed to injure the Golden Horn God Race clansman lightly. Moreover, it was under the condition that the Golden Horn God Race clansman was careless. At this moment, he deeply felt how weak he was. He regretted not cultivating his battle chi earlier. Shaking his head, he decided to use the last resort. At worst, he would just wander the world by himself. He sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, make your move. If you don't, all of us will die. Alright, if worse comes to worst, I'll die with you. Elder Lu let out a faint sigh. He felt somewhat helpless. The moment he made his move, he used his godly power. It would definitely be detected by that Golden Horn celestial race expert who was heading to the floating snow city. After all, Golden Horn celestial race experts were extremely sensitive to godly energy. In the end, it was very likely to attract the attention of the two divine generals. At that time, the result would be that Yi Qinghan would die together with him. However, in such a situation, if he didn't act, Yi Qinghan would die immediately. Just as he helplessly took out his iron rod and was about to flash out of the carefree pavilion, he seemed to sense something and exclaimed in surprise. Then he put away his iron rod and sent a message to Yi Qinghan with a chuckle. It's all right. You're safe now. Help has arrived. Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of huge black horns that were growing larger and larger. He cursed in his heart. Why isn't Elder Lu making a move yet? Upon hearing Elder Lu's voice transmission, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but there was no one around. He only smelled a faint fragrance. Fox fragrance. He immediately came to his senses and cried out in astonishment. Madame Jiao? Hee little Han, we meet again. The space in front of Yi Qinghan trembled, and a nine-tailed fox appeared out of thin air. Madame Jiao didn't seem to see the two huge black horns that were getting closer and closer. Her expression was still elegant, and coupled with her white outfit, she had an extraordinary temperament. She said calmly, I was going to the Yi family castle to celebrate your wedding. You ran outside. Hello, Madame Jiao. Be careful. Upon seeing Madame Jiao, Yi Qinghan instantly relaxed. However, when he saw Madame Jiao smiling and joking with him, seemingly unaware of the Golden Horn celestial race behind them, he hurriedly warned her. Since I'm here, I'll help you solve your problem. Madame Jiao said calmly. Then, the fragrance on her body suddenly became stronger, and the nine tails behind her suddenly danced wildly. In an instant, they actually grew longer. The nine tails fluttered lightly and gently wrapped around the two thick black horns. What's that? The golden spider was originally rushing over, but he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. He was wondering if it was also a fake teleportation like the youngster just now. That was why this moment of hesitation caused his body to run forward for another distance. Only when those 9 soft fox tails suddenly wrapped around his black horn did he snap back to reality. This fox was a divine beast. It wasn't a fake teleportation like the youngster, but a real one. Because he felt a trace of divine power in the air, he hurriedly stopped and began to retreat with all his might. Too late. Madame Jiao turned her head slightly and gave him an indifferent look. Then the 9 tails suddenly danced again and wrapped around the golden spider. She suddenly flung him into the air and smashed him onto the ground. Pung. The golden spider of the Golden Horn celestial race had a huge body and 2 huge black horns. Needless to say, it was at least a few hundred kilograms. But with Madame Jiao's 9 tails waving, it was like a giant grabbing a small mouse and smashing it onto the ground heavily. The Golden Horn God Race clansman was smashed into the ground, leaving behind only a small section of his black horn that was emitting a faint cold light. Swish. Madame Jiao smiled faintly again. She lifted her tails and flung the half-dazed golden spider into the air again, before smashing him heavily again. Then she flung him up and smashed him again. Pung pung, pung. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the Golden Horn celestial race was smashed into the ground again and again, creating more than 10 huge black holes on the ground. When the Golden Horn celestial race was finally flung to the side by Madame Jiao, he was already badly mutilated and unrecognizable. He couldn't be more dead. This Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing looked at each other, licked their lips, swallowed their saliva, and twitched their noses embarrassedly. They didn't say a word. In their hearts, however, they were incomparably shocked. This Madame Gio looks so elegant and always maintains her charming temperament. I didn't expect her to have such a violent side. Hee, I must have scared you. Madame Gio retracted her tail and used her 2 furry claws to gently brush off the dust on her tail. She turned her head with a faint smile and said, I have no choice. If I use my divine power, of course, I can kill him instantly. However, it will attract the attention of the other Golden Horn Celestial race members. Hee, I can only use my physical strength. Isn't it a little too violent? Hee, it's a little violent, but I like it. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and smiled. He didn't hide anything and said directly, Hee, all right, the trouble is solved. Time to get down to business. Madame Gio's smile became even wider when she heard Yi Qinghan's words. She seemed to like Yi Qinghan's straightforwardness. She clapped her claws and a white jade box appeared out of thin air. She passed it to Yi Qinghan and said, Today is your wedding day. I am here to congratulate you on behalf of my mistress. Mistress said to thank you for taking care of Xiaohei for so many years. This time she will give you a small gift. In the future, she won't owe you anything. She also said to remember what she said. Yeah, that's all. I'm done here, so I should go. See you, little Han. Then, Madame Gio gracefully bowed and teleported away. Little Han, that Madame Gio is Lord Devour's subordinate, the 9-tailed fox divine beast? Yu Qingqing and the others were still immersed in the shock, but Yi Qingniu, who was supporting Yi Fu in the air, opened his mouth and asked with uncertainty. Yes, she's Lord Devour's housekeeper, a very powerful divine beast, Madame Gio. Yi Qinghan nodded. Then, his eyes fixed on the white jade box in his hand, he said expectantly, Lord Devour gave me a gift? I wonder what it is. With her identity, she can't take out ordinary things, right? Yi Qingniu's face was a little pale, but he was more excited after surviving a disaster. He looked at the white jade box enviously and sighed. Don't open it. If I'm not wrong, this is Lord Devour's wedding gift to Qingqing and Xiaowu. It's 2 divine crystals, 2 top-grade Heavenly God Realm divine crystals just like your sister. Chapter 352. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. Are these divine crystals fruits? Does Lord Devour specialize in producing divine crystals? Why are they all top-notch Heavenly God Realm divine crystals? Isn't this equivalent to creating 2 peak heavenly gods? These gifts are a little too expensive, right? Hee, don't be surprised. These are indeed 2 top-notch Heavenly God divine crystals. Lord Devour is very awesome. He's a big shot even in the divine world. Giving him several top-notch Heavenly God divine crystals isn't a big deal. Don't think too much. Let's return to Tsang City first. We don't know how this world-ending calamity will develop. If we don't handle it well, everything will be for naught. Elder Lu used his divine senses to check and stopped Yi Qinghan from thinking too much. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and didn't think too much about it. He directly put the white jade box into the unfettered pavilion and turned to Yi Fu. Elder Yi Fu, bring Grandpa Green Cow, and Elder Yu, bring Qingqing. I'll protect them. Let's return to Tsang City first. All right, let's go back first. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and looked to the north worriedly. Yi Qinghan forced a smile at Yu Qingqing and handed her over to Yu Xiang. Then he held the Slaughter God's saber and led the way. The group flew towards Tsang City at high speed. Along the way, Yi Qinghan looked around vigilantly. At the same time, he was thinking about what had just happened. Why didn't Yi Ruoshui appear in such a dangerous situation? What was he doing now? Did Lord Jiu happen to appear here because of Devour's order? Or did Lord Jiu just happen to come here? What would this world-ending calamity turn into in the end? Was the Flame Dragon plane really going to be destroyed? But if it wasn't destroyed, who could save it? Yi Ruoshui didn't appear. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he couldn't. Moreover, he had found out that Lord Jiu had appeared in Tsang City, so he didn't rush over. Yi Ruoshui and the other deity realm experts of the Battle God's Manor were currently following the group of Golden Horn Celestial race members who were flying towards the Driftsnow City. The moment the experts from the other planes descended, all the divine-level experts in the House of Ares made arrangements for their respective clans and left hurriedly, gathering together. However, with the gathering of such a terrifying aura and the presence of so many experts who were far stronger than them, they didn't dare to show themselves. When the two god generals flew towards the floating snow city, the group of Golden Horn god tribesmen split into several groups and flew towards different continents. Only then did they fall far behind the group of Golden Horn god tribesmen, heading towards the floating snow city, and started to discuss countermeasures. Everyone, what should we do? From the looks of it, they were heading to Snowfall City. Once they go, floating snow city will definitely be razed to the ground. The old ancestor of the Shui clan was the most anxious. After all, the Shui clan that he had been protecting was the first to encounter. What can we do? If we go over, we'll just be throwing our lives away. One of them has an extremely powerful aura. He must be at the peak of the heavenly god realm. And there are 4 heavenly gods. Does the heavens want the flame dragon continent to die? Yushi's face was as pale as a snow lotus on an iceberg. Don't worry. There will always be a way. There will always be a way. Yi Ruoshui's 2 white eyebrows were like 2 sharp swords, slanting and slanting. The 3 war gods were also distressed. There will always be a way? What could they do? The experts from the other planes who had descended this time were too powerful. If it were just a few ordinary heavenly gods, they wouldn't care even if they risked their lives. After all, their destiny as divine-level experts was to protect the Flame Dragon continent. This place was their route. Let's do it. Everyone, I can't just watch them raise floating snow city to the ground. I'll go first. The old ancestor of the Shui clan clenched his teeth. Seeing that the others weren't moving, he decided to fight to the death. Wait. The eldest of the 3 war gods, Jian Huang, raised his hand to stop the old ancestor from dying. Then he turned to Yi Ruoshui, clasping his fists. Now the only one who can save billions of creatures on the continent is you, little Yi. Me? Are you kidding me? My realm isn't as high as yours, brother Jian Huang. Yi Ruoshui's white eyebrows twitched, asking skeptically. Right. The Baldi in the Divine City can't even protect himself. Now we can only count on you. The second war god, Saber Emperor, also got it. He clasped his fists, his face hopeful. We can only count on you. You take your little Han to beg Lord Devour to help us. Don't talk. Listen to me. Lord Devour doesn't care about us. It's useless even if we go there. Even if the entire continent is dead, he won't help us. However, if Yi Qinghan goes there to beg, there is still hope. No matter what, he's the only one who has a relationship with Lord Devour. Please, little knight, hurry up and take little Han. Go to the Dark Castle as fast as you can. Whether or not the billions of lives on the continent can be saved depends on this trip. The Sword Emperor's expression was extremely serious, and he said very seriously. The old monster of the Shui family and Yu Shishui were ecstatic when they heard that Yi Qinghan had a relationship with Lord Devour. The old monster of the Shui family was so anxious that he almost knelt to Yi Ruoshui. His lips trembled as he said, Brother Yi Ruoshui, go. If you can save the Shui family, we will be eternally grateful. Old brother Yi, go quickly. Success or failure depends on this trip. Yu Shishui also said anxiously. I'll go, but don't hold too much hope. Lord Devour said that he won't interfere in the continent's disputes. I'm going. Yi Ruoshui's eyes twinkled. She stomped her feet, sighed helplessly, and directly teleported away. Yi Ruoshui teleported a few times. Yi Qinghan and the others hadn't reached Song City yet. Yi Ruoshui's divine consciousness spread out, and found that Yi Qinghan and the others were still dozens of miles away from Song City. She directly teleported there. Forefather. Yi Ruoshui's appearance gave everyone a fright. Yi Qingniu and Yi Qinghan hurriedly bowed, but Yi Fu, Yu Qingcheng, and Yu Xiang had never seen Yi Ruoshui before. They were momentarily stunned, and didn't bow. Alright, no need to be so polite. Qingniu. Yu Qingcheng, right? I'll bring you back to Tsang City first. Little Han, wait for me here. Yi Ruoshui didn't waste any words. She directly stopped Yu Qingcheng and the others from preparing to bow. She directly grabbed Yi Qingniu with one hand and Yu Qingcheng with the other, and directly teleported away. Xiao. A moment later, Yi Ruoshui appeared again, and directly teleported away with a puzzled Yi Qinghan. She left behind a few words, telling Yi Fu and Yu Xiang to hurry back to Tsang City alone. Forefather, where are we going? Yi Qinghan hurriedly transmitted his voice in astonishment as he was teleported by Yi Ruoshui. In the blink of an eye, they were already several hundred miles away. I don't have time to explain now. I'll tell you the details later. Yi Ruoshui frowned. She didn't talk nonsense, just teleported all the way. After a while, they reached the outside of the dark forest. This time, she didn't ask for permission but directly teleported. Until they got out of the dark castle, she turned to Yi Qinghan and sent him a message. Little Han, billions of creatures on the Fire Dragon continent live or die. It's up to you now. You have to do everything you can to beg Lord Devour to help. Otherwise, the continent will be plunged into misery and suffering. People will have no way to live. Please. Chapter 353. Yi Qinghan's nose twitched as he understood many things. The bald man in the Divine City wasn't reliable anymore. His only hope was the king of the Fire Dragon continent, Lord Devour. Yi Ruoshui and Yi Qinghan are here to see Lord Devour. Yi Ruoshui didn't waste time, kneeling on one knee in front of the dark castle's gate. Yi Qinghan also did the same. No matter what, they were here to ask for help, so they had to be polite. Squeak. The castle gate slowly opened, revealing a smiling fox-like face. Miss Jiu slightly bowed, spreading her hairy hand as she said faintly, Little Han, Lord Devour wants you to go up. Brother Ruoshui, how about having a cup of tea with me? It's my honor. Yi Ruoshui forced a smile, following Miss Jiu inside. With a restless heart, Yi Qinghan parted with them, walking through the corridor and up the red-carpeted stairs. He opened the gate and walked out of the rooftop. It was still a beautiful flower bed with grapes hanging on the rack. A woman in a red robe was still lying on her side, holding a book. Yi Qinghan greets Lord Devour. Yi Qinghan bent his body, kneeling on one knee to greet Lord Devour respectfully. Yeah, you're here? Lord Devour didn't move. He just responded faintly, extending his beautiful hand to flip a page of the book and continue reading. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose embarrassedly, feeling uneasy. He wanted to say something several times, but he didn't know how to say it. Thinking of Yi Ruoshui's anxious face and the evil announcement of the expert from the alien plane, he gritted his teeth and finally spoke. Yi Qinghan has a presumptuous request. I hope Lord Devour can help me once. Yi Qinghan's awkward request didn't arouse any reaction from Lord Devour. After a long time, Yi Qinghan finally saw her move, but he didn't expect her to reach out a hand, pluck a grape from the table, and eat it with relish. Cough. Yi Qinghan looked at Lord Devour's back. He couldn't help but cough. He wanted to say something, but Lord Devour just waved his hand, dropped the book in his hand, stood up and said faintly, Did you make a mistake? I don't owe you anything. Aren't 3 top-grade divine crystals enough to repay you for taking care of Xiaohei? Ahem. Sir, that's not what I meant. Yi Qinghan panicked, but he didn't know how to reply. Indeed, Lord Devour didn't owe him anything. She had given him 3 top-grade divine crystals, so how could he have the face to ask her for help? She wasn't from this plane in the first place. No. It wasn't a human, but a divine beast. How could you expect a human to manage the battle of a group of ants? This time, the experts from the alien plane are from the Golden Horn God clan, the subordinates of the God King Jin Shui. Of course, the God King isn't a big deal. But he has a brother who's a God Emperor. Jin Qin is an overlord in the Misty Continent. I don't put the Blood King in my eyes, but I don't want to provoke the God Emperor. You tell me, if it were you, would you provoke a strong opponent for no reason? Lord Devour walked to the grape trellis, reaching out one hand to pick a bunch of grapes and put them on the table. Then he coldly looked at Yi Qinghan. Sir, if you don't help us, the fiery dragon continent will be destroyed one more time. All of us will die. Yi Qinghan's heart chilled. Did the Golden Horn God clan have such a strong background? Even Lord Devour didn't want to provoke them? He hurriedly impatiently started to plead. What does the fiery dragon continent's destruction have to do with me? Are you dead? What does it have to do with me? I'm not from this plane. Even if the continent is destroyed, I can just take Xiaohei to another plane. Yi Qinghan's plea didn't arouse Lord Devour's sympathy. Quite the contrary, his face became colder. Arg. What should we do then? Yi Qinghan didn't know what to do. He was so worried that he almost jumped up. Pondering for a while, he kneeled begrudgingly, kowtowing to Lord Devour. Sir, please show us the way. Yi Qinghan is so grateful. What? Looking at Yi Qinghan kowtowing unceasingly, Lord Devour had a gleam of a smile in his eyes. However, it disappeared quickly. She waved her hand lightly and said, "There are two options. First, you give them the divine sword, and they will most likely retreat. Second, you owe me a favor, and I will help you once. Of course, I won't help you kill them all. You choose." Give him the divine sword? Owe him a favor? Yi Qinghan stopped kowtowing and blinked her eyes. Her mind quickly began to think. He didn't feel it was a pity to give up the divine sword. However, what if they didn't retreat and continued their slaughter? Owe him a favor? What's the use of my favor? Yi Qinghan didn't ponder for a long time. He made up his mind, bowing to her one more time. Please help me, Sir Devour. I'm willing to owe you a favor. But, what do you need me to do? Haha, you'll know it later. It was the first time Lord Devour showed a smile in front of Yi Qinghan. It was so charming. She brushed her sleeves, sitting down again. She picked up the book and asked them to leave. You guys can go now. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose embarrassedly. He didn't say anything, clasping his fists and leaving. He met Yi Ruoshui, flying to Tsang City. After the Golden Horn God clan landed, they split up. Originally, the team heading to Drifting Snow City was the shortest. However, as they were worried about the hundreds of Sacred Realm experts behind them, they didn't teleport, choosing to fly instead. The first to arrive were the two god generals, Jin Qi and Jin Kuan. Young master, this is the place where the lord of this plane resides. The two of them hovered in the sky in front of the city. Jin Kuan pointed at the city, talking to Jin Qi politely. Quack, he spent such a big price to build the 7-star absolute kill god formation? This lord does have a little bit of money. All right, Jin Kuan, tell him to surrender. Jin Qi stroked his hair. There was a Qilin tattoo on his face. At this moment, when he spoke, the Qilin looked alive, which was really strange. Yes, young master. Jin Kuan bowed respectfully, then urged his god power to shout. His voice seemed to have a penetrating power, piercing through the enormous blue shield above the city, echoing in every corner of the city. Listen up, people below. Immediately close the shield, or I will destroy it. Everyone inside will be killed, and not a single one will be spared. The cold voice reverberated throughout the entire city, shocking everyone in the city. Everyone looked at the two demon-like figures with boundless auras in the sky. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on their heads in the winter. Instantly they felt cold from head to toe. They all looked at the tall God Master Pavilion in the center of the city. To pays his respects to the two lords. The God Master didn't disappoint them. He appeared decisively, teleported above the God Master Pavilion, and cupped his fists to greet them. However, his words disappointed all the people in the city. I'm the overlord of the Fire Dragon Plane. What instructions do you have for me? If I can do it, I'll do whatever it takes to help you. Shut up. Jin Kuan didn't care about Tu's compromise. Instead he shouted coldly, open the shield and surrender or die. Chapter 354. Everyone's faces darkened. Since when had the people of the God City been humiliated like this? Their great master god had spoken to them so politely, yet this person was so overbearing? So arrogant? Instantly, countless master gods' fanatical worshippers were enraged. Countless experts rose into the sky and arrived in front of the blue light shield, cursing. You two ugly monsters, LF*CK your ancestors. How dare you? Do you know where you are? If you want to die, I'll send you to hell. You think you're a bull god just because you have two bull horns? Let me tell you, I can kill you with one slap. If the Great Master hadn't activated the 7-star ultimate killing formation, I would have skinned you right now. The God City's undefeated history of thousands of years had given them the courage to be arrogant. Although they knew that these two were definitely God-grade experts, they were not afraid. Even if the sky fell, the Great Master God was still around, wasn't he? It was just that they had thought that such courageous and fearless actions would be praised and admired by the Divine Master. However, they were greeted by a giant palm. The Divine Master's palm had slapped the group of people to the ground and turned them into mincemeat. "Shut up, all of you. This is what will happen to anyone who dares to move or speak." The strange tattoo on the back of the Master God's shiny bald head kept moving. His eyes, one red and one black, flickered nonstop, and his expression was extremely ugly. His ruthless methods had indeed stunned everyone, and they all decisively shut their mouths. Master God too looked up into the sky again and said coldly, "Sirs, don't go overboard. Lords, don't go overboard. My ancestor, Rakshasa King, has been friends with your Lord Blood King for many years. You teleported here without my permission, the Fire Dragon Dimension's overlord. This is against the iron law of the God Realm. If the God Realm's law enforcement team finds out, I'm afraid your Lord Blood King will be punished. I'll give you two-face and not pursue this matter. However, please don't harass my residents anymore. As for the outside, I won't care. How about that?" Master God 2's words were reasonable. He first tried to build a good relationship with them. Then he pointed out that they had violated the iron law of the God Realm. He first stood on the side of reason. Then he gave them face by not pursuing the matter and letting them do as they pleased. This was giving the two divine generals a lot of face. "He Devil King?" Jin Kuan didn't say anything, but Jin Chi laughed sinisterly. He laughed maniacally. "How can a trash god king like the Rakshasa King compare to my father? Divine World Law Enforcement Team? Kaka, if I kill everyone in this plane, how would the Immortal Realms Law Enforcement Team know? I'll ask you again, will you fight or surrender?" To fight or to surrender. Jin Chi clearly used his divine power for the last few words. Not only did the 4 words cause the eardrums of everyone in Divine City to tremble, but it also started to spread to all corners of the continent. In an instant, the entire continent was filled with the echoes of these 4 eerie words. Everyone in the continent was shocked, and a murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire Fire Dragon continent. "Sirs, didn't you come for the divine sword? The real godly sword is not with me. I can use my soul to swear to the Supreme God that if I am lying, I will fall into the 9 hells forever." The God Master was anxious. When a scholar met a soldier, it was hard to reason with him. The Golden Horn Holy Race had always been extremely tyrannical. How could they be so tyrannical now? "I don't believe in *T oaths made by people who aren't my people. Since you don't want to surrender." Jin Chi stroked his greenish-black hair, swung his hand and shouted, "Jin Kuan, break this damn formation for me. Kill everyone in this bird city. Don't leave a single one alive." Jin Kuan didn't say anything. He nodded his head, and then his face turned cold. His face was filled with countless small, oddly shaped insects. The black flame outside his body grew fiercely, making him look like an evil god. "Ehe!" He let out a roar, and his body suddenly became several times thicker. His head suddenly leaned forward, and the 2 golden horns slowly straightened, lengthened and thickened. Finally, his body became 5 to 6 meters tall, and the 2 golden horns became dozens of meters long and a few meters thick. Golden Horn Exterminating God. Jin Kuan's head leaned forward slightly, and his entire back was bent like an enraged bull. He immediately used his ultimate move. The black flame on his body was engulfed, and he looked like a demon that had crawled out from the 9 hells of purgatory, or an evil demon that had walked out from the chaos. He waved his hands, and the 2 golden horns swayed continuously. There was a faint golden glow on them. Finally, they turned into a black torrent and collided with the blue light shield above the celestial city. Rumble! After a deafening explosion, the entire 7-star absolute killing formation suddenly glowed with dazzling lights. The entire celestial mountain shook violently under the violent collision. Countless buildings in the celestial city collapsed, and countless residents were buried alive in the rubble. The mountain was shaking, and the ground was shaking. Houses were collapsing continuously. Amidst the deafening explosions, countless screams and curses were heard. Hundreds of thousands of residents of the celestial city looked at the demon-like alien race in the sky in fear. They felt cold all over as they ran around and screamed. "Ha!" Master God 2's black and red eyes were filled with rage as he waved his hands rapidly. Then his hands suddenly lit up, and two dazzling golden rays shot from his hands onto the blue shield. When the golden rays collided with the blue shield, they dispersed immediately, and the blue shield gradually stabilized and stopped shaking. Let's see how long you can last. Jin Kuan snorted coldly, and with a teleportation, he appeared a dozen miles away. His golden horn glowed again, and his aura surged once more. He was prepared to use another ultimate move to break the 7-star absolute killing formation that Master God 2 had spent countless treasures to build. Wait for a while. Run for your lives. Master God 2's eyes flashed with a tinge of despair and regret. He had underestimated the brutality of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe, and the strength of the two god generals. Even if he wanted to surrender now, it would be useless. Break! Jin Kuan roared angrily, and his eyes were filled with cruelty and savagery. Divine power revolved under his feet, and he was about to run. Sigh. At this moment, a faint sigh came from the sky. The sound seemed to be very far away, but it seemed to be right beside one's ears. It seemed to be very young, but it also seemed to be filled with endless vicissitudes. It was very strange. Everyone in the entire God City seemed to be possessed when they heard this voice. Those who were screaming stopped screaming. Those who were in pain stopped crying. Those who were cursing stopped cursing. And those who were running stopped running. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power, causing everyone to feel incomparably tranquil and serene in their hearts. Master God 2 was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on his despairing face again as he relaxed his body. Jin Qi, who was swearing, looked to the north in surprise. His eyes were filled with doubt. Jin Kuan, who was running wildly, also stopped running and looked to the north in shock. Who is it? Sneaky bastard, show yourself. Jin Kuan looked around and bellowed angrily. As Jin Kuan bellowed, a huge face appeared in the sky to the north of the God City. This face was so huge that it was half the size of the God City, and it covered half of the northern sky. The face was blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was the face of a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. The face looked to the vicinity of the God Mountain in silence. After a while, it sighed faintly. Golden Horn Tribe, retreat now, and I will give Jinkin face and not kill you. Otherwise die. Chapter 355. That huge face was in the northern sky of the Divine City. It looked like it was only a few dozen miles away, but the words it spoke felt very ethereal. Her mouth didn't move, and her expression changed, but her voice came out of nowhere. What is this? Is this the real God? Everyone, come and worship the gods. A miracle has been born. Countless people in the Divine City were stunned for a moment before their eyes burned with passion. Their expressions were filled with worship as they knelt before the giant face, praying that she could save them and kill the demon. Lord Devour? This is too awesome. The Massacre God Guard and the other 3 God Guards looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. They knew that God Lord 2 had fought with Lord Devour in the Dark Forest, and the God Lord was defeated. They had thought that Lord Devour had relied on the prestige of a divine beast to force the God Lord back. But now, it seemed like Lord Devour was unbelievably strong. His aura alone could make people's minds collapse. Who are you? I am Jin Qi, the son of the Blood King. The crippled emperor is my uncle. I hope that you can give our Golden Horn God clan some face, and not get involved in this. I will be extremely grateful. Although Lord Devour didn't show up, just a phantom face, he had successfully subdued Jin Qi and Jin Kuan. The two of them were not fools. This aura was at least at the God King level. It might even be at the God Emperor level. Jin Kuan didn't say anything, but Jin Qi cupped his hands and said politely, "If I didn't know that you're Jin Kan's disciple, do you think you'd still be alive?" The ethereal voice continued to float over, without a trace of emotion. "Thank you for giving my uncle face. Can you not get involved in this matter? When I return, I will definitely report this to eldest uncle and remember your kindness. My father has spent a lot of effort and money on this trip to the Flame Dragon Plain. My uncle also values it a lot. This matter is of great importance. We can't just let it go like this." Jin Qi saw that this woman seemed to be a little afraid of his uncle, so he decided to persuade her with reason and emotion. After all, his father had spent too much on this matter. If he went back with his tail between his legs, his father would definitely behead him. Young master, why are you talking so much to her? I don't believe that she would dare to kill us. Isn't she afraid of the remaining enemies and our billion golden-horned warriors? If this matter gets out of hand and the enemy attacks her, she won't be able to escape death no matter what. After Jin Qi finished speaking, Jin Kuan saw that the huge face in the sky didn't reply for a long time. It seemed like it was very afraid of the crippled emperor and the golden horn god race. Thus, Jin Kuan decided to add more fuel to the fire, to make this woman completely afraid and retreat. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he discovered that Jin Qi's expression had suddenly become incomparably gloomy. Jin Qi's eyes were somewhat pitiful as he looked at him. The tattoo on his forehead trembled, as if forming two big words, idiot. Humph. Sure enough, for the first time, the expression of the giant face in the sky changed, and its tone suddenly became cold. Because of this cold snort, the sky of the divine city suddenly became cold. It was as if heavy snow had suddenly fallen from the sky in June. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in a boundless chill. Even your crippled emperor wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As the cold words were spoken, the giant face suddenly changed shape in the sky, forming a giant white palm. This palm looked very beautiful, as if it was carved out of jade. As soon as the palm was formed, it slowly moved towards Jin Kuan's head. The speed was extremely slow, and everyone in the divine city could see it clearly. However, what was strange was that when this beautiful palm flew over, Jin Qi quickly dodged it. Jin Kuan looked at the giant palm with a face full of fear. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as it slammed towards him. Bang! There wasn't the expected shaking of the heavens and the earth, nor the expected loud sound. This giant palm lightly patted the ground, then retracted at lightning speed. After a series of transformations, it turned back into the blurry, beautiful woman's face. The God Lord too, the four guards of the divine city, and Jin Qi, who were flying in the air, looked at the ground and took in a breath of cold air. On the flat ground, there was a massive handprint that was more than 10 miles wide, and it had sunk dozens of meters into the ground. Jin Kuan, who was inside the handprint, didn't even have any bones left, leaving only a puddle of blood. This Lord Devour was so intimidating, so powerful. Jin Kuan, a peak divine general, had been slapped to death by her? How strong was her god power to create such a terrifying handprint on the ground? The God Lord Tu's face became very excited. That year in the dark forest, he had always thought that Lord Devour had used the power of a divine beast to defeat him. But now it seemed like it was just a joke. The four guards of the divine city were frightened. This power, this technique, was so intimidating. Just now, when that beautiful big palm gently waved down, they felt as if their hearts had stopped beating, and time had stopped flowing. Everything in front of them had disappeared, and there was only that beautiful big palm gently patting down. Jin Qi was also shocked. It wasn't like he hadn't seen such methods before. He had seen it once. It was when his big uncle, the crippled emperor, had challenged the Golden Horn Prefecture's master. His father had brought him to watch the battle from a distance. That battle was earth-shattering. 2/3 of the Qilin Mountain, the highest mountain in the Golden Horn Prefecture, had been flattened. My lord, please calm down. Jin Kuan offended you, so it's natural for you to kill him. I won't have any complaints. Jin Qi had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He bowed and said respectfully, I'm not the lord of the Flame Dragon Plain. I don't have the obligation to care about the matters of this plain. But a little friend asked me to help him. And this favor, I value it a lot. That's why I had to help him. The massive female face spoke again, her voice calm and emotionless. Golden-horned kid, I didn't mean to trouble your Golden-horn demon clan. You have to understand this. My lord, you're right. Please instruct me. Jin Qi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lord Devour's tone had softened. This woman was so powerful that he didn't dare to go against her will. However, if he went back with his tail between his legs, he didn't know how to face his father's anger. I won't stop you from finding what you want. Lord Devour spoke again, expressing her intention. If you don't violate my 2 conditions, I won't interfere anymore. This, my lord, please tell me. Jinqi hesitated for a while and thought. If your two conditions are not to kill people and not to go here, where are you going? Then what's the point of finding it? However, he had no other choice but to agree while clenching his teeth. First, you're not allowed to step into the dark forest, and there's nothing you want here. Second, God-level warriors are not allowed to attack mortal-level warriors, and you're not allowed to attack the God-level warriors of this continent. As for the rest, I won't care. Not allowed to step into the dark forest? God-level warriors were not allowed to kill mortals, and they were not allowed to attack the native God-level warriors. There's no godly sword in the dark forest. God-level warriors were not allowed to kill mortals? That was easy. He had brought nearly 1,000 peak martial saints with him, and they could easily flatten this small fire dragon continent. They also couldn't take the initiative to attack the deity realm experts. That was easy to handle. The deity realm experts could directly lead the team and act as a deterrent. It would be enough to let the saint realm experts make a move. If the native deity realm experts made a move, they would be forced to accept the challenge. Thank you, my lord. Jinqi will follow your order. I will always remember your kindness. Jinqi's face brightened after he had thought through everything. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and said politely, as for the death of a god general warrior, it was not a big deal. It didn't affect the search for the godly sword. Just remember, if you violate any of the conditions, the next time I attack, I will make all of you disappear. The beautiful lady's face slowly disappeared and eventually turned into nothingness. The sky was calm and sunny again. Jinqi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he started to transmit his voice to all the peak heavenly gods in the team. After that, he looked at the God Master 2 in the blue light shield of the divine city furiously and said, "Bald-headed blind man, are you going to surrender? Or are you going to let me gather 1,000 martial saints to slowly break your tortoise shell, and then massacre the entire city?" Chapter 356. Actually, even without Jinqi's message, the Golden Horn God Clan's warriors who were heading to the other mansions had already changed their direction and headed to the God City. Not to mention the Golden Horn God Clan. All the God-level experts on the continent had sensed the appearance of that huge face. They had released their divine senses at once, and sensed the shocking scene that had happened in the God City. That beautiful giant face was created by the heaven and earth energy, not to mention the God realm experts of the continent. All the Emperor realm experts had sensed the tremendous fluctuation of heaven and earth energy. However, they didn't know what had happened. However, all the deity-level experts could clearly sense that beautiful huge face, that sparkling and translucent large palm, as well as that astonishing large palm imprint. Lord Devour had taken action. He didn't show himself, but instead used the vital energy of heaven and earth to form a giant, beautiful face. But he had successfully stunned all of the top-tier experts on the continent, and killed one of the most powerful divine generals in the world with a single palm strike. Although she couldn't completely solve the catastrophe that the Golden Horn God Clan had brought to the continent, she had at least brought hope to the people of the continent. Although this hope was tiny, there was still hope, wasn't there? Almost 1,000 sacred realm experts of the Golden Horn God Clan were formidable, but they could at least try their best. However, the God General who had survived, the 4 peak Heavenly God realm experts, and more than 10 Heavenly God realm experts were the fatal factors that could destroy the continent. If those God realm experts took action, the continent would fall into a desperate situation that couldn't be reversed. The Golden Horn God Clan's warriors who were heading to the drifting snow city suddenly changed their direction, flying towards the God City. The House of Ares had temporarily solved the crisis. The Heavenly God realm experts returned to their families and started to prepare for a tough battle. They were ready to welcome the Golden Horn God Clan's warriors. At the same time, all the families in the House of Ares had carried out the seed plan. They began to disperse the younger generation of their families, sending the most outstanding ones to somewhere else in secret to prevent their families from being destroyed, and their seeds from being extinguished. At this moment, the entire continent was shrouded in the deadly threat of the Golden Horn God Clan. However, there were 2 absolutely safe places. One was the place that many warriors of the continent knew about, the Dark Forest. Lord Devour had given 2 conditions in the God City. One was that the Golden Horn God clan wasn't allowed to enter the Dark Forest. Therefore, the Dark Forest was absolutely safe. There was another place that very few people knew about. However, the 5 great clans of the House of Ares, as well as other clans with sages, all knew about it: Purple Island. The Purple Island could be said to be the safest place on the continent. That was because humans were forbidden from killing each other. Otherwise, they would be killed by the restrictive spells of the Violet Island, regardless of who they were. There were several carriages in West Wind City. Feng Zi and a group of disciples were sitting inside, but they did not head towards the East Sea. Instead, they headed towards the south. Several carriages also came out from Luohua City, Dragon City, Floating Snow City, and Xiaoyao City. Huaji, Long Sainan, Long Shuelu, and the elites of the various clans all sat on the carriages. Their destination was the same, the Tsang City in the south. The big families understood that it was highly possible that they could not enter the Dark Forest. That year, Lord Devour had announced that any human warrior who entered without permission would be killed. Moreover, the Purple Island was far away in the East Sea, and there was still a long distance between it and the Hidden Island. At this moment, it was impossible for the clans to specially send out their sages to escort them. Thus, the families thought of the third safest place on the continent, Tsang City, because Tsang City had Yi Qinghan. The others didn't know, but the big families had received the news. Yi Ruoshui had brought Yi Qinghan to the Dark Castle, and Lord Devour had finally taken action. Moreover, Lord Devour had said in the Divine City that a young friend had asked for his help. All of these proved that Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had a close relationship. Then Yi Qinghan's place, Tsang City, was the third safest place on the continent. Yi Qinghan didn't know that the young masters and young mistresses of the various clans were heading to Tsang City. In fact, he had just returned to Tsang City. After Yi Ruoshui had told him not to leave Tsang City, she had teleported away. There were many things waiting for him to manage and arrange. As soon as Yi Qinghan returned to Tsang City, he returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion. He didn't mind the charming smiles of the 8 door gods, directly entering the hall of the Cold Heart Pavilion. Brother. Little Han. Qinghan. In the hall, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu were sitting around Yu Qingcheng, comforting her. However, the 3 of them were looking at the door from time to time. Apparently, they were waiting for Yi Qinghan's return. I'm sorry, Qingcheng, Xiaowu and Xiaoyu. I owe you a grand wedding. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He waved his hand at Cui Hua, who was about to greet them. Then he said seriously, Qingcheng, don't be too sad. I will take revenge for you. Xiaoyu, Qingwu, take care of Qingcheng. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. We'll talk about everything after that. Alright. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu knew that the situation was very serious. They didn't say much, nodding. Yu Qingcheng forced a smile at Yi Qinghan with her red eyes, not saying anything. Qingcheng, I'm going. Remember, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Yi Qinghan leaned over and hugged Yu Qingcheng. He caressed her hair and comforted her. Then he went to the second floor. Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan's back. She felt a lump in her throat, but she didn't cry. Instead, she turned around and comforted Yu Qingcheng. Sister Qingcheng, it's not that brother doesn't care about you. He just wants to cultivate and increase his strength to deal with the crisis ahead. I know. You don't have to say anything. I understand everything. Yu Qingcheng held their hands. At the same time, she stopped Yi Qingwu from comforting her. She bit her lips and didn't say anything. Little Han, just now Lord Devour helped you. In God City. As soon as they entered the Carefree Pavilion, Old Lu sent a message to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Ruoshui was next to him, he didn't send a message. But now, of course, he told Yi Qinghan everything that had happened in God City. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He was astounded by Lord Devour's speed, power, and means. He regretted that he couldn't see such a grand scene with his own eyes. Big brother, why didn't Auntie help you kill all those devils? What kind of condition did she give you? No, I have to beg her again. Xiao He was a little anxious. In the Dark Castle, she thought that Lord Devour had agreed to help Yi Qinghan. That was why she didn't show up. Moreover, she didn't have anything to talk to this cold aunt. She didn't want to face her. No need. Lord Devour said that in the Dark Castle. She said that she would help, but she didn't say that she would kill them all. It's already good enough. I guess she has her own difficulties. Yi Qinghan shook his head and sent a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour also said that she didn't want to provoke the crippled emperor. But now, to do him a favor, she broke the rule and helped. What else could he do? Then forget it. If I have no other choice, I will risk my life to beg her to help me. Big brother. What are you going to do next? Xiao He sighed. Although the message was clear, she wasn't sure. After all, after several encounters with Lord Devour, she was a very old-fashioned and stubborn person. Even if Xiao He went to beg her, Xiao He would be put under house arrest. What should I do? A strange light sparkled in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He revealed a cruel smile and said faintly, I don't care about anything now. I just need to cultivate my battle chi. After I reach the triple body fusion realm, I will be able to protect myself in front of the sacred realm experts of the Golden Horn God clan. Then, I will try my best to understand the mysterious mysteries of space movement. Once I succeed, I will break through to the sacred realm. Haha. Even 1,000 members of the Golden Horn God clan aren't enough for me to kill. Chapter 357. Yi Qinghan didn't continue chatting with Xiao He and Elder Lu. Instead, he went into seclusion to cultivate. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to hide his strength to prevent the sudden increase of his strength from shaking the continent and arousing the suspicion of the god-slaying guards. At the same time, he wanted to guard against Yi Jian. Now that the continent was in chaos, he might lose his life. Why would he hide his strength? He had to increase his cultivation base to save his life. There were two flows of pure energy in his body. One was from the godly skin, and the other was from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body. He had been suppressing this energy and didn't refine it. But now he couldn't care so much. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion to refine all the energy in his body and turn it into battle chi. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Qinghan calmed his mind and started to cultivate his battle chi. 3 days later, the Battle God Manor's Golden Horn celestial race was the first to arrive above the Divine City, followed by the Golden Horn barbarian race that was heading towards the Demon race and barbarian race. 5 days later, the celestial race that was heading towards the Hidden Island had also arrived. Lord Devour gave Jinqi 2 conditions, which made him feel at ease. Since Lord Devour had spoken, as long as he didn't violate the 2 conditions, Lord Devour wouldn't care about this matter. He was clear that the big shots had their own dignity. They wouldn't change their words. Since Lord Devour didn't care, this matter was easy to handle. He used his soul consciousness to check the entire continent. After confirming that there wasn't a second Lord Devour, he was relieved. This meant conquering the Fire Dragon continent, obtaining the godly sword, and completing the task his father had given him was just a matter of time. Time? The God tribe didn't lack time. A few years? Dozens of years? To them it wasn't much different than 1 or 2 days. That year, the Golden Horn God tribe had spent hundreds of thousands of years to conquer the Golden Horn Mansion. Thus he wasn't in a hurry. He was going to enjoy this game and make it more exciting. Nearly 1,000 martial sage experts of the Golden Horn God tribe were in an orderly formation, ready to move out. Their faces were solemn, and their fighting spirits were high. They were waiting for his order to flatten the God City in front of them. Baldy and blind, I'm going to ask you one last time. Surrender? Jinqi teleported and appeared in front of the group. He flipped his hair and coldly looked at the bald man in the blue light shield. He waved his hand and arrogantly said, Golden Horn Devil Clan, you will pay for the crimes you've committed today sooner or later. I, a disciple of the Double-Eyed Nether Clan, will slaughter. I refuse to surrender. The Twin-Eyed Netherworld race would rather die than surrender. Tu's face was cold, and his eyes were shining with red light. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted. He was also a disciple of an ancient clan in the God world, and he had his own pride. Moreover, didn't Lord Devour say that? As long as he didn't make a move, the Golden Horn God race wouldn't be able to deal with the native God race opponents. Hence, he was a little unbridled. Moreover, he wanted to see how Jinqi was going to break his God array with these 1,000 martial saints. Since that's the case, let's fight. Children, flatten that mountain for me. A playful look flashed in Jin Qi's eyes. He laughed wildly and waved his hand, pointing his sword at the divine city. Kill! Nearly 1,000 peak martial saints of the Golden Horn God clan shouted together. Like a herd of wild bulls, their auras shot up to the sky, dashing towards the divine city. Each of the Golden Horn God clan's members had black flames spurting out unceasingly, covering the entire sky and earth. The scene was extremely shocking. Numerous residents of the divine city found that the sky had darkened. The blue light shield above the entire divine city was filled with devils shrouded in black flames. The black horns on these devils' heads had become longer and thicker. Their horns glowed in black light, and they were like mad black bulls, continuously hitting the blue light shield. At the same time, the black flames on their bodies covered the blue light shield, consuming its energy. Instantly, the light shield dimmed, as if it was about to be broken. God Lord, what should we do? The 4 guards of the divine city wore a bitter face, as if they had just lost their fathers. The God Lord didn't need to do anything when the light shield was broken. However, the martial saints didn't have such a privilege. Although the 4 of them had the joint attack technique, they weren't afraid of any peak martial saints. However, their opponents were nearly 1,000 peak martial saints. If the light shield was broken, wouldn't they be dismembered? What are you panicking for? Useless things. Emph. The God Lord looked at the massacre god guards coldly. With a shake of his left hand, countless black stones flew out towards the 4 guards of the divine city. He then said indifferently, "Place all these divine stones at the foot of the 7 stars absolute killing formation. I want to see if they have more elemental energy, or I have more divine stones." The 4 guards of the divine city were overjoyed. They received the divine stones in the air and flew around. After a while, the blue light shield suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, and the blue glow on the light shield became stronger again. "Young master, that Baldy wants to fight a war of attrition with us?" The dozen god rank experts beside Jin Qi quickly reported the situation. "Haha, this Baldy is quite wealthy. I wonder how an overlord like him could get so many divine stones. Even an ordinary god general wouldn't be able to build this 7 stars absolute killing formation. Alright, pass down my orders. Set up camp. Half of the children will rest, and the other half will continue to attack. This fool wants to fight a war of attrition with me? Ha!" Jin Qi let out a long laugh and directly flew towards the ground. The deity-level Golden Horn God clan members beside him hurriedly followed after him. Countless people took out countless items from their spatial rings and summoned back half of the saint-level Golden Horn God clan members to set up camp. After a short while, countless tents were set up, and a long war of attrition had begun. However, one side was exhausting a limited number of divine stones, while the other side was exhausting the inexhaustible elemental energy of heaven and earth. The divine city was bustling, and the house of Ares was also bustling. As there wasn't any danger temporarily, all the god rank and saint rank experts of the house of Ares were gathered in the Dragon City. They held a meeting of the highest level in the house of Ares to discuss the upcoming war of extermination. "I suggest that all the experts of the house of Ares gather in one place to deal with the invasion of the strange races." The eldest of the 3 war gods, Jian Huang, was the strongest. He was the first to speak. "I agree. The house of Ares has more than 100 saint rank experts. They are a force to be reckoned with. After the strange races take over the divine city, they will definitely be exhausted. The house of Ares should be able to hold them off. We can discuss other matters at length." Yi Ruoshui nodded. Her 2 white eyebrows twitched. She thought for a while and felt that this was the best plan. "I feel that we can send a messenger. Can we go and negotiate with the Golden Horn God race? Don't they want the divine sword? If we hand over all our god generals, they won't kill indiscriminately, right?" Old ancestor Shui furrowed his brows and suggested. "Humph. Why don't we send you to negotiate with them?" Yu Shishui snorted coldly and said unhappily. That Baldy from the divine city said so many good things and lowered his stance. What happened in the end? These strange races are simply ruthless and unreasonable. I feel that we should start a war. Beat them up, then we can negotiate. Everything will be fine then. The Feng family agrees to start a war. The ancestors of our 5 great families are the Wind Lord, Flower Empress, Snow General, Moon Queen and Night Emperor. In the First World-Destroying War, did they ever submit to the pressure of a divine master? You want me to negotiate? Surrender? I would rather die in battle. The Feng family patriarch carried a huge purple sword on his back. His eyebrows were raised, and he looked very righteous. Start a war. The Hua family patriarch didn't waste any time. He immediately said these 2 words, expressing his determination. Seconded. Let's start a war. Why is the House of Aries called the House of Aries? Because we only die standing, not dogs that kneel and die. Seconded. After a round of voting, the final decision was to start a war. After a fight to the death, whether they would fight or negotiate would depend on the attitude of the Golden Horn God race. Jian Huang made the final decision. Alright, this issue has been decided. Let's start a war. Let's talk after we fight. Then where should we start the war? Dragon City? Floating Snow City? Or Song City? There was no longer any debate on this issue. Several sages spoke at the same time. Almost all the experts looked at the representative of the Yi family, Yi Ruoshui. Alright, let's start at Song City. Yi Ruoshui suddenly stood up. Her 2 white eyebrows were raised, like 2 sharp swords being unsheathed. Chapter 358. Why did everyone choose to fight in Song City? It was still the same reason. They hoped that at the last moment, if they really couldn't win, Lord Devour would think of Yi Qinghan and his miraculous battle beast and lend them a hand, even if it was just to stop the outsiders from slaughtering them. After the 2 most important issues were decided, the remaining issues were simple. They were just small issues like logistics, materials, and scheduling. By the time the last round of the meeting was over, it was already late at night. That night, countless carriages drove out of Dragon City, carrying the decree from the House of Aries and the 3rd War God Blood decree that had just been issued. They all headed towards different parts of the continent. Yi Ruoshui, Yi Shishui, and the 3rd War God Spear Emperor directly teleported to Song City. Yi Ruoshui went back to make arrangements, while Yi Shishui and the War God Spear Emperor went outside Song City to set up a large array. The moment Yi Ruoshui returned, the entire Yi family castle held a meeting of the Elders' Hall. Other than Yi Qinghan, who was in seclusion, all the other elders and grand elders came. The meeting didn't last long before the Yi family castle's gates opened. Countless elders rushed out, and the entire Song City became lively. The elders gave the highest order to the House of Aries. All the residents of Song City were to leave the city and head towards Dragon City. Song City became a wartime zone. All non-emperor level martial artists had to leave Song City overnight, or else they would be thrown into Song City's prison. Yu Shishui specialized in the soul, while the War God Spear Emperor specialized in arrays. They had brought many array materials from Dragon City. The 2 of them prepared to set up a large array outside Song City to assist in the battle. Of course, the array they set up couldn't be like the Divine City's 7-star absolute kill array, which could completely stop the Golden Horn race's attack. The 2 of them prepared to set up a bewitching illusion. It might be useless against the Divine Realm Golden Horn race, but it would probably be useful against the Sacred Realm. The Wind Purple Flower hadn't arrived yet, but Long Sainan and Long Shui had already reached Song City. Long Sainan didn't care about other people's opinions, and directly moved into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Long Sainan's expression was complicated as she looked at the Chilling Heart Pavilion's beautiful trees and the fragrant green Zen wood. Under the warm hospitality of the 3 women, Long Sainan looked at ease and settled down. But in her heart, she was very nervous because she didn't see Yi Qinghan. She didn't know if Yi Qinghan would feel that she was being rude after he came out of seclusion. I don't care anymore. I don't care if you hate me or hate me. I'm here, Long Sainan thought. She fell into a deep sleep, no longer feeling conflicted. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know what was happening outside, and he didn't know that a woman with a heroic aura had moved into his house. He was constantly refining the energy in his incarnation. He had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Luotian Mountain. Ever since he came back, he had spent a lot of time cultivating in the Carefree Pavilion. The spiritual qi in the Carefree Pavilion was 10 times denser than the heaven-earth essence qi outside. Therefore, after cultivating for so long, Yi Qinghan's battle force had improved a little. It was close to the second level of the Emperor realm. During the time he was in seclusion, he first refined the remnant energy from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body. This energy was very pure, even purer than the energy that escaped from the dragon crystal on Nether Island. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was able to refine it easily. His battle chi cultivation rose rapidly, and he gained another level of battle chi cultivation. His battle chi strength was close to the third level of Emperor realm. He didn't rest or go out to check the situation. Yi Qinghan continued to refine the energy from the divine beast skin in the barbaric mountain range. He was very confident that if he successfully refined this energy, he would definitely reach the peak of the Emperor realm. After all, this energy was many times stronger than the energy he refined at the beginning. Time was very tight, and he urgently needed to increase his strength. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy, he could at least protect himself. He started to regret that he didn't use all his time and effort to increase his strength. How good would it be if he could reach the Sage Realm now? After merging with the battle beast, his strength would reach the peak of the Sage Realm. He would be able to easily kill these 1,000 Golden Horn Holy Race members. However, he also knew that this was a little unrealistic. Battle force was easy to cultivate. Large amounts of spiritual herbs and fruits, or the pure energy contained in the spiritual items he refined, could allow his battle force to increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, it was useless just to increase his battle force. If he didn't successfully comprehend the laws of heaven and earth wouldn't recognize him. In the end, he would still be immortal. He couldn't become a sage, let alone a god. The House of Ares was very lively. The monster race, barbarian race, and Hidden Island obviously couldn't calm down. The Golden Horn God clan had come with an imposing manner. No one could say for sure, and no one could guarantee which clan would be the first to be annihilated in this world-ending war. At this moment, the 3 prefectures, 1 island and 1 city were like 4 helpless girls, while the barbaric and cruel Golden Horn God clan was like a strange uncle who had gone berserk. The Fire Dragon Plain was in the wilderness, and the iron laws of the divine world couldn't be used here. This situation was like rape. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well enjoy it. Sky Demon City welcomed the demon god that hadn't appeared for almost 1,000 years. He directly took control of Sky Demon City. With the demon god's order, all the warriors above the demon emperor level gathered in Sky Demon City, ready to enjoy the Golden Horn Holy Race's invasion. Heaven Barbarian City was a little simpler. The leader of the barbarian race gave the order, and the barbarian emperors and barbarian saints swarmed over to resist the enemy. Hidden Island was even simpler. It was only the size of a butt. Within a day, all the strong warriors gathered on the Hidden Island's sacred mountain. The bandits and hooligans of the Hidden Island even made an anti-rape slogan. The invading Golden Horn Holy Race failed to rape and BF *ked. Actually, the Baldi in the God City also wanted to say this slogan at the beginning. However, after a few days, he felt that he didn't have the strength to do it even though he wanted to. Indeed, he had a lot of divine stones. Even a normal god general couldn't compare to his wealth. However, what could he do? Compete in consumption? He consumed divine stones, but the Golden Horn Holy Race consumed an inexhaustible amount of heaven and earth yuan qi. Looking at the god general's appearance, it seemed like he was prepared to stay in the Fire Dragon continent for a few decades. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by the God Realm's law enforcement team and implicating his father. It seemed like he was too naive. The crippled emperor was considered one of the big shots in the floating mist continent. He had the ability to hide such a small matter. After a few days, God Master 2 rubbed his big bald head for a long time. His black and red eyes also flickered for a long time. He made his decision. He gathered the 4 guards of the God City for a secret meeting. After that, he sat alone in the study room of the God Lord Pavilion and read a book. We surrender. The 4 guards of the God City raised the white flag high and directly flew into the sky. They shouted loudly through the dim blue light barrier. This shout was indeed effective. All the Golden Horn Holy Race members stopped their attacks. Jin Qi, who was taking a nap in the tent, was invited up. Jin Qi laughed loudly. He was very satisfied with the respectful gazes of the 4 guards of the God City. He flicked his long hair, and touched the 2 golden curved horns on his head. He smiled and said, "We can surrender. Open the barrier and I will spare the 4 of you." After several days of fighting, Jin Chi saw that his clansmen were exhausted. Since someone had surrendered, it was easy to deal with them. "Lord, can you spare our clansmen and not kill them?" The God Massacre Guard looked at Jin Chi's gloomy eyes and shrunk his head. "Sure. Children, listen up. After entering the city, you are not allowed to kill wantonly. The 4 of you. Why aren't you opening the barrier?" Jin Chi was actually very easy to talk to this time. He actually gave the order in front of everyone. The 4 guards of the God City were overjoyed. They quickly flew away and pulled out all the divine stones in the formation. The 7-star absolute killing formation that had protected millions of citizens of the God City was finally broken from the inside. "Kaka children, let's enter the city." Jin Chi took the lead and directly teleported to the top of the God Lord Pavilion. The Golden Horn Holy Race members behind him all shouted loudly and rushed into the God City. They collectively flew to the plaza in front of the God Lord Pavilion and waited for Jin Chi's orders. "Kaka children, you have worked hard. Now, I order you to disperse and search for the divine swords. Search for all the rare items that can be exchanged for divine stones in the God world. Kill anyone who obstructs you. Kill anyone you don't like. Pretty girls, play with me. I hope that you will enjoy your trip to the Flame Dragon City." Ha ha ha. Jin Chi laughed crazily. The Qilin tattoo on his face kept moving. He was as excited as his master. After giving his orders, he led the 4 peak stage heavenly gods and slowly flew into the God Lord Pavilion. Looking at the situation, he seemed to want to have a good chat with that stubborn bald blind man. Chapter 359. Divine Master 2 had a shiny bald head as he sat quietly in front of the window, reading a book with a serene expression. Outside the Divine Master Pavilion, the lustful laughter of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members, the screams of the girls, and the screams of the citizens didn't affect him at all. At this moment, he was like an enlightened monk who had a transcendent feeling of watching the flowers bloom and wither. Jin Chi swayed his black hair and stroked his golden horn as he walked in casually. He looked at the bald man sitting alone in front of the window, and his lips curled into a smile. "Damn Baldy, why didn't you kneel down and greet our young master?" Divine Master 2 and Jin Chi didn't move, but the 4 peak stage heavenly gods couldn't hold it in any longer. Their faces darkened as they cursed. "I didn't surrender, and I'm not your prisoner. Why should I kneel down? Your Golden Horn Holy Tribe is an ancient holy tribe, but our double pupil Nether tribe isn't? Hee hee, if you don't like me, you can kill me." Divine Master 2 didn't turn around as he flipped a page and said calmly, "How dare you? Are you really courting death?" Divine Master 2's casual tone revealed a tinge of disdain and recklessness. The peak stage heavenly god was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He raised his hand and was about to slap down. "F***CKU. You idiot." Divine Master 2 didn't say anything, but Jin Chi knocked the peak heavenly god's head hard and started swearing. After knocking, he revealed a faint smile as he pulled a chair beside him and sat down leisurely. He tilted his head and stroked the golden horn on his head. He smiled and said, calm down, understand? Look at you guys. You're all peak stage heavenly gods like this damn Baldy, but why are your auras so different? Is the law of heaven and earth that you guys have comprehended fake? I've always told you that an expert must have the aura of an expert and have poise. Understand? You're right, young master. We can't catch up to young master's temperament. We still have to work hard to learn. Young master's demeanor. The few peak heavenly gods immediately bowed and smiled charmingly. Their flattery were endless. Come on, you've been saying this for tens of thousands of years. Can't you change it to something new? Grinning, Jin Chi stuck out a finger and played with his ear for a while. He didn't look very happy, but looked at Almighty Butcher, who was still sitting by the window, with great interest. Suddenly he smiled evilly and said, Jin, sure, go out and find me a few Martial Saint children. They have to be strong and big. Big. Mine is very big. Jin sure blinked his eyes in bewilderment. He shook his lower body, indicating that he was doing it right. Scram. Fuck off. If you're still not going, I'll chop up your thing and feed it to the dogs. Jin Chi's foot flew out and directly kicked Jin Shi's lower body as he cursed. Ugh! Jin Shi felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Seeing that Jin Chi was angry, he quickly covered his lower body and hopped away. Not long after, he brought 5 extremely strong holy level Golden Horn God tribe members in. Greetings, young master. The 5 members of the Golden Horn God race looked excited. Their clothes were messy. It seemed that they had been showing off the power of their great Golden Horn God race to the girls of the God City. Kiki. When Jin Chi saw them enter, he got excited. Both of his hands were stroking the 2 golden horns on his head. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Master God Tuesday. With a sinister smile, he shouted, "The 5 of you tie him up for me." Tie him up. The 5 Golden Horn God race members were puzzled. You have so many God rank experts. Why do I need to tie him up? That's a peak heavenly God. If I'm not careful, I might kill them instantly. Idiot, we can't make the first move. You are martial saints, so you can do it. He won't dare to make a move. If he dares to retaliate, I will have a reason to make a move. Do you understand? Jin Chi scolded angrily. He instructed the few martial saints to press Master God 2 down. He stood up and walked over. Looking at Master God 2's furious expression, he laughed sinisterly. Big Baldy, don't resist. Otherwise, I will have a reason to make a move. I will kill you instantly. Haha. What are you trying to do? Just kill me directly. Master God 2 had a bad premonition. His back felt so chilly as if the winter wind had just blown over. I'm not going to do anything. If you don't resist, I won't kill you. But if you dare to attack me, I will kill you instantly. I didn't violate that woman's 2 rules. Haha. Jin Chi's smile suddenly turned ferocious. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at Master God 2 and yelled, "Take off his spatial ring and clothes. 5 of you, take turns to burst his chrysanthemum." Waha, this is so exciting. Apparently Jin Chi was stimulated by Lord Devour. Perhaps he had molested a lot of young men in the divine world. The Golden Horn God clan was famous for their perversion. At this moment, it was obvious that he wanted to do something to the great fire dragon overlord, which wasn't suitable for children. ****. Beast. Let go of me. Don't. I'm begging you. I can't do that. Lord God 2's face was flushed. He was embarrassed, sorrowful, and indignant. He was twisting his body with all his might to resist. However, it was strange that he didn't use his god power. How could he resist 5 strong warriors of the Golden Horn God clan? It was unknown if he was afraid of death, or if he just wanted to endure the humiliation. Or since he couldn't resist, he wanted to enjoy it? Haha, come here and see this Baldy's face. TSK. It's so exciting. Haha, damn it. Why does it look like he's enjoying it more? Jin Chi continued to sit on the chair as he used his divine power to erase the presence of his soul in Master God 2's spatial ring. He searched through all the items in the ring while admiring the hand-to-hand combat in the study with satisfaction. However, after watching for a while, he felt bored. F***ck. Damn it. None of the dozens of divine swords are real. You guys treat him well. Don't kill him. Jin Shi, you stay here to watch. If that damn Baldy does anything strange, send me a message. The others follow me. We're going to have a good talk with the girls of the Fire Dragon Plane. Jin Chi smashed all the fake divine swords in the spatial ring. Of course, he still left the divine stones and treasures inside. This time his father, the Blood King, had expended a lot. He had decided to conquer the Fire Dragon Plane and collect all the treasures and rare items to make up for his losses. Of course, the first task was to find the divine swords. 10 days later, the Golden Horn God clan turned the God City upside down. They killed tens of thousands of rebels and took away all the treasures and rare items in the God City. They only left behind a city's bodily fluids and seeds. Amidst the cries, curses of the tens of thousands of girls, and the murderous gazes of the 4 god-slaying guards, they flew away with a satisfied smile. They went to their next stop, the demon god residence. All of you are beasts and demons. I curse all of you to die a horrible death. You won't be able to have orgasms for the rest of your lives. The god-slaying guard's eyes were filled with tears and he was very agitated. Of course he wasn't violated. Jin Qi's words were true. The 4 of them were safe and sound. However, their clansmen were. Oh no! How's the Master God? The God-slaying guard wanted to roar a few more times, but he suddenly thought of Master God too in the God Lord Pavilion. He shouted with a shocked expression. When the other 3 guards heard this, they panicked. That was their master. The 4 of them flew into the God Lord Pavilion hurriedly. After searching the entire God Lord Pavilion, they didn't find Master God Tuesday. Finally, they found him in a corner of the study room. However, the scene in front of them made their eyes moisten again. The study room was in a mess. There were dark red bloodstains on the floor. Master God too was curled up in a corner. He was wearing a tattered robe, and he looked like he had lost his soul. His red and black eyes had lost their usual spirit. He kept muttering crazily. Your chrysanthemum is broken, the floor is full of wounds. Your smile has turned yellow. Chapter 360. The tragic state of the Divine City did not make the people of the Fire Dragon continent feel fear or fear. Instead, it stimulated the people of the Fire Dragon continent. All the citizens of the Fire Dragon continent were filled with grief and indignation. Thousands of years of war had forged their unyielding fighting spirit and strengthened their determination to fight to the end. Although the citizens of the Divine City were shrouded in the halo of the Divine Master, they had always placed their hopes on the great Divine Master. However, when they found out that their wives and children were killed and their daughters were raped, their great God Lord did not stand up to save them. A small number of people finally woke up and started to use their lives to protect their dignity. Almost 100,000 people died in the Divine City. Half of them were brave fighters. The stronger ones would fight one-on-one, risking their lives to drag down the weakest one. The weaker ones would ambush one. If it was not possible, they would self-detonate and perish together. However, the citizens of the Divine City had been under the God Lord's light for too long. They were used to being high and mighty. They were used to using the God Lord's name to scare off visitors. There were too few warriors who resisted. Out of the 10 million citizens of the Divine City, only 50,000 stood up. Of course, in the end they took the lives of dozens of Goldenhorn Holy Clan's martial saints and crippled dozens of Goldenhorn Holy Clan's martial saints, losing their fighting strength. Jin Qi brought his people and flew towards the Demon God residence. The entire Demon God residence was in chaos. Countless experts of the demon race rushed towards the Heaven Demon City. They decided to use their lives to defend the sacred city of the demon race. Even many demon warriors and great demon warriors took up their weapons and stood outside the Heaven Demon City. They swore to live and die with the city. In the end, the demon god came out and persuaded them to leave. The entire demon race was shrouded in a frenzy of fighting spirit. No, the entire Fire Dragon continent was shrouded in a frenzy of fighting spirit. However, the 3 races had been fighting for thousands of years. The hatred was deep and couldn't be resolved in a short time. If they went to help, it might cause chaos and conflict. The people of Hidden Island were a bunch of bandits. They believed in the spirit of sweeping away the snow in front of them. They didn't care about the lives of others. Of course, the barbarian god residents and the House of Ares hastened their pace. Song City. The psychedelic array was still being built in a hurry, and the natives of Song City had all been sent to Dragon City. Once the blood token of the god of war was sent out, all the cultivators above the Emperor realm in the House of Ares gathered at Song City. Many experts who had been living in seclusion had taken off their disguises as Taoist masters who didn't care about worldly affairs. From the bottom of the bed, from the latrine pit, and from the cellar, he took out the weapons that he had hidden for decades, bid farewell to his family, and embarked on an unknown journey alone. Feng Zi and Hua Chao also rushed to Song City, and were arranged to stay in the Yi family castle. However, the 2 of them couldn't restrain themselves and couldn't cultivate in peace. Instead, they went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion with Long Shuelu every day. Of course, they weren't going to see the 4 beauties, but to wait for Yi Qinghan to emerge from his closed-door cultivation. Feng Zi and Hua Hua had reached the pinnacle of the Marquis realm thanks to the Feng and Hua family's vast amounts of spirit herbs and fruits. It was just that he had yet to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and had yet to take that step. Long Shuelu was still slightly weaker. He was only at the first level of the Marquis realm. After all, Long Sinan had already been appointed as the young master of the Long family. Long Shuelyo's status in the Long family wasn't that high anymore. The Long family couldn't possibly give him a large amount of wealth to increase his strength. Do you know what kind of place Purple Island is? In the hall of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, Fengzi was holding a cup of hot tea. His aura seemed to have matured, and he had a hint of a mature man's aura. I'm not sure. My father also told me to stay here obediently. If the situation is serious, he will ask a God-rank expert to bring us to Purple Island directly. Hua Chao blinked her beautiful big eyes and shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Purple Island? That's a nice name. Why bring us to Purple Island? Yi Qinggu had been nervous for a few days. Seeing that the war hadn't started yet, she returned to her carefree and strange appearance. She raised her nose and spoke cutely. Purple Island is the safest and most dangerous place on the continent. Long Sinan didn't have the heroic spirit of the past. There was a hint of melancholy on her forehead. Instead, she looked gentle and lovely like a little girl. She took a sip of tea and looked at everyone's puzzled eyes. She explained, according to the information of Dragon City, every continent is actually a material plane. When this material plane is discovered by the people of the divine realm, they will give you a passageway. At the end of the passageway, there is a transportation array. If you reach the strength of a God-rank expert, you will be able to pass the passageway successfully and be transported to the divine realm through the transportation array. And Purple Island is the passageway from the Flame Dragon continent to the divine realm. The passageway from the Flame Dragon continent to the divine realm? This somewhat shocking news successfully attracted the interest of everyone present. Even Yu Qingqing, who was in a low mood, perked up her little pink ears and listened with reddened eyes. So that's how it is, Yi Qinggu said thoughtfully. At the same time, she expressed the doubt in her heart. Then why is Purple Island the safest place on the continent? And also the most dangerous place? Because Purple Island has a chain of 11 small islands. The first small island is a place that any martial artist can enter and exit at will. It is also the safest place on the continent, because there are very powerful restrictions on Purple Island. If any martial artist fights inside, they will be directly killed by the restrictions. As the young patriarch of the Long family, Long Sinan obviously knew many secrets that many of the continent's experts didn't know. And there is a transportation array on the 11th small island that can allow one to ascend to the divine realm. However, it is guarded by an extremely powerful divine beast. After the First Doomsday War, no one was able to pass through the 11th small island to ascend to the divine realm. More than 10 divine realm experts tried to pass through, but in the end, they all died without exception. Everyone was silent after listening. It seemed as if their minds had flown to that group of mysterious small islands at the edge of the East Sea. It was as if they had flown through that transportation array to the distant divine realm, that vast, mysterious, and magical land of legend. Whoosh! After cultivating in seclusion for more than half a month, Yi Qinghan finally opened his eyes. There was no fatigue in his black eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. After more than half a month, he finally refined all the energy in his body. The enormous ball of energy brought by the divine skin didn't disappoint him. His battle force cultivation finally reached the peak of the Imperial Realm. His true strength had finally reached the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm. A 21-year-old 3rd-level Imperial Realm martial artist could be said to have broken the historical record of the Fire Dragon continent. He became the peerless genius with the fastest cultivation speed in history. His father, Yi Dao, was extremely talented. When he reached the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, he was already 33 years old. There was a gap of 12 years. However, he wasn't too excited about becoming the #1 genius in history. He always believed that a person needed 99% diligence and 1% luck to succeed. Of course, his luck value might be as high as 50%. However, he had endured the pain of his meridians exploding again and again. He had cultivated alone in the Fallen God Mountain for 5 years, and endured hundreds of thousands of beatings from Elder Lu. Who would be able to understand the pain and suffering he had gone through? Who could endure it and endure it? After a long stretch, he decided to go out and check out the situation. He wanted to see his 3 women, and especially comfort Yu Qingqing's hurt heart. However, just as he was about to go out, he saw the smooth wall on his left. He stopped in his tracks. "All right. Why don't I take a look now and see if I can comprehend the beach raindrops painting?" Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks. He realized that he had reached the 3rd level of the imperial realm. After he and Yi Qingyu consummated their marriage, his eyes also changed a little. He didn't know if he would gain anything special if he looked at the beach raindrops painting now. Thus, he sat cross-legged again, and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He circulated his battle force in the meridians in his eyes and concentrated on the wall. It was just that, when he saw it, he nearly lost his composure and jumped up violently. At this moment, the scene of rain hitting the beach in front of his eyes was completely different from what he had imagined it to be. It seemed to have become another picture, a perfect illustration of the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 361. The beach was still the same beach. The sea was still calm and turbulent at times. The raindrops fell from time to time and stopped from time to time. The large raindrops on the beach were recovering from one moment to the next. However, Yi Qinghan felt that the sea was no longer the sea, the rain was no longer the rain, and the beach was no longer the beach. It felt like rain, fog, and wind. There was an uncertain and elusive feeling. The mountain was not a mountain, and the water was not water. His mind was in a daze. Finally, he felt his vision blur. There was only a drop of water slowly falling from the sky and spinning in the air. Because of the raindrop, there was a slight spatial fluctuation. Just as Yi Qinghan wanted to take a closer look at that drop of water, his mind suddenly felt dizzy. Following that, the scenery in front of him changed, and he saw a smooth wall. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and gained some insight. He sat cross-legged and began to digest what he had just seen, thought, and realized. This seclusion. He went into seclusion for 3 days and 3 nights. Just a little more. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. The spatial fluctuation caused by the raindrop gave him some insight. However, he was just a little bit short. If he could see it a little more clearly, and for a little longer, Yi Qinghan felt that his insight would definitely improve greatly. He might even reach small success in spatial fluctuations. With a slight sigh, Yi Qinghan did not dwell on it too much. This kind of opportunity could only be chanced upon. He was already very lucky. Some things could not be forced. A melon that was forcefully twisted would not be sweet. He smiled faintly and wiped away the regret and greed in his heart. Yi Qinghan directly returned to the chilling heart pavilion. It was daytime outside. Yi Qinghan took a shower in his room and groomed himself. He walked down the first floor in high spirits and walked into the main hall. From afar he heard Feng Zi's loud voice speaking. "You don't know how intense the battle in Heaven Fei City was." All the experts of the Fei race gathered in Heaven Fei City. The battle 2 days ago was so intense that the sky turned dark and the earth turned upside down. "Haha, madman, where are you telling a story?" Yi Qinghan walked into the hall and laughed loudly. At the same time, he looked around and found that other than the 3 women, Feng Zilong, Sai Nan, Hua Ji, and Long Shuilu were all present. He was slightly surprised. "Little Han." "Brother." "Master Han." As soon as Yi Qinghan walked in, everyone in the hall looked at him in surprise. At the same time, they stood up to greet him. Yi Qinghan nodded at the crowd and smiled. He directly hugged Yi Qingyu and pulled Yu Qingqing to sit side by side with Yi Qingyu. At the same time, he gestured for everyone to sit down. He picked up the tea on the square table and took a sip. Then he smiled and said, "What kind of wind blew several esteemed guests to my humble abode?" Feng Zi pursed his lips, sat down, and said casually, "Sai, it's all because of that evil wind from the Golden Horn God clan. Not only us, but all the elites from the entire Divine Battle residence have gathered in Song City. Everyone is prepared to bask in your glory, young Master Han." "Hehe, Master Han is so lucky with women. Everyone is envious of you. If you can be like Master Han, you can die without regrets." Seeing that Feng Zi had already explained, Huaji didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned to flatter Yi Qinghan. Long Sinan didn't pay attention to this. Instead, she kept staring at the aura that Yi Qinghan exuded. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Finally, She couldn't help but stand up and asked uncertainly, Master Han, you have reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm? Why can't I, a 2nd-level Emperor, see through your cultivation? Ah. Oh. Feng Zi's mouth stopped twitching, and her beautiful big eyes stopped blinking. Long Shuelio's hand that was flipping his hair stopped in midair. Yu Qingqing also blinked her limpid eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan doubtfully. How long has it been? He was only at the 1st level of the Emperor realm when they parted at the Luotian mountain. In the blink of an eye, he had a huge breakthrough. Long Sinan was at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had reached the 3rd level? This cultivation speed was even faster than the teleportation of a god-tier expert. A slight breakthrough. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. He decisively changed the topic. Oh right, young Master Feng, what did you say just now? The battle between the Golden Horn God clan and the Celestial Demon City? Tell me what's going on. Feng Zi was still wondering why Yi Qinghan cultivated so quickly. Did he eat some Herculean strength pill? Or smear some hidden island divine oil? Feng Zi couldn't react to Yi Qinghan's sudden change of topic. He rubbed his forehead, a little dumbfounded. Let me explain. Long Sinan glared at Yi Qinghan. She was a little annoyed at his slickness. However, she inadvertently revealed her feminine charm, stunning everyone present. Since when did Miss Long, who was more heroic than men, have such a feminine side? After Long Sinan's narration, Yi Qinghan finally understood the tragic state of the Divine City and the battle that happened in the Celestial Demon City 2 days ago. Jin Qi flew directly to the Celestial Demon Immortal City with the Golden Horn Divine Clan. All the experts of the demon race were gathered in the Celestial Demon City. Conquering the Celestial Demon City was equivalent to conquering the Demon Immortal residence. Therefore, Jin Qi didn't massacre the entire city. After all, killing these low-level martial artists and mortals wasn't enough to satisfy his inner sense of accomplishment for a god of his level. Moreover, there was a powerful woman in the Forest of Darkness. If he massacred wantonly and provoked her again, it would be over. The Celestial Demon City was very small. Of course, this was only to Jin Qi. However, there were many martial artists gathered in the Celestial Demon City. They were densely packed, and there were people surging around the city. Jin Qi didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, 200 Golden Horn Divine Clan sages pressed forward. Jin Qi originally thought that the Celestial Demon City didn't have a god array, and the god rank experts wouldn't dare to make a move, so 200 peak martial sages would be enough to flatten this small city. However, a minute later, he completely overturned this idea and decisively ordered a retreat. The 200 Golden Horn Divine Clan sages charged forward. In the end, none of the martial sages in the Celestial Demon City moved, but nearly 1,000 Emperor-ranked demons flew out. Alright, since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 200 Golden Horn members of the Golden Horn God clan looked at the group of demon clan members that was slowly flying towards them with disdain. Just as they were about to attack, they discovered that the legs of this group of demon clan members suddenly emitted thick smoke. Their speed also increased by several times as they charged towards them. What was going on? Were they trying to scare us with smoke? The 200 Golden Horn Divine Clan sages looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were wondering what kind of tricks this group of half-human half-demon fellows were playing, the distance between the demons and the Golden Horn Divine Clan sages had already reached dozens of meters. Without any time to think, the 200 peak martial sages gave the order to attack. However, just as he was about to wave his hand, he saw countless dazzling lights lighting up. Hundreds of fireworks bloomed in the sky at the same time. Behind them, there were even more demons that were emitting smoke and charging over without a care for their lives. Then countless more fireworks bloomed. Bang, bang, bang. One firework might be beautiful, but dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of fireworks bloomed at the same time was a little scary. They are indeed here to die. Countless Golden Horn Divine Clan sages were enveloped by the fireworks. Before they lost consciousness, they muttered the same words. The demon race had gone crazy, and Jin Qi was shocked. Only less than half of the 200 saint-level Golden Horn God clan members managed to escape, and all of them were injured. They were all scared silly, shaking their heads as if they were having a seizure. Jinqi decisively retreated and prepared to make a long-term plan. He didn't want her to bring out over 1,000 children, only to have him and a few God Realm experts return with their tails between their legs. Damn it, the demons are so damn ruthless. Why wasn't I there for such an exciting scene? After listening to Long Seinen's narration, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth wide. After a while he regained his senses and said, "What? How many great warriors do the demons have that are ready to sacrifice themselves to the demon gods? Should we send some flowers and paper money over to express our sympathy? Should we encourage them to continue? Should we just blow up the rest of the sacred level Golden Horn God tribe?" Chapter 362. This. Young Master Han, go ahead. I'm in my prime, and I don't want to die young. Fengzi pouted and twisted her body uncomfortably. Yes, young Master Han, we support you in spirit. Hua Hua clapped and cheered. Look at your cowardly faces. In the future, don't say that you're my, Yi Qinghan's brothers. Yi Qinghan sniffled and looked at the two of them in disdain. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, he stood up and called everyone to have a lively meal. In the afternoon, Fengzi and Hua Hua wanted to see the secret psychedelic array outside Song City. Yi Qinggu also wanted to go out for a walk. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to do so. Song City was full of experts. Once he showed up, those old guys would immediately see through his strength. Moreover, under such a serious situation, he wasn't in the mood to go out for a walk. Thus, he rejected everyone's suggestion. Yi Qinghan didn't want to reveal his strength, but Yu Qingqing wasn't in the mood to play, so she rejected them. Yi Qingyu wanted to stay in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, but Yi Qinggu winked at her and sent a telepathic message to give Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing some space to comfort Yu Qingqing. Cui Hua and the others were also sent out by Yi Qinggu. In the huge Chilling Heart Pavilion, only Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing were left. Qingqing, come here. Yi Qinghan waved at Yu Qingqing, who was sitting at the side. Yu Qingqing seemed to understand and was slightly shy. After a while he saw that Yu Qingqing was still hesitating. He chuckled and went over. He grabbed Yu Qingqing's waist and carried her up to the second floor. What are you doing? Put me down. Yu Qingqing was shocked. Although she had already decided that she was Yi Qinghan's wife, in broad daylight. Moreover, she wasn't mentally prepared. She was embarrassed and struggled. Don't move recklessly, little Qingqing. I won't violate you in broad daylight, although I really want to. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with tenderness, staring at her pearl-like eyes as he gently spoke. Yi Qinghan's promise had an effect. Yu Qingqing no longer wriggled, but hid her head in his bosom and no longer spoke. On the second floor, Yi Qinghan didn't go to the rooftop. Instead, he went to his room. He closed the door and placed Yu Qingqing on the bed. After that, he didn't say anything. He just sat on the bed and gently hugged her from behind. He looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and was lost in thought. Yu Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Yi Qinghan's sharp face in confusion. She also chose to remain silent. She relaxed her body and leaned into his embrace like a boneless lazy cat, quietly listening to his heartbeat and her own heartbeat. Through the window, they could see rows of neatly trimmed purple camphor trees. Purple camphor, purple camphor. As the name suggested, its leaves were purple and not large. The shape of the leaves was a strange strip, and they grew very densely. A cool breeze blew. Countless leaves were like waves in the sea, rising and falling. It was beautiful. Both of them had their own thoughts. They were going to sit together quietly for a while. However, as time went by, both of them felt that it was good, comfortable, and warm to hug each other. Their minds were as calm as water, and they felt like they were in a dream. Both of them didn't say anything. They felt each other's breath, listened to each other's heartbeat, and smelled each other's masculinity and femininity. There was no ambiguity, no mud, no lust. There was only a kind of indulgence, a kind of intoxication. The sky gradually darkened, and the bright sunlight was gradually replaced by the gentle moonlight. The Chilling Heart Pavilion was still very peaceful. It seemed like Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu were going to the Manwu Pavilion to sleep for the night. They were going to leave the entire Chilling Heart Pavilion to the two of them. Qingqing, are you hungry? Yi Qinghan finally opened his mouth when the night had completely fallen, and the room was shrouded in pure white moonlight. I'm not hungry. Are you? Do you want me to find something to eat? Yu Qingqing turned her head and frowned. Her pretty face was extremely beautiful under the moonlight. She asked in astonishment when she saw Yi Qinghan nod his head. At her level, she wouldn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat for half a month. That was because the battle qi in her body could bring the purest energy in the world to replenish her body's needs. With Yi Qinghan's realm, it was impossible for him to feel hungry. I am indeed hungry, but I don't want to eat the food in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. What do you think I should do? Yi Qinghan blinked and tilted his head. There was a trace of playfulness in his eyes as he smiled mischievously. What should I do? I don't know how to cook. What do you want to eat? I'll tell the servants not to come, you scoundrel. Yu Qingqing frowned and tilted her head in a cute manner as she pondered. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan suddenly move his head closer and gently bite her earlobe, she shyly shrunk back and said angrily, Little Qingqing, I want to eat you. You are the most delicious delicacy in the world. I think you can't bear to see me suffer from hunger and cold, right? Take pity on me and let me eat you. Yi Qinghan moved closer and continued to lick Yu Qingqing's slightly pink earlobe. Then he moved downwards and kissed her white neck. A pair of hands went around her back and attached to the two towering peaks in front of her chest and gently kneaded them. Oh, don't, Qinghan. We haven't married yet. You can't do that. Yu Qingqing was whispered in her ear and kissed on her neck, especially her chest, which was being kneaded by two large hands. In an instant, she felt her entire body heat up and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She was a little shy, a little scared, but of course, there was also a little expectation and a little excitement. Qingqing, listen to me. It's not that I don't want to have you after the wedding. I have always respected your wishes. You know this. However, in the current situation, I can only have you in advance. Yi Qinghan stopped his profanity and explained in a serious manner. I obtained a treasure in the God-slaying mountain. This treasure can allow a woman with my aura to enter. This treasure can be said to be an absolutely complete place. Therefore, in order to prevent you from being affected by the upcoming battle, I can only have you in advance and pluck you, this peach blossom, in advance. I'm sorry, Qingqing, and there's no need to explain anymore. A beautiful hand suddenly covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Yu Qingqing slowly turned her face over. Her beautiful cheeks were burning hot, but her eyes were bewitching with a hint of shyness. The combination of this kind of pure beauty and seductive charm was actually so ecstatic. Lightly biting her lips, Yu Qingqing suddenly closed her eyes and slowly laid down on the bed. Her tender and alluring lips opened and closed, letting out a mosquito-like voice. I promise you, my lover. Please let me become a real woman. Become your woman. Gulp gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed rang out. Yi Qinghan's body began to tremble. His head buzzed, and his eyes became hot. He directly strode forward, like a horse lover riding a peerless horse. His mind was completely occupied by the alluring body of the peerless beauty in front of him. He forgot everything and began to enjoy the most delicious delicacy in the world. The poisonous peach blossom on the tranquil lake island had been successfully plucked by a man who was not afraid of poison. Tonight, this peach blossom had quietly bloomed under the beautiful night sky of Tsang City. The two were unable to extricate themselves from the ocean of desire. Little did they know that the heaven and earth essence energy in the sky above the Chilling Heart Pavilion had become denser again. Moreover, this time, the density of the essence energy far surpassed the Yu clan's summer fire festival, and the time when Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were together. A gust of wind blew outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion, causing the leaves of the purple camphor tree to rustle. Even Yu Shishui and the Spear Emperor, who were constructing the illusion formation outside of Tsang City, as well as the elders in the back mountain of the Yi clan, were alarmed. They all looked in the direction of the Chilling Heart Pavilion in shock. Chapter 363. The sudden change in the Chilling Heart Pavilion had alarmed all of the Emperor and above cultivators in Song City. Song City was currently filled with experts. All of the immortal-level experts of the House of Aries were gathered there, but the first person to react to the change was Yu Shishui, who had only recently ascended. The Yu clan specialized in cultivating one's soul, so they were very sensitive to natural phenomena. Yu Shishui had been setting up a formation 5 kilometers away from Song City. As soon as the change occurred in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, she immediately sensed it and sent out her divine sense to investigate. However, as soon as she did so, her face flushed red. Ignoring the Spear Emperor by her side, she actually teleported to the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. At the same time, she waved her hand and unleashed her god domain, enveloping the entire Chilling Heart Pavilion, and preventing the divine sense of the other immortal-level experts from investigating. Whoosh! The second person to arrive was Yi Ruoshui. Yi Ruoshui frowned slightly as she glanced at the Chilling Heart Pavilion, then at the rustling purple camphor tree in the courtyard. Finally, her gaze landed on Yu Shishui, who was standing at the entrance to the rooftop, looking a bit unnatural. She asked in surprise, "Shishui, what happened? Why did you release your god domain?" A blush flashed across Yu Shishui's face, but then her expression returned to normal as she said, "Your little brat got lucky this time. He's currently cultivating, so I released my god domain to protect him from being disturbed." Oh, there's such a good thing? Even though Yi Ruoshui was still very confused, she didn't ask too many questions. She merely smiled as she gazed at the purple camphor tree in the courtyard. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to the other immortal-level experts, telling them not to come over. "Ancestor, what happened?" At that moment, a black figure flew over from the sky and landed on the rooftop. He sighed in relief when he saw Yi Ruoshui, but when he saw Yu Shishui at the entrance, he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Sky Dragon, stand guard here. Wait for little Han to finish his seclusion before you go back to your business." Yi Ruoshui stared at Yi Tianlong's stoic face, her eyes glowing with a passionate light. She smiled thoughtfully, gave him a few instructions, and then teleported away. Yi Tianlong had just come out of the Elder's Hall, and was about to fly back to the back of the mountain, when he noticed something strange. Therefore, he didn't have any scruples and flew over immediately. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw the face that had troubled him for days and nights whether he should go out of Song City to see. Sigh. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. You haven't changed at all. After a long time, Yi Tianlong sighed and stroked his white hair in disappointment. Of course I haven't changed, but you have. The handsome young man from back then has become an old man with old arms and legs. Don't keep flying around, it'll be bad if you break them. Yu Shishui had been in Song City for more than 10 days now, but he had been working day and night on the formation outside the city. Because of the sudden change in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, he had suddenly run into his old acquaintance, Yi Tianlong. After a moment of shock, it was as if she had become another person. She was already several decades old, yet she spoke like a little girl. Sigh. Time is like a butcher's knife. It blackens mushrooms, turns grapes purple, and softens bananas. Yi Tianlong panicked when he saw this. He suddenly remembered that he had heard Yi Qinghan say something strange, but he had accidentally said it aloud. As soon as he said it, he realized that it didn't seem to fit the situation. He hurriedly coughed and said awkwardly, "That, right. You have the Yu clan's youth retaining fruit, so of course you won't grow old. Also, you're already a deity now, so of course I'm different. Who knows, I might turn into a pile of dirt in a few decades. Don't worry. After you die, I will burn some incense and paper money for you every year. After all, we were acquaintances. I will definitely pay my respects to you." Yu Shishui harumphed coldly and turned her head to look at the scenery off in the distance. You're looking down on me. Who knows, maybe I'll make a breakthrough one day. Back in the day, my cultivation speed was much faster than yours. Yi Tianlong seemed very unconvinced as he straightened his back and said arrogantly, Old thing, old thing." The patriarchs of these two top-tier clans were acting like two young boys and girls as soon as they met. Their words were filled with sour grapes. If outsiders were to hear this, it would definitely shake the entire continent. The patriarchs of the Yu clan and Yi clan were actually old sweethearts? It's not that I'm looking down on you. But do you really think you can break through to the deity realm like this? If you can break through, I'll be your slave and wash your feet every day. Yu Shishui laughed coldly, a hint of mockery in her eyes. When Yi Tianlong heard this, he became even more unconvinced. He pointed at Yu Shishui and said fiercely, "You said it. You're a deity realm expert. You have to keep your word. I don't want you to be my slave anymore. Once I break through, I'll go to your clan and ask for your hand in marriage. I want you to marry me." But as soon as these words left their mouths, the two of them simultaneously realized that they were both a bit agitated. They were already old people, so saying such things now was a bit embarrassing. As such, the two of them tacitly shut their mouths and turned around awkwardly. The aura of the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop was already very special, but now it was even more special. Sky Demon City. After the battle the day before, Jin Qi was furious. He had directly shattered two saint-level experts who had yet to recover from their shock. Today, he took advantage of the night to send out his troops to take down Sky Demon City in one fell swoop. Today, Sky Demon City was different from the House of Ares. The wind was calm there, but here, it was dark and windy. It was the perfect time to kill someone. Jin Qi didn't act stupidly. This time, he sent out 500 saint-level experts. They didn't stupidly charge forward like last time. Instead, they formed groups of a few and began to attack Sky Demon City from all directions. Moreover, these saint-level experts of the Golden Horn celestial race had learned their lesson. They didn't underestimate the enemy anymore. All of them prepared for battle and advanced slowly. It was like sneaking into a village and not making a sound. As expected, Sky Demon City immediately responded. Countless Emperor-level demons split into groups of a few dozen, one group against the other, and prepared for another firework explosion. But, this time, it clearly didn't achieve the desired effect. The Golden Horn celestial race was prepared. Black flames spat out, and the fireworks exploded in advance. In the end, Sky Demon City exploded everywhere. When the 5 demon immortals saw this, they immediately stopped their suicidal attacks. With a wave of their hands, the demon sages moved out. There were hundreds of demon immortals in the demon divine abode, but there weren't many peak demon sages. After a bitter battle, Sky Demon City turned into a river of blood. In the end, it was still breached. I don't want you to surrender. I just want you to hand over your interspatial rings. Otherwise, I'll make your little city barren. I won't spare even the fowls and dogs. Jin Qi didn't waste any words. He instantly appeared in front of the 5 demon immortals and threatened them. He used the millions of martial artists in Sky Demon City to threaten the 5 guardians of the demon race. The 5 demon immortals looked at each other and decisively took off their interspatial rings and threw them over. Although treasures were important, human lives were more important. The city was filled with elites of the demon race. Moreover, they didn't obtain the real divine swords, so they didn't suffer a great loss. Jin Qi received the 5 interspatial rings and scanned them with his divine sense. He discovered that the 5 demon immortals didn't have the real divine swords. Instead, the treasures inside were pitifully few. After a few days of gloominess, he was incomparably furious. Damn it. All children, stop. Slaughter the city for half a day and kill half of the demons. Then, go to the next stop, the human race. Chapter 364. Cock a kill. Kill them all, burn them all, rob them all. The remaining hundreds of Golden Horn Holy Race members screamed as they charged towards Heaven Demon City. The mighty Golden Horn Holy Race had lost more than 100 people in a small city because of a bunch of insignificant mortals. This was a disgrace. They decided to use the city's blood to wash away this disgrace. Awag! Countless screams, and curses could be heard. The entire Heaven Demon City was filled with fresh blood and tattered clothes of countless young demon girls. The Heaven Demon City was once again the tragedy of a god city, and it seemed even more tragic. Swish! A tiger demon god trembled. He couldn't bear it anymore and attacked decisively. He teleported and appeared beside a group of Golden Horn Holy Race members. With a tiger roar, he slashed dozens of Golden Horn Holy Race members at the waist. However, just as he was about to pounce on the Golden Horn Holy Race members, a golden celestial domain enveloped him, rendering him immobile. After that, Jin Qi spat out a ball of golden flames that enveloped him. incessantly burning the divine armor formed by the power of the demon god on the surface of his body. If the four of you still want to attack, please continue. A moment later, the tiger demon god howled in pain and turned into ashes, leaving behind a fiery red divine crystal that Jinchi grabbed in his hand. This demon god was only an elementary heavenly god. In Jinchi's celestial domain, he naturally couldn't move. The difference in their realms made him powerless to resist Jinchi's advanced fire attribute mystical arts. Jinchi grabbed the divine crystal and threw it into his spatial ring. Then he stared at the four coldly, as if provoking them. If he angered them, he could openly attack and continue to earn divine crystals. The four demon gods didn't move. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. They had to think about the future of the divine demon manor. If they were to die, the other two manors would definitely lead the divine demon manor to annihilate the divine demon manor. Hence, for the sake of the divine demon manor's legacy, they had no choice but to live on helplessly. Life wasn't going according to plan. Most people, or perhaps a small number of people, lived for their own brilliance. However, there were still a lot of people who lived for others. They lived with difficulty, and they lived with humbleness. 3 days later, the Golden Horn God clan, who were in high spirits, flew towards the east with a wave of Jinchi's hand. They went to their next stop, the House of Ares. Jinchi had an inexplicable sense of excitement towards the human race. He faintly felt that this trip to the human race might bring him a pleasant surprise. The divine world was vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of races. Originally, the divine world was ruled by the original god race, but as more and more humans ascended, the divine world was gradually occupied and ruled by the humans. Of the 8 monarchs of the god world, 5 were pure-blooded humans. Therefore, he believed that the real divine sword was very likely in the hands of the human race. It was very likely that the human race possessed a large number of precious treasures. Perhaps they could make up for his father's loss. Children, follow me. Our destination is the largest human city in the south. Kaka, these humans have been preparing for such a long time. I wonder what kind of surprise they will bring us. Let's go. Jinchi laughed crazily and flew forward first. Behind him, a large group of Golden Horn God clan members followed closely. They all flew toward the southern city of the House of Ares, Song City. Reporting. The outsiders have already left the Sky Demon City and are currently flying toward the House of Ares. They will probably reach Song City in 3 days. The city lord's residence in Song City had already become the temporary headquarters of the House of Ares. Long Huofu sat high up in the main seat. Beside him was Yi Tianlong, who had hurried over from the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Behind them were the various clan leaders and the Sage Realm representatives of the House of Ares. Understood. Continue to investigate. Long Huofu nodded, indicating for the Hua clan's scout to leave. Then he muttered to himself for a moment before turning to ask Yi Baihu, "How is the construction of the illusion formation outside the city going?" It was originally going to be completed, but Senior Yu Shishui suddenly went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion last night and refused to leave. Now only Senior Spear Emperor is constructing it by himself. I estimate that it will take tomorrow afternoon at the latest. He should be in a hurry. Yi Baihu replied awkwardly. Tomorrow afternoon. That should be enough. How many Emperor and Sage Realm experts are there in Song City right now? Long Huofu estimated that after the construction was completed tomorrow, it should be ready for use the day after tomorrow night. There are more than 400 Sage Realm experts gathered in Song City right now. There are close to 2,000 Emperor Realm experts. This battle is not going to be easy. Song City might become the second Sky Demon City. Yi Baihu was in charge of logistics and materials. He knew everything about Song City like the back of his hand. He answered Long Huofu's question immediately. The House of Ares had 6 main cities, 100 large cities, and 500 small cities. There were thousands of large and small clans. Dragon City had a few Sage Realm experts overseeing it, not to mention the 5 great clans. There were also experts from the commoners and hermits. Basically all of them had gathered in Song City, which was why they had such a powerful force. Sigh, we can only fight to the death. After this battle, I wonder how many of you will survive. Everyone, Let's pray to the ancient house of Aries to protect us. Please protect the house of Aries. Long Huofu let out a deep sigh, feeling a little sad. The Sage Realm experts in the hall all looked bitter. After 2 battles, the Golden Horn tribe had only lost less than 400 Saint Realm experts. If these aliens went to the barbarian tribe and circled around, the House of Aries might have a Pyrrhic victory. But now they were flying directly to the House of Aries. The difference in strength was too big. Song City might become the next Sky Demon City. The mayor's mansion of Song City was having a meeting. The Yi family was also having a meeting in the back mountain. The few deity-level experts didn't need the reports from the scouts to know everything. Everyone's expressions turned slightly bitter. Little Yi, do you think Lord Devour will take action? Sword Emperor sighed, feeling a little sad. How would I know? You all know Lord Devour has a strange temper. In the last world-destroying battle, almost half of the people of the Flame Dragon continent died. Hundreds of god-level experts died, but she didn't take action. This time, although it was because of Little Han, she said that as long as the Golden Horn tribe doesn't violate her rules, she won't take action. Someone at her level will definitely. Sigh. Yi Ruoshue's white eyebrows drooped as she said helplessly, "What strange change has happened to your Little Han? Why hasn't the strange phenomenon in the yard ended?" Sword Emperor thought for a while, and realized that it made sense. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Yi Ruoshue shook her head and said doubtfully, "I don't know either. Shi Shui released her god domain, and is still guarding there. She won't tell me even if I ask her." Then, will your Little Han suddenly break through to the Saint Realm? Tsk. If he can break through to the Saint Realm, then he'll be amazing. Once he uses his body fusion technique, no one below the deity realm will be able to stop him. The crisis of the battle god's manor will be easily resolved. The Shui family's ancestors suddenly interjected, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Are you daydreaming? How old is he? He was only at the first level of the Emperor realm a few months ago. Do you think the Saint realm is a game? Do you think he can reach it just by practicing? Old Ancestor Shue's words made Sword Emperor disdainful. Everyone became silent again, hoping that a young man could break through from the first level of the Emperor realm to the first level of the Saint realm in a few months. They might as well hope that a meteorite would suddenly fall from the sky and smash all the alien tribes to death. Sigh, everything has its own destiny. Maybe this is the fate of the Flame Dragon continent. Sword Emperor sighed deeply and turned to Yi Ruoshue. Little Yi, get ready. Gather all the elite disciples of the big families in the back mountain. If it doesn't work, send them all to the Purple Island. We need to leave some seeds of the human race. Chapter 365. As the demonic beast army approached Song City, the atmosphere became more and more stifling. For the past 2 days, the sky in Song City was no longer clear. Instead, it was gloomy and gloomy, making people panic and palpitate. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. However, there were many people gathered outside Song City. Leading them were the God Realm experts from the House of Aries, as well as the leaders of the major clans. All right, the Great Formation is complete. The Spear Emperor was the youngest among the 3 war gods, but he looked the oldest. He had probably spent too much of his brain energy studying formations. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with the dry skin of an old tree. He looked around and grinned. This grin caused his entire face to wrinkle, as if he was wearing a piece of fake human skin. Sky Dragon, give the order. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave Song City. Third brother, activate the Great Formation and see how it works. The Sword Emperor said expressionlessly. Yi Tianlong left after receiving his orders. Suddenly, a tinge of excitement appeared on the Spear Emperor's wrinkled face. Dozens of blood-red command flags appeared in his hand, after which he waved his hand continuously. The blood-red small command flags continued to break through the air, disappearing in all directions. Buzz. After the last small flag of the Spear Emperor disappeared in the northwest direction, the entire sky above Song City suddenly emitted a red light. Then, a semicircular light barrier appeared in the sky, like a translucent pot lid, covering the entire Song City upside down. Outside Song City, a thick fog suddenly spread out. The thick white fog was something that even Yi Qingniu and the others had reached such a high level of cultivation. Even Yi Qingniu and the others with their high cultivation could not see more than 10 meters. The psychedelic Great Formation has been successfully activated. This Great Formation has a radius of 20 li around Song City. Once an Emperor Realm expert steps in from the outside, he will immediately fall into an illusion. Martial saints without a strong soul will definitely not be able to enter Song City. As for peak martial saints, they can confuse them for a while. After a while, they will still be able to break out of the formation. The Spear Emperor said proudly as he looked at the faintly glowing light shield and the thick white fog in the surroundings. To be able to build such a great formation with just some ordinary materials from the Fire Dragon continent, it could be said that it was unprecedented. Although he did not say that the Fire Dragon continent's formation skills would never be seen again, it was definitely unprecedented. Alright. With this formation, there's still hope for this battle. Little Knight, quickly gather all the experts above the Emperor Realm in the city, and have them familiarize themselves with the formation. Prepare to give the invading foreign races a surprise. Jian Huang was filled with heroism as he laughed heartily. Moments later, the countless emperors and saints who were on standby in Song City began to fly out of the city and wander around the city. They began to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain and the formation. It was bustling outside, but the chilling heart pavilion was still the same. Dense heaven and earth yuan qi roiled above, and strong winds howled below, causing the leaves of the purple camphor trees to flutter. Yi Tianlong had already given the order that no one was allowed to approach the chilling heart pavilion. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the clan's rules. Of course, the warriors of Song City didn't have the permission of the Yi family, so they couldn't enter the Yi family fort. Xiao. Two figures flew over from the sky, one fiery red, the other snow white. One of the figures couldn't actually be described as flying, because the fiery red-robed woman was being carried by the white-robed, white-haired woman. All of the emperors outside of Song City had gathered together to prepare for battle. However, it was obvious that Yi Qingyu wasn't on the list of combatants. As the second god-rank expert of the Yi family, she was immediately added to the list of elite seedlings by Yi Ruoshui. Yi Qingyu had been flying with Yi Qinggu to the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop every day for the past 2 days to scout the situation. The entire Chilling Heart Pavilion had been enveloped by Yu Shishui's divine domain, so they obviously couldn't enter. As such, Yi Qingyu could only fly directly to the rooftop with Yi Qinggu. Greetings, Senior Yu. The two of them respectfully bowed to Yu Shishui, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the rooftop. Yu Shishui wasn't just a god-rank expert, she was also Yu Qingqing's senior. You two girls, you're here again. Yu Shishui opened her eyes, a trace of affection in her eyes. One of these two girls was fiery and mischievous, while the other was quiet and gentle. Yu Shishui liked them very much. Furthermore, they were currently serving the same husband as that little peach blossom of hers, so they could be considered to have some sort of relationship. Yu Shishui subconsciously thought of them as her own nieces and nephews. Senior, has my brother not finished cultivating yet? Yi Qingyu didn't know how to hide her thoughts, so she asked worriedly. After all, she had never seen this phenomenon before. It had suddenly appeared, and it had lasted for so long. She was a little flustered. That's right. Senior, it's already been a few days. Little Han hasn't woken up yet, so Sister Qingqing should have woken up by now, right? Yi Qinggu asked with a mischievous smile. What do you two girls know? This kind of opportunity can only be found by chance. If it weren't for the fact that the battle is about to begin, I would have hoped that the two of them would continue cultivating for months or even years. What's the rush? The Golden Horn God tribe hasn't attacked yet, has it? Even if they do, I won't let anyone interrupt their cultivation until the very last moment. Yu Shishui sighed, a trace of regret in her limpid eyes. Senior Yu, what has happened between my brother and Sister Qingqing? Can you tell me in detail? I'm very worried. Yi Qingyu was still worried, and a trace of stubbornness appeared on her weak face. Even though Yi Qinggu wasn't pleading, the hope in her eyes was extremely obvious. Yu Shishui hadn't explained anything when the two of them had come yesterday. She had only told them to wait patiently. Now that Yu Shishui had spoken, they naturally hoped to hear a definite answer. Sigh, you two little girls. Yu Shishui looked at the two of them, as if she was thinking of her past self. She had been just as stubborn, but she had stubbornly chosen her clan. After a moment's thought, she expanded her god domain to cover the two of them. Only then did she begin to explain. Yi Qinghan entered the Soul Silent State on Tranquil Lake Island. I'm sure you two know about this. The Soul Silent State was also comprehended by our Yu clan's founding ancestor, the Moon Queen. As such, she left behind a dual cultivation technique. Back then, when little Qingcheng chose Yi Qinghan, I made her learn this dual cultivation technique. That night, the two of them must have performed the ceremony of human relations, which resulted in this state. Furthermore, from the looks of this anomaly, it is very likely that they have entered the state mentioned in the Moon Empress grimoire. The state of deep soul silence. The soul silent state? Senior, I don't really understand what you're saying, but it sounds really impressive. Yi Qinggu blinked her eyelids and patted her ample chest. Her eyes were wide open as she exclaimed in surprise. The speed at which one cultivates and comprehends method power in the soul silent state is 10 times faster than normal. The Moon Queen said that the soul silent state is 100 times faster. Don't you think it's impressive? If they've really entered the second state, then the two of them have really hit the jackpot. A trace of envy and admiration appeared in the Moon Queen's eyes. Of course, she wasn't too sure, because she hadn't even entered the soul silent state before. Everything she had said was based on the soul silent state that the Moon Queen had left behind. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu looked at each other in shock. They raised their heads to look at the sky, then looked at the purple camphor tree in the garden that was fluttering in the wind. For a moment, many thoughts ran through their minds.